So does that mean everyone who votes for Trump can't give dating advice?
Obviously, you're not living the way that you're speaking.
I am living the way I'm speaking.
So how can you support someone who essays women?
I don't particularly believe the narrative
You
that
don't
he
believe
essays
court
women.
documents.
A civil case, yeah, I'm not too
Uh,
convinced of that.
so it has civil, but it still happened.
So whether he has to pay money amounts, making him civilly liable, I don't hold this the same as criminal liability.
But what makes it criminal lessen or would worsen what he did when really it's what he did, not what civil or criminal about it?
There's a lower burden of proof as far as civil. That's why they went that route. So the
Right.
burden of
So
proof in civil cases is a lot lower than criminal.
so do you think that the jury was lying? Do you think that the girl was lying? Do you think that the jury didn't decide in a correct way?
Yeah,
Why? Because it's civil?
I'm not. Let's just say for the sake of argument, because this is getting a little bit off the prompt. Let's just say he did do it. I don't particularly care. So you
So
can
you're
cry about it.
giving,
I'll just concede the entire thing. I don't care. So do you want
so
to
you're,
go to another topic?
so you're giving dating advice and you don't care what happens to women.
So if he does a bad thing and he pays for it and he pays for it, seems like justice is served.
But you're supporting the decision, but still giving advice to women, and we should listen to you even though you're supporting someone who essays women? Like that doesn't seem like that seems like
So
you're
he
going
did
through
in the
cognitive
past. So
dissonance.
if someone does a certain thing 20 years ago, that doesn't mean that's the person they are right now. Is that correct?
He still advocates for that
How does he do that?
because he doesn't want to release the Epstein files. So if he doesn't
You
if
don't
he
know the reason.
advocates
You don't know his intent as to why he doesn't.
because it will implicate him.
He's already implicated in the files now, but there's no. You guys can't pull, or you guys can't link him to anything criminal that he's done
So
in the
if he
files.
wasn't still advocating for essaying of women and girls, he would allow himself to be investigated in what he is being found in the Epstein files. If he truly believes he needs to be taken held accountable, if that were his views on
You don't know
he
the
was
reason.
sorry
You
for
can't
his
assume the
actions.
intent. I mean, you might be able to say that. That's what you believe, but that doesn't prove it without a. There's pretty much a lack of evidence that you're saying. If until he releases the files, I'm going to assume that he's criminally implicated. There could be many reasons why he doesn't.
Because just released evidence. It's the same part where you as a man, you're giving dating advice to women, right? But you don't care about the women that say that they were harmed by Donald Trump. So how can you
All right,
really
so
advocate for
go
women
ahead.
and give them dating advice if you don't care if people are SA'd? Like
So
it
one
doesn't line
person now you're
up.
changing the goalposts. So the first thing was whether or not Trump is an essayer. If he did it in the past, doesn't make him one right now. The
We
second thing
know that
is
it
if just
does.
because people accuse you of said thing, that doesn't mean you've done said thing, correct?
He was
So
found
do you mind
liable.
answering the question? Just because you're accused of one thing, does that mean you've done it?
No.
Okay,
But
so
when
just
there are
because people
multiple,
accuse him of a thing, that doesn't mean if there isn't a trial that comes about that, that doesn't mean therefore he's done it. That's a completely big jump to make of assumption.
but we know that he did it because he was found guilty.
Of okay, so if
And
a
see,
person
and
is
now
found
you're going to
guilty,
say civilly, right?
yeah,
As
if
if
a person is
civil
found
and
civilly guilty to
criminal,
do one thing, does that mean they've done it to other people?
but civilly doesn't lessen the weight of what he did. It just, and plus where you're not adding the fact that he is a billionaire, a millionaire who can alter and bribe people to lessen the case for him. And we all know that Trump sends hitters out for his enemies in the same way he did Letitia James. He
Hitters. What is a hitter?
hitter, meaning that he sends people to intimidate folks. He sent people to intimidate Letitia James because of the case that she brought against him. So we have to include his character and his actions into everything that he's doing, and everything will line up. But it seems like
Habibi, thanks for the
people
follow.
that's MAGA doesn't want to take the whole picture into account.
No, you're just making a lot of assumptions. The first thing you said was just because he's done something in the past that makes him that type of person at this moment. The other assumption that you made is just because people are accused him of a said thing, that means those people, that means he's done, that means he is said thing. If I accuse you of SA and there are people who come out accusing him of SA, that means you've done it. So I think those are two big assumptions that makes your position less credible. So anyways, do you want to have a discussion about feminism or dating advice, or you want to keep talking about Trump?
I want to know why.
No,
this is going to be about dating advice. I want to know why you decide to continuously make excuses for someone, and you're here trying to support women, but you really don't. Because anyone who can find evidence of what he's done, which is there, I don't think that really lines up to who you truly are, James.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. So when it comes to the assumptions you made,
so how can you
can say that people coming out as evidence, but that doesn't prove anything, especially not beyond a shadow of a doubt. So when it comes no, I don't believe all women. That's dumb. Do you believe all women?
I'm saying, do you
believe? Do you answer questions at all?
That first of all,
do you believe all women? Yes or no?
You're all or nothing me right now.
All right, so you're not answering questions. Last time you refused to answer questions, you're out of here.
Okay, of course I don't believe.
Great, thank you for answering that. Sounds like a position I hold.
Right, but first, you see where you mess up is
where do I mess up?
Because he was found guilty. You don't take a civil case as weight enough for you to really care, which means that if a woman comes on your panel asking for dating advice about how her boyfriend essayed her, are you even going to care? Because obviously you don't care about the other women that are saying that they're doing that Donald Trump did that to them.
That would make it a criminal case of a person. Usually if a person's coming to me talking about how they're essayed, in the context, it would depend on the time frame, depend on the statute of limitations. It would depend on if it's civil or criminal. But that doesn't mean just because she said it, therefore I believe her. It needs to be more than just that, especially nowadays. There was just recently a woman here online. Two points. The first thing is feminism is ubiquitous amongst our culture, which teaches that there's some type of grape culture, which there completely isn't. There's complete lack of evidence that I've seen. That's the first point. The second point is the term of RAPE and consent have become blurry now because of feminists, leading people like the DoorDash lady to complain that she's being sexually assaulted by a man who's asleep on his couch when she opens the door to deliver his food. So when it comes to the culture, there's a lot of women who cry wolf nowadays and a lot of feminists who blur the boundaries of the definition. So I'm completely in reason to have skepticism regarding these things.
So why do you still support someone who cries wolf all the time? When he lies and says things and lies and says he doesn't know Epstein, he didn't know E. Jean Carroll, he wasn't even involved with her. He's never been on the island. He's never done any of this, but somehow you choose to not believe the women who are saying that he did that rather than disbelieve someone who has a track record of lying.
So when it comes to lying,
you would choose to believe the man who is lying constantly.
Yeah,
instead of the women.
Someone who's saying they didn't do a certain thing, you would weigh that evidence against the person who's saying they did, and the evidence that I've seen is lacking. So I'm completely within reason to just say I'm not convinced. So just because I'm not convinced, that doesn't implicate me in some type of moral character. And as far as what Trump is doing, he's going to be a liar because most Christians and people who don't have a religious standard, they tend to be less righteous. But he's still better than any gender-affirming drag queen bathroom having president that Kamala would have been. So still worth it to me. I take a liar over someone who wants to. I take a liar over gender neutral bathrooms.
So okay, Here we go. You caring about the 1% of people who Kamala actually wants to give representation to, and it's not all gender bathrooms because you can choose not to go into that bathroom. And you're
Yeah,
so
but the
focused
children,
on
the
1%
daughters,
of
the
the
little girls
population.
can't. So
It's
if I
not
if I got to
even.
put up with a liar in order to protect little girls from weird,
But you're
creepy
not
people,
protecting little girls, right? Because
how
who's in the Epstein files? You're not protecting little girls because you're supporting Trump, who won't release the
what
Epstein
is
files.
the
So are you
evidence?
really supporting
So
little
the
girls?
files
Sir?
that were released that are
You feel me?
redacted. Yeah, so the
You
files
see
that
how
were
many girls have
here's
to
I can
be
explain you
raped?
that
How
all
many
right,
girls have to be raped?
yeah.
For
So
you to believe?
How you
You're
doing,
talking
host?
about little girls.
I'm doing pretty good.
I
I'm
have
sorry, I
have a
didn't mean to
relation.
yell,
No
but
problem.
you just totally just contradicted yourself.
I have a
So
question for you when you have a second, host.
all right,
You might help me with.
yeah, no problem. 1 second. So when it
Okay.
comes to Trump doing a said thing in the files, you have no evidence of that, do you?
But Trump,
I haven't seen any evidence. Have you seen any evidence?
Yes, okay, but Trump is approving Todd
So you
Blanche,
don't
which
have
is
any evidence.
okay. But listen, you say you
Mm.
care about little girls, but
Mhm.
Todd Blanche doesn't want to release the rest of the Epstein files, and that's Trump's appointee. So if you really cared about little girls, you would want the files of the people who are pedophiles to be released so they can be held accountable. But it's not looking like you want to protect those little girls and hold these people accountable because
Yeah,
you're
I
supporting
would like to
Donald Trump.
have the Epstein files released, but I'm not sure why they're not. That doesn't mean because they aren't, therefore Trump is criminal.
Yes,
He's
because
implicated. So that
because
doesn't
Donald
follow.
Trump,
Doesn't
but
follow. It's a
Donald Trump
logical jump there.
supports that's not a logical
Yeah,
jump
it is.
because Donald Trump supports Todd Blanche, and Todd Blanche does not want to release the Epstein
Okay,
files.
why does he not want those files to be released?
Because he says that it doesn't matter anymore.
When did he say that?
On the press conference, he says that it won't be released and it doesn't matter anymore, so everyone should move on.
All right, and what are his motivations?
Obviously, to protect Donald Trump, which is his number one client, from being implicated.
I mean that it would I can understand why you would think that, but that doesn't prove that. See how this works?
Of course it doesn't. You see how you don't protect little girls? Okay,
Yeah,
you can drop me.
that's your implication, or that's your
Okay.
claim. But you don't
can
have any
continue
evidence.
doing
You don't have any
mental
evidence of that. All you have is
There is mental
circumstantial.
evidence.
All you have is
Todd
circumstantial
Blanche
and
said
hearsay.
himself. Todd Blanche said himself he is not releasing the Epstein files. We know how many times Trump is in the Epstein files. That means that he is more. First of all, if he didn't want to release the Epstein files, obviously what? No, let's go back. Homegirl, I think Pam Bondi said if they release all the files, the whole system is coming down. She said the whole system will be dropped, which means that there are people in those Epstein files that are obviously in Congress, in the government right now.
Does that mean Trump is?
So, yes, because
No, it
Trump
doesn't.
and Epstein
It just means
were
someone
best friends.
who's
And-
involved with governmental infrastructure would be implicated.
Exactly, and Trump
Doesn't
is
mean Trump
also
is.
involved in government and infrastructure, no matter
All
how
right.
much you want to
So are
deny
many
it.
politicians that you support. So what?
Hmm.
That doesn't mean they're all. That doesn't mean.
Well,
that doesn't mean
actually,
all of them are
Obama
guilty.
wasn't in the Epstein files. Joe Biden wasn't in the Epstein files. We see Bill Clinton's in the Epstein files. We know he's a POS. Nobody's defending Bill Clinton. But why do you continue to defend Trump, who is in the Epstein files more than anybody?
Because I haven't seen any evidence of any criminality. That which you have failed to bring at this point. All you have
Yes,
is
there's
just
the Katie
hearsay,
Johnson.
and
There's the
all you have
Katie
is hearsay at this
Johnson
point.
documents. No, it's not. It's the Katie Johnson documents. You have the
And what do the
you
Katie
have
Johnson documents say?
the Katie Johnson document says that she was 13 years old and she was forcibly had to put Trump's D in her mouth.
Okay, people can say anything. You understand that, right? Does
Yeah.
that prove that
And
Does
you
that prove
see-
that something happened?
Okay, but don't you see that the court documents were filed, right?
Okay, so
and then,
where's
and
the
then
evidence, ma'am?
mysteriously, Katie Johnson disappeared.
Okay, does that mean Trump did it? I mean, it sounds like
that
there's a
means
bunch of
Trump did it
conspiracy theory at this point.
because when you
Yep.
when you compound everything that
Yeah,
he's
but
done,
like the host
everything
is
that he
saying,
said.
It's just
this is about
circumstance.
dating
You
advice.
see how you guys are not
No,
looking
you're
at
crashing
Trump's
out because no one
previous
wants to put on a
behavior.
tinfoil
Yes.
hat, such as you.
Look,
It's just
look,
a
we
conspiracy
want a
theory
dating
after
advice
conspiracy.
from the
It's
Hey,
host.
look,
Trump's
I see
previous
circumstance here and a
behaviors.
circumstance there. Therefore, this is proof. Oh, you see that circumstance over there? Yeah, this means proof. And you add them
No,
all
we're
together,
talking about
it still
things
doesn't
that
give you
Trump
any
has
reasonable
said.
doubt. So
But
there-
we don't
yeah.
care about Trump. We want dating advice.
I mean,
Okay.
apparently she has some maybe she has a lot of newspaper wrapped around her windows. She's really had a bone to pick.
No,
She saw
because
dating
this
advice, and then
man
somehow she
is on here.
thought, oh, Trump somehow Trump. Even though I have no evidence, I've brought no evidence, just circumstance. Therefore, it just must be somehow that he's done it. So at this point, I think I've entertained it enough. So you can stay up if you want to talk about anything else, but at this point, I'm not interested in your lack of evidence.
Okay,
That's
well,
fine.
he did do it, and you're ignoring
Without any
everything
evidence. Here we go
he's
again.
ever said. Yes, there is evidence. You're ignoring
Please
everything
show me
that
the
he's
evidence.
Let me get
ever
a second
said.
in there,
He
Tracy.
sent a letter to Epstein in the shape of a young
Okay.
girl saying that they share the same fascination for young women. And what young women does Epstein like? Obviously, he
where's
likes
that at?
Let me get a
children.
moment with the host. I have a
Well,
question for him.
well,
You
where-
can go ahead.
Where's
Thank
that
you,
at?
Tracy.
All right, go ahead, sir. What,
How
are you
you
over
doing,
18,
host?
sir?
Thank you. Yes, and I always, I never. This is my first time up. Thank you for bringing me up.
No
You
problem.
do great work. I voted for Trump 3 times. My question for you is, if you anything you can, your advice, I would appreciate it. I started dating a few months ago. I'm 51, and I met this woman. She's 45. Everything seems similar. This Friday past was the third date, so we got deep into talking, and she came forward and she told me this, and all my friends and family are telling me run. That she had, broken up from a 15-year relationship like a month or two ago. And then she said that she was with a guy, and the guy was with his wife, and they would meet each other every weekend, twice a month, just on the weekends, like, every other Saturday. And the wife was just driving them around because the husband didn't have a license, and they had whatever dynamic they had. And I find that strange. My family finds that strange, and she is leaning liberal because she had lied. She said that she had voted originally for Bush Jr., this, that. But the more I talk to her, that's another thing too, that her political leaning, I'm not sure that she's on the right side. So what advice do you have for me, host? Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question. When it comes to her political leanings, doesn't really show much at what you're giving me. But what is a big ass red flag is the fact that she's
Bingo.
in adultery. She was in adultery with another man.
Yep. Number one.
So that
Yep.
that right there is that's cardinal right there. That's a cardinal foul.
Yeah.
She's disqualified. Get her, run away
Yeah.
from this chick. If
Yeah,
anyone
yeah, I
anyone who's
prayed
willing
on
to
her.
sleep with other people that are married, these people are they have some serious soul searching to do, and they're definitely not
For
qualified to be in
15
any
years,
relationship.
host.
Yeah, that's another problem. It was a month ago, or how many months ago was that?
2 months ago only. Yeah, and that's another problem. Getting into, even if it was a regular relationship, everything. Yeah, on top of it being adultery, she just broke up with him 15 months ago. I mean, 2 months ago after 15 years.
Yeah, so
What kind of? I saw a psychological, like some kind of possession. How do you stay just seeing somebody twice a month for 15 years?
well,
On top of it
oftentimes
being
how
adultery.
women divorce and how they end things, it takes a lot of deliberation, and they tend to be over the relationship while they're there, and it's just a matter of ending it. But they were already done probably 6 months to a year before that. So
Right, that checked out.
it's just someone is not really honorable. Someone who's not
Yeah.
honorable, someone who's not honest, someone who hides things, and someone who's adulterous. These are things.
Yeah,
Is this the type of
15
woman
years.
you would want to marry? If you just
No, no.
all right.
Originally, when we went on 2 dates, dinner, and a movie the last time, and this was the third time, we just got together. I had cooked dinner and everything. Nothing And when she told me all this, I went, whoa. This is too much. This is, there was chemistry there and everything, but, I cannot get past the adultery and being with somebody for 15 years just on the weekends it's married. It's mind boggling.
Yeah, because if you do decide to be with her, you cannot be surprised if she does any of those two things.
Again, to me. Yeah. Yep. And on top, to top it all off, she doesn't have a driver's license. Her 75-year-old father is the one that drives her all the way around, and she lives in his house for the last 15 years because she was divorced before when she was young, and she has a 20-something-year-old daughter that lives in a room, and she's not well after Corona. She doesn't come out of her room.
So she has maybe some psychological issues.
Yeah.
It's
It's just a
unfortunate
mess.
for her daughter, but yeah, She doesn't really seem like she has a lot going.
And if you see her, you would never know. I'm glad that she was open about it. I'm like, that's the one thing that I'm like, whoa. And it's a shame because I built quick chemistry there and, everything else, but I cannot overlook all that. But thank you. That I came in and asked you that.
Yeah, PM me, man. I'd like to know when you get rid of this chick. I would like to know the day. That sounds celebratory, Johnny.
Thank you. Have a great night. Thank you, guys.
All right, you as well. Vaz de Papas. Let's see here. Vaz, what is your age?
38.
I think you've come up here before, right?
No, I just been in your messages, but first time up.
All right, welcome up. What brings you up today?
No, just nothing to do really.
All right. Well,
And,
So you support Donald Trump?
all right. So we're not doing this Donald Trump stuff anymore. Let's keep it to dating.
Yeah.
If
So
you
do
wanna-
you support S-ing women hosts?
All right. So, ladies, it's these type of women. They don't know how to take instruction.
Back to the kitchen, man. Back to the kitchen.
Even if let's just say she's right. Let's just say she's right. The fact that she's doesn't know how to respect boundaries that are being impressed on her, she's an unruly woman. I feel sorry for
And
whoever's
the fact
dating
that
her.
she lost it, man. She started yelling.
She can't control her emotions. This type of emotionality I won't put up with. Women can emote, periodically, but he's unruly. This baby mama behavior, get out of here. Gustav,
Yeah, and
the
she
Great.
started going good, but once she started questioning and asking for proof, obviously we don't, and nobody really has it except the people that were in there, involved. But at the end of the day, that's not the topic at hand right now, right?
Yeah, I don't understand why she wants to co-opt the entire conversation. But
Yo.
Gustav, what's going on? What's your age, Gustav?
I'm 18.
What brings you up today?
I was wondering on why you think that women should be suppressed in relationships, and in modern day, what are men leading? It's not even a thing. It's just a fake concept. There's no
What's that?
leadership to take action. Oh, let's go to the grocery store. Is that leading to you, or what?
All right, be kept secret or held back by force. How are men holding women back by force? Or what is what I'm
I hear you talking
proposing?
about these girls, and you're like, oh, they're so emotional, and they can't handle instruction. You want these people to
Do
just
you want
be
someone who can handle
little
instruction,
slaves
or
for you.
you want? Okay, so what is someone who doesn't handle instruction? Are they someone who's difficult?
Well, but the thing is that you're talking about them like they're kids in a fucking classroom, but they're
Vaz,
just
do you
human
mind
beings.
muting up because you're getting a lot of background noise on your end? All right, so if you're going to behave like a child, I probably don't want to have discussions with you. If your emotions are such that you cannot respond or comply with simple requests that started off rather soft but then became more firm. If you're going to completely disregard this shows that you don't actually have good communication skills. So should I put up with women like that? Should men put up with women like that?
I mean, it's less about what do you mean? The thing is that you take this.
What do I
these
mean?
things
What
and
do
then
I
you
mean?
put
I
it
mean
into
the
this thing
exact
where it's
conversation.
man versus
I mean
woman.
the exact conversation I had. Let's just say I'm having a conversation with a woman, and it could be about our relationship, and I'm requesting that she respect certain boundaries that I think are pretty reasonable. And she says, "No, I'm just going to do what I want. I'm just going to keep questioning you. I'm keep interrogating you." Is this some type of person? Is this a type of relationship dynamic that you would say is healthy?
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's a false equivalence because
So
that's not
yeah,
even.
how
what
is it
we
a
were
false
talking
equivalence?
about.
Please explain.
Because we were talking about how you said a general statement of, oh, it's one of those women, they can't follow instructions. It's you say it in a way where it's you want them to be suppressed and kind of just do what you say because you're the leader man. But it's
Nelly,
just a
baby,
fake
thanks for the
trivial
heart.
concept that means nothing.
Fake and trivial. It's not trivial or fake. What is your evidence of that?
Because like I said, what is a man
That's not an
do
argument.
better than a woman in modern day in terms of leading? It's not a thing.
That's not an argument. The question is not an argument.
Okay.
So what is your
I don't
evidence
care about
that
what
I'm
label you
proposing
put on my
is-
statement. You can answer.
No, so I'm asking you for an argument for you to actually substantiate your claim. You're asking me a question. So do you have any evidence that what I'm espousing is trivial or dumb or whatever? You would first have to define it, then you would have to try and dismantle it. Can you do either of those things?
Or you could just respond to me. You don't need to like put
No,
these stupid
you're the one
labels.
you're the one who's asserting the claim, being fast and loose with your statements. So back them up.
So you want me to create like a fully formatted like argument, and like then you'll respond to me. Then
Yeah, be
then
accountable
I'll, like,
with the
be
words that come
valuable
out of your.
enough
Be
for your
accountable with the
words.
words that come out of your mouth. It's called being a man.
Oh my god, bro, I'm a fake man, bro. You're right.
I mean, you do sound a bit kind of feminine because you're
I
trying to
am
make
a
a
little
bunch
bit,
of.
bro.
Well, you're gonna have to work on that, man, or else you're not gonna be able to lead. But perhaps you don't even like leading.
But
Perhaps
lead
you don't
what
wanna
though?
lead.
That's literally why I came up. Lead what in the modern day? What am I leading?
Well,
What are you leading
That's for a topic
with
of
your
another
white
discussion.
eyebrows and eyelashes?
First, substantiate your claim. What am I doing that's fake and doesn't make sense?
Leading. It's not a thing anymore.
Okay, how do you
It's like-
define leadership?
Well, I mean, okay. Well, hold on. Whoa. You just did what I did, and you said I wasn't. Couldn't get a word out of you. Whatever. I mean, what do you mean? Leading what? I'm asking you. I came up and
Well, I
said
lead
I
my
don't
wife.
think leadership is real in the modern day.
I lead my wife, and I
Into-
instruct
yeah,
and I
but-
instruct and give advice for men to do the same. So
What are you-
how
what
is
are you
that?
leading
How
now?
is that fake?
I lead my wife.
Yes, I lead my wife
In what way?
in the home.
In the home. That is so useless. Oh my god,
Are you married?
dude.
Do you?
What is
okay,
this
so
dating dude,
another guy who has an emotional
Anti-feminist dating
All right,
advice.
so
You go
questions
on a
with
live and
questions.
you.
questions
Bro,
with
that
questions.
is
You don't know how to
in the
formulate
house,
arguments.
gang.
You make
Gang,
a
in the
bunch of words
house.
that you can't substantiate.
No,
So now
but you answered the question
now you retreat
that you were
to
dodging for
to
so
smaller,
long,
weaker
bro.
positions.
You
Try and
answered
make
the
an
question.
argument. I mean, look,
You answered the question
be
that
a
you were
big
dodging
boy,
for
be
so
a
long,
man of your
and then you said
word.
in the house,
True.
bro.
Explain to me how what I'm doing is fake. I've answered your question, so I've allowed you to cross-examine me. So
I'll
go
explain.
ahead.
My bad. Leading your wife in the house, You're right, bro. That is a very real concept, and it is so worth being on live for hours every day talking about leading your wife in the house, bro. No, bro, you're right, bro.
You
honestly,
don't have
honestly,
that. Are you leading
honestly,
a woman?
honestly, you got it, bro.
Wow.
Am I a woman?
Are you leading any women?
No, dude. No, bro. I'm not
Okay,
leading
so
a woman.
explain to me how it's. I mean, it sounds like you're passive aggressively conceding, but I mean, if you're conceding,
It's not
that,
passive.
if you're
Definitely not
conceding that what I'm doing is not fake, then I guess you're conceding your original
It's just
point
useless.
that you brought
Like, what
up
do you
here.
are you leading any woman? Like, do you know what you sound like, bro? Like, you're
I
just a
sound like a
womanizer.
person when a man
You-
when
you're
a
just-
man
you-
when a man measures a person's reputation, they look at what they've done to see how competent they are. It's completely consistent with how we would gauge others, especially men.
Dude,
But perhaps
what
you don't
I
know any.
lead it-
Perhaps
okay,
these
I'm
concepts elude
confused
you
though. I'm
because
confused though.
I mean you're effeminate at this point.
I'm what at this point?
Effeminate.
Effeminate. Oh, everyone's calling me gay in the chat. Oh no, bro.
I wouldn't call
Who's
you
not
gay
that
right now.
child, bro?
I wouldn't put that on you.
Is that bad? If I was,
Yeah, to me.
why?
Well, I'm a Christian, so
Yeah. But you'd like okay.
so
Okay, it makes sense.
Are you
It makes sense,
conceding
yeah.
now that you can't prove that leading is somehow fake? My
Well, I mean,
type of leadership.
Your type of leadership, you're in the house format of leadership. Yeah, it's definitely fake.
All right, please back up.
Your
statement.
format of leadership was a very vague description of in the house. I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Well, you could ask other questions. I think it's interesting that you
What, do
know
you
somehow that
give
when
her
I'm-
instructions
so real
and she
quick,
goes and
real
does
quick,
them. That's your
real quick.
ideal woman.
I find it interesting that you know somehow what I'm doing is fake, but you don't even know what it looks like. You're asking me questions. I'm being charitable actually to you to find out more about my position. This is not my argument. I don't have to make it easy for you. If you want to answer
Well,
questions, if you want questions answered, you can ask. But I'm
Okay,
not here
so-
to help you with your own argument.
What are you talking about? No one's asking you to prove me correct in any way.
All right. So
But
then
what I will
if you don't
say
have any
is that
evidence,
the way
then-
this whole thing has gone, is I come up here and my main thing was like modern day leadership isn't really a thing. And then you're like in the house, lead my wife in the house, whatever. I want everybody to know, everybody in this stream, being on the internet and reinforcing your patriarchal ideas of women all day is super harmful, bro. and there's nothing
All right,
there's
so it's
nothing
a
that comes out of
separate,
this.
as a
You are
separate
all
claim.
you are all peons of
so you
people. It's
wanna-
not. I don't care about this debate format,
All right,
bro.
so
I
then-
don't have to fit into a certain label of
Right.
a
So then
statement
at this
for you
point,
to
you're
like
just being
take
emotional,
it seriously.
effeminate. You don't actually know how to back up your own claims. I'm actually helping you. I'm allowing you to cross-examine me. You don't want to do that because perhaps it's too hard. You don't want to labor through it. Whatever. You're just fast and loose with
what is
your
that gonna
words.
do for me, bro?
You're fast and loose
What
with
is
your
that gonna
words.
do
You're a
for me?
man of at this point less and less respect as the more you talk.
Oh no, bro. That's a scary label, bro. It's your whole life, bro. Your whole life
All
is
right, man.
labels.
When you can substantiate better arguments, you're welcome back up. I didn't kick him. He rage quit. So I mean, I'm being pretty reasonable with people, but yeah. So anyways, let's see here. Red. Red,
Hello.
before you start, what is your age?
I am 38,
right.
unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's fine. I mean, age is. Well, one second before we begin, just wanted to discuss what just transpired in the last two callers.
Okay.
This is just to the audience. Excuse me. So on the audience side, would you guys mind getting the likes up? Pretty please. I think I've suffered at least 2 feminists at this point. They're not always unreasonable, but the last 2 were. I appreciate you guys getting the likes up because your engagement is really what's going to grow this channel. You think, you think the man that just came up or the woman that just came up, if they're moderators, do you think they're going to give me any preferential treatment? If they're the moderators on TikTok, do you think I'm going to be doing well if people who decide whether I'm in or out of the community guidelines, if they are like that woman and the last man? So I just want to mention that because your engagement is really how I'm going to grow this channel, how I'm going to grow my cause or my convictions, which is the prompt you see up above my head. I am anti-feminism. I do hate feminism. This is not rage bait. It's just rage bait by consequence. So I appreciate all the likes that have continued through my rant. Thank you. Red, ma'am, what brings you up today?
I just appreciate the anti-feminist movement.
Nice. Some reprieve from my battles, my last 2 battles.
I didn't hear the first battle prior to the last one, just the last gentleman.
Okay. Memento, thanks for the roses, man. Well, you seem to be a reinforcement. So we're going to see if we can get a opposition. But did you have anything you wanted to mention? Or any
Not in
questions at all?
No, not in particularly. I just love to join these lives because I like to support men that are trying to have this discussion. As a woman that is entirely against feminism, I like to be a support in this goal.
That's great. Derek, thanks for the follow. Do you have any women who you consider friends that take your same views?
Very few.
It's good to know that you're steadfast in that.
It's definitely not easy.
No.
I'm a Christian, and that's of course where I get my worldview, my perspective on everything. The Bible is my leading authority, and I very much agree that, well, the way modern feminism is absolutely what I would describe as dissentry.
What was the last word? What you would describe as?
Misandry is what the word I was
misandry.
looking for.
Yeah, it's becoming
Yeah.
that now. It's
Yeah.
definitely becoming that. Pagan Hunter said, Pagan Hunter, that's funny. Says W Red. Let's see. Harry Osborne. Who looks like Harry Osborne? And Memento, James, what's your take on the Lindsay Clancy case? I'm not informed on that. This is my first time hearing that name. So we're gonna let up Nomadic. I think Nomadic is Nomadic from Ireland, I believe.
No, actually, I'm from the other night. I'm from the United States.
Oh, my
We
bad.
only got to speak briefly, but I am a supporter of Red. I think we have bastardized divine femininity
Right.
with feminist There is nothing more beautiful than being a wife and a mother. And the only thing that can do that for you is that a man that loves you. And
I'm
a man that
telling
you
you.
bring peace and comfort to will give you the world if you give him the time to build it. And I had that man for 20 years before he passed in a tragic accident. And I would rather wait 100 lifetimes to see him again in heaven than to take a chance on a man that's not worth it.
I hear that. The conversation about leading really is what brought me in.
And I don't know about you, but my husband never led me by screaming and yelling and hollering at me. My husband, he worked 14-hour days so that I could stay home and raise our children. That was my husband. So what about that made him, what was the term that you used, misandrous? What about that made him misandrous? That made him a husband and a father. That's what that made that man.
Yeah,
The term misandrist is a disdain for men.
I think you meant nomadic. What made him misogynist?
Misogynist. Like no, that man loved me, and I loved him back. He gave me 4 beautiful children, and the only reason we stopped there is because I wanted 6, but I had trouble with the last one. So my husband literally drove himself to the doctor to get his procedure done, and he told me, he said, you can't have any more of these things, they're expensive, and I like to have lost you. You've got 4, you're done. You've got 2 and 2, you're done.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. It's good to hear that
That's one of the
story.
few times that man told me no.
Now, sunshine. Sunshine.
Yes.
What is your age, ma'am?
63.
All right, thanks for coming up. What brings you up today?
Oh, I'm not up.
You're up. You're up, sunshine. You are up. Did you have anything you wanted to mention, or did you want to hang back in the chat? Okay. Breeze, thanks for the follow. Guys, do you mind getting the likes up to 5K? It's going to help the engagement. I'm trying to attract some feminists.
I guess Red and I scared him off. I don't know if we're helping you or hurting you. Gosh forbid you love your husband and the father of your children and appreciate how hard he worked in order to give you those things. I don't know about you, Red, but I think that made me a very lucky lady.
Yes,
yeah, it's good to be reciprocal.
I definitely have learned a lot about leadership through mostly scripture, but also my husband showing what true leadership is. I think that people in society and culture today look at leadership as a bad word only when it comes from a man's lips.
With that being said, if something were to scare you, and my husband's no longer here, but I do have 2 sons that remind me a lot of their father. But if something scared you in your marriage, who was the first person you ran to?
My husband, for sure.
Exactly. Because he was your protector. Right. He was your lover. He was the father of your children. That was his job. That's what he does. So why are we making that damn near criminal in 2026? We're emasculating men, and we're creating this. I don't know all the misandrous words, but it's like, I want my sons to be men. I want them to lead their families and protect their families. I don't want them to be whatever it is this newfounded crap wants them to be.
Right. I think men are beat down incredibly in society today, and I really, really hope and pray for a change in that. And I mean, we as believers, we know the end of the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to hold on to hope when we see what's around us, like the man that was speaking before, who sounded like a child.
Oh, I wasn't the only one who thought that.
Oh, and the fact of the matter is, my husband was a Christian. I'm a Buddhist, so we weren't. I mean, like, I believe in the story of Christ. I believe he was an amazing person, but I don't necessarily define as 100% Christian. I kind of believe in both of their teachings. So it's like, but we were able to meet each other on some middle ground, and just. I mean, our relationship worked because we loved each other, not because we were perfect.
So let's see here. Denouncing anything men related was done by women wanting to overcome men, but Isaac, you were gonna say the last thing. Am I seeing waves? J waves? J waits? Yes, you are. Do we have any feminists in the chat? I'll be nice. Nice-ish. This isn't a safe space, but I'm not gonna be disrespectful. Don't be
I like the
afraid.
statement that Skid said in the comment. He said, "Don't mistake my kindness for weakness." One of the things that I've learned from my husband is how, the strength of a man is very intense, and their ability to be able to rage, right? Even from a young age, they have this natural ability to rage. But when a man is truly leading, he uses his strength for good, and he knows what he's capable of. But instead of using it irresponsibly, he uses it in a way that, like was mentioned before, is in protection.
Yes.
And it's a great picture, in my opinion, of our Father in heaven. He's a just Father, but he's also a loving Father and very patient. Knowing what a man is capable of is what I think the feminist movement is so wrapped around. Feminists are, they say that they support they support feminism because of all of the awful things that men do. And they just look at them as this all-encompassing, evil. And you remember that meme that went viral, a couple of years ago, maybe, where men were saying, if you were in the forest or in the woods, would you choose to encounter a man or a bear?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And how many women said that they would encounter a bear? It's like, is Vaz down there? He chooses the bear.
The bear.
So a
Oh,
lot
well,
of that
Vaz
can be-
is just responding that a lot of women would. Vaz is on our side. But I think
Exactly.
what you're just pointing at is a good cultural litmus test, because it shows you in a meme, it shows you where people lie and what their perspective is on men. Women who
Well,
choose the
I would
bear
like to
tend to be
hear-
pessimistic towards men. I think a lot of that
Right.
has due to feminist propaganda, the way that they skew statistics.
Well, I also, if I kindly may, because
Mhm.
I did study biology in college. But a lot of that is coming from, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but body count does matter. Women do pair bond. We emotionally we do that through oxytocin. We bond with our partners, and women that have been with more than 5 or 6 partners, their percentage of having a lifelong relationship decreases to 20%. So a lot of the women that have this I'd rather choose the bear mentality have made the prior choice, if that makes any sense. And I mean, I've gone toe to toe. There's this content creator up here that celebrates high body counts and things of this nature. And I'm like, if you were to talk to one of my daughters and I were to catch you, we would have an issue. If you talk to my daughter, my 2 daughters, one just got married, but about such things, how dare you tell young women to go be promiscuous and celebrate it, because it's going to fry their brains. We're not designed for that. Women are designed to pair bond. We're designed to be loyal, loving creatures. We're not designed to be out there like used cars. You are worth more than that. And I land my plane because I don't want to get off on that tangent, but that we need a lot less of that and a lot more of nuclear families and growing up in a household where mommy and daddy love each other, and you see that. You see that mommy and daddy are together every night. And it starts at home. And I will end my plane with that because I'm starting to get on my high horse, so I'm gonna get off of it.
Well, I'll just add to that because it's a good point you brought up regarding the man versus bear. What feminism has done to women is it's tricked them to give up their birthright and to trade one of their biggest bargaining pieces for a very cheap amount. And what I mean by that is sex before used to be revered and it used to be more sacred. But now, and it was locked behind marriage or some type of commitment between the families. But now it's treated something very flippant and discardable. But there are big repercussions for it because you can say it's not special or intimate or it's not that deep, but it really is because you look at its effects. I'll just give one scenario. This is a bit verbose, but bear with me. A woman who comes of age and becomes attractive to men, they have a lot of attention, but women are naturally more selective than men. But what often happens is they meet these men who don't treat them like the other men. And just by virtue of that, that means they're worthy of the woman's attention now. So that man could be indifferent. That man maybe doesn't even like her like that. That man might have ulterior motives. But oftentimes, these are the women that men chase on the dating market. They chase the men who are indifferent, who have more options. So what happens oftentimes is women tend to shack up with these men, and they don't like the results that come with it. The man's not going to commit to her. The man's not going to put up with things that he doesn't like about her, as opposed to the other men that she doesn't even want that are always chasing her. Well, once she's used by this man, she becomes she often becomes bitter. And she now thinks men are like this. But I find often with feminists is they're usually complaining about a man. As they're complaining about men at large, they're thinking about the man who left them, the man who hurt them. But if they would have just, waited till marriage, or if they would have just maybe involved their father in the picking of a mate, they would have had a better result. But they can't do this because feminism teaches you to reject patriarchal norms, patriarchal societal structures, patriarchal traditions or customs. So they're not going to do this type of stuff because it's called oppressive. Well, this makes her more likely to develop trauma with men in the dating market. So that she's more likely to pick the bear because of it.
May I share kind of a funny story that maybe makes somebody laugh?
Mm-hmm.
So I was 19 when I met my husband. I was in college. It was my sophomore year. He was a student teacher. And when I say this man was fine, he was 6'4", 200 pounds then. And I didn't know what that sensation was, but I knew that I was attracted to him. And I remember him asking me to wait for him, and I didn't know what he was talking about. Well, about 3 days later, he asked me out on a serious date. What he was doing was he was getting rid of his side pieces. And he didn't have that many. But I remember on about our third date, because I was so nervous to tell him, James and Red, I was like, oh my gosh, I've got to tell this man that I still have my V card.
No, thanks for the heart.
He's going to be mad at me about this. And he looks right at me and he tells me, he's like, I know. Right at me and tells me. So something I was worried that he wouldn't want me because I still had my V card. And that was not the case. So just to give you a little something to laugh at me about, I was scared to death to tell my future spouse that I still had my V card.
Yeah, well, it's a beautiful thing for women and men for that as well to hold off. Extended, exhausted, sorry. What is your age, exhausted?
I am 22.
All right, madam. What brings you up today?
So I'm gonna just state a few points. I'm not either feminist or anti-feminist, and I'm not Christian or religious of any sort. So I just want to clear that off the table. But I do have a few questions for you as a woman. There's multiple conversations about body count and future partners and how sex is sacred and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
As a 22-year-old, in my generation of people, it is very come and go. You don't find many men who are wanting relationships or wanting a future partner. And that's a large mass majority because of society. What would be some things that you would say to do as a woman. Would you say to like heal and wait for my future partner, or what would you say to do as a man?
Are you looking for marriage?
Yes.
All right, great. That's a good baseline. So from there, are you black?
No, I'm white.
Okay. And what is your age range of men that you're into? That you would, what is the, in the future when you see yourself married, how old is this person? What is their range?
Well, I've dated up to like 10 years older than me.
All right,
So
so
it doesn't really matter.
35 is your max or
Yeah.
around
35.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. When it comes to commitment, the men who like you more are going to commit. Commitment is a form of, I would argue it's a form of not just attraction or a signal of attraction for the man, from a man, but it's also a sign of a hint at moral character. Now, if you're having trouble with men that are committing, you're going to have to abstain. And you're going to have to abstain, I would say, until marriage. This is the best way to secure a man to really have a high level of trust that he's going to be committed, because he's saying, no, I'm not here just for this. I'm here for you, not just what I can have from you. Our generation is very sexual, and sex is kind of used as like this weird handshake now. But if you give this away to men, what's going to happen is they're going to become apathetic and non-committal. It's especially men who have options. What do you think about that first piece of advice?
I do appreciate that advice, and I think that it's something that I'm gonna have to like reject everything in society when it comes to like like you said, it's like a handshake now. It's like you even like talking to a person in my age range, so like 22 to 25. It is very off the bat like sexual. There's no like, hey, how are you? How's your day?
Mm-hmm.
It's like and
There's no substance.
yeah, there's no like emotional connection. It's all just like straight to it.
How does that make you feel as a woman? Does it make you feel like just a worthless piece of meat?
It really changes you for sure. Like I said, I'm not religious, so I don't like turn to the Bible or so on and so forth. But for me, I feel like it really made me look inward of who I am, and it made me look at myself, because it's like, oh, okay, what do I want in the future? What does my future look like? And how would I want like my husband to be like? And do I want my husband to be super promiscuous and like we go out to dinner and he's eyeing the waitress? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it definitely changes you, especially as a young woman, for sure.
Now, are you in relation with are you in good terms with your dad?
No, my father was never in the picture.
What about your mother?
No.
Do you have any male people that you look up to? Any males that you look up to that are older than you?
No.
What about a counselor? Or
Yeah, I mean, I have a counselor, but it's a woman.
So what are your from now rewinded into the past? What are the men that you found as good, exemplary role models of masculinity?
So before my grandfather passed, he was a good man. He was a hardworking man. He really loved my grandmother, and they had a really good dynamic of what I would say love is. He supported her mentally. She worked. They both worked, and they provided for, like, he provided for the family. They did come from, so they got married really young, but they came, my grandmother, her first husband passed away via car accident, but she was a young
She was a
mother.
widow.
Yeah, she was a widow at a young age. So she was 19, had a baby, and he didn't really mind that. He seen my mother as his daughter, and they started a whole life together. And that is my good example of a man, is being able to come in and support and help emotionally and love someone no matter their circumstances and want to build a future together.
Okay. Born again atheist, thanks for the share. So, what was the relationship dynamic between your grandfather and grandmother? Was it a equal partnership, or was it a leader-follower dynamic?
It was a leader follower. So my grandfather took my grandmother out of work, and she stayed home with the kids, and he provided and leaded the household. So she mostly did, all the roles of the household, so cooking, cleaning, and he, of course, it was like, I guess it was kind of sort of equal share. Like he, mowed the lawn and he did this, but she
Yeah, those are
mostly,
most things we associate with like a generic male role, right?
yeah.
Okay, so that sounds to me like what you would think would be intuitively for a leader following dynamic. The reason why I bring that up is that what you're seeking in a man?
I would say yes.
All right, so that's a commitment, though. You understand that, right? It's a commitment to leadership, and it's a commitment to following, to submitting.
100% correct.
Well, this makes your path clearer, and the type of men that you'll be able to find and disqualify that much more easier. Men who are aloof and tend to go with the flow, these men you can start thinking of these men with more suspicion if you're getting involved with them. Men who don't have a clear plan or are not intentional, I would say they're suspicious. Either they don't like you like that, or they're trying to get something casual with you, which is an extension of the first part. Like, if he doesn't like you like that, he's more to waste your time, not take you serious or what you guys have serious. So I think letting your intentions be clear up front with the men that you're interested in, not saying like, what does that look like to you? Let's just say you want to how long do you want to get married? Like from the time you meet a person to how long? So you get married, how long is that? 2 years, 3?
That's a very tricky question for me. I would say probably maybe 3 to 4. 4 probably max.
All right. Well, abstaining from that long it might be easy for you, but for a guy, that's a long time. I think 1 to 2 years sounds reasonable, 2+, but 3 to 4 years with being
Well,
with
that's
a woman that I love, that I can't do anything with.
well, that's where I was like, it's a very like a complicated situation because I understand where it could be tricky. So that's where it was like kind of complicated for me.
All right. Well, the reason why I brought that up is because, do you want to stay at home, or do you want to work, or do you want to be required to work in order for you to? Do you want to have to, as Kevin Samuels put it, do you want to be required to pay the lion's share of bills?
I don't mind, so I have a job that I actually do enjoy.
Will you enjoy that more than breastfeeding and spending time with children that are yours?
No.
Okay. So do you want to work as much, or would you rather stay home and gaze in your kids' eyes and do all that stuff? Take care of them, or do
I'd
you
rather
want to take them to the daycare?
I'd rather be at home with him. Yes.
All right. So you don't want to really be responsible for, like, if you stop working, you don't want anything to be catastrophic as far as finances.
Correct.
So are you leaning towards wanting to be stay at home, or are you set and wanting to be stay at home?
I'm leaning towards wanting to stay at home.
All right. So then you're going to need to find a man who either makes money such that you can do that. Are you in a popular city in America? Or are you near one?
I'll just give you, it's a broad area, so I don't care, but Nashville is my closest area.
Look up something. Because the reason why I bring this up is because often when women are saying they want a provider, I think they tend to price out a lot of men just because of where they live. Let me just look at Tennessee's cost of living real quick.
Can I interject a little bit on this point?
Mm-hmm.
I think that morally is where the morals is where you want to ground yourself in this decision. If you're leaning more towards this type of relationship, you need to become firm in that, and you need to become confident in that as a woman. That's the only way that you're going to get through the constant temptations to fall in line with society, right? And you're going to have to stand firm. It's not easy as a woman because we do have temptations. We do want to give in. But if you want this commitment out of a man, you need to be able to be willing to be that person. Morally, no matter where you are, you can find that man if you are that woman. And you have to be confident in it. You have to be willing to say, I'm not going to sleep with the next guy until he proves that he's able to meet me on my level, if not higher. You want a man that's going to challenge you to be a better woman. A man that when you see him and when you speak to him, he speaks with you with respect. He listens to you and he hears you. But when you talk about your future, you have the same plans. You have the same goals. And you can see that man leading your children in the direction that you want your family to go. You see that man being proactive and taking leadership without you having to ask him, right? Like, we want to see men that just instinctively know that they're there to protect us. They're there to provide for us. They're there to be an example. And that's a huge one, to be an example. When you look in his eyes, when you see how he is around other people, when you see how he interacts with everything around him, does he exude leadership and stand out from the rest? That's who you need to be, and that's who you need to search for.
So as Red was saying, when it comes to finding a man or being this moral person, you're going to need to assert your influence on this man, because the best man, the man that you're wanting, he's going to even try you. And when I say try you, he's going to even tempt you. He might try and weigh his scales too, because as men, this is how we are. Could you find a man who's gonna be like, yes, ma'am, you don't want to do that? Okay, we're not gonna do that. Don't put your hand on my lap. There might be a man like that, but it's just more likely you're going to find a man who might try and push your boundaries. So as Red is saying, if you stand fast on this commitment, it's to prepare you for the man who you're going to really like, who you might love, who it might feel the best to, it might feel the best in the moment to lower this boundary. It's in preparation for that.
So just firm and consistent and setting boundaries, testing the waters, making sure that I'm holding myself accountable for what I'm wanting, and holding like um, the other person accountable for their actions, and seeing like weighing my scales pretty much.
Yeah, and if you feel like he's wronged you ever, you do need to hold him to account and see how he responds to that. Is he going to take ownership? Because this is leadership, right? Is he going
Yes,
to take accountability to things where he's wronged you? If he set a date and he doesn't make it, you need to hold him to account. This is a way that you can gauge whether or not he's a leader by virtue, or if he does it more Machiavellian.
that's so true. How they respond to when they're wrong, and if they're capable of admitting and acknowledging that they're wrong, that's
De
huge.
fiestas a la esquina.
Papas, go ahead and mute it because I think I hear some background noise. So
Sure.
let's talk about some of the practical things now, because we got into the concepts. Are you in shape?
Define your. I guess yes. I guess I'm not really. Um, yes. To the societal norm, yes.
All right. And how would you rate yourself as far as looks and looks? Fresh out of the shower, no makeup, 1 to 10.
I would say 6.
Can't use 7. Okay, you can't. Okay, good. All right. So you're above average. Because I would say 5 is about average. So do you have any male friends?
No.
All right. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, I don't.
Great. So seeing how much of a head start do you have? So you don't have any male friends. This is great. Don't ever do that. Don't get with a dude who has girl friends. Are you conservative or you tend to lean left or right? Center?
Center.
All right. Are you open to dating conservative men?
I don't feel that politics has anything to do with character.
Well, politics is adjacent to views of morality. That's the thing. So the reason why I bring that up is because I tend to teach over here that men shouldn't date feminists, because if you're a feminist and you ever get her pregnant, if she doesn't want the kid, she's not going to have she's going to have a moral ideology that justifies what she wants to do with that kid. And if you want the kid, then you're screwed. You're less likely that she'll keep the kid, as opposed to a woman who doesn't subscribe to that type of thinking. That's a political view, but it's also practice, and that's where morals really meet the road, is how we behave, not just what we think, right?
I 100% agree where you're going with this, yes.
Now, you're a curveball, because the women who have come on to ask advice, they are already Christian. But I would say, as far as meeting someone, obviously you don't want to be going to the clubs. Do you go to the gym at all?
Yes.
How do you dress in the gym? Are you wearing underwear in the gym?
No, I don't really like wear a t-shirt and like shorts. Nothing like crazy.
You're not dressing too tight, are you?
No, I'm not like a sports bra and tight shorts kind of person.
All right, great. Don't ever do that, because you're going to attract the wrong type of energy from a man. How are you when you see men you like? Do you practice eye contact at all?
Yes.
Do you have problems with attracting men?
I would say the wrong men.
How? What does this wrong man look like?
I would say mostly men who have mother wounds.
What does a man with mother wounds look like? It sounds emotional.
Um, I would say emotional, wanting me to take on the role of like coddling and babying and wanting me to like nurture them.
In what way? Give me an example.
Um,
Emer, thanks for the follow. Yeah, give me an example of that.
like if they're having like a bad day, for an example.
Wanting to be consoled, you would call this.
Yeah, like it's hard for me to explain because it's like, okay, for an example, you know, like a child, if a child starts crying, they want to be coddled, right? They want to be held.
Complaining and expecting some type of consoling from you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can see how this can be a turnoff. Especially, are we talking like early on, or is this like deep into a relationship?
I would say mid, like few months into.
Give me an example. Like, is somebody complaining about their job and then like trying to rest their head in your bosom? What does this look like?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out too because I think
it's pretty much like someone coming home and be like, oh, I had a stressful day, and then wanting me to like pet them, for example.
Well, I mean, I've been married for 11 years, and my husband has a very stressful job, and he needs that from me sometimes. It's rare. It's not all the time, but he does like to be taken care of, and I love to take care of him. But I get the feeling it's more than that. Is it more than that?
Or is it too soon? Because to be honest, this may become a duty for you when you become.
It's too soon. Like it's a few months into it, and it's different than like your average. Like, hey, I'm gonna support my husband in time of stress, right? That's different. But we're talking like for an example, if I go and I meet someone, and they're like, oh, like mommy kind of thing, and I'm like,
yeah, that's very peculiar. Men calling you mommy? Yeah, it's a bit peculiar. I know perhaps it's a cultural thing, maybe Hispanic, but I don't.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's a bit flirtatious and it has like sexual undertones to it, to me. But that's a bit superficial. Let me so the type of man that you're attracting is a type of man that seems to me like they want more wife treatment than before it's earned. Obviously, they're trying to. That sounds to me like it's being too fast, as you said. It's too soon. And then, in the context of that example, did you express that to the man?
yes.
And what was their response?
Well,
did they respond well to it or not?
No, they don't normally respond very well. It's like, well, you should support me when I'm going through a rough time, and like they kind of feel like it's needed, like it's something that they deserve. When I'm not really, again, it's in the beginning of a relationship. There hasn't been like an established foundation.
Were in that exact relationship, were things sexual already?
No.
Okay. Yeah, this is
So you've been a few months into relationships and you've withheld that long.
Yes.
Okay. And may I ask, do you ever give into that in a relationship at any point, or do you have like a certain amount of time?
Well, this might segue. Let me just So let me
Yeah,
just
you're right. Sorry about that.
let me just ask this, because I tend to agree with how you're assessing whether this type of boundary you want to draw is reasonable. That seems reasonable to me. As a girl, as a guy, if I was dating again, God forbid, but I wouldn't want to require a lot of emotional validation from a woman, especially if we're not married or engaged. I think maybe far into the relationship that might happen, but I wouldn't put that burden on her, because I understand. I tend to believe that you shouldn't give wife treatment or husband treatment per se. Like, if it's a consequence of dating someone that you pay for the first dates and all that, you become a provider by a man. And if it's a consequence that you're following a man's lead, so you become relatively submissive by that function. But other than that, there shouldn't be any, nobody's washing nobody's laundry or putting her head in nobody's bosom too soon, I would say. So how long is good enough? When can a man have his head in your bosom? When the weight of the world is on his shoulders.
Okay, well,
How many months in?
there's a difference between, like, supporting and being there for someone who you're dating, and there's a difference between, having those tough conversations and, being like, hey, I had a rough day at work. Like, do you mind if we sit down together and hold hands and watch a movie? Like, do you mind if I'm a little bit emotional and I talk about my problems that I'm experiencing? There's a difference between that and, like, putting your head in someone's bosom and wanting to be coddled.
Well, coddled. Look, I'm almost with you, but because I'm not sure if it's just the way you're framing it. Coddling.
The way that I'm saying it.
So, all right. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this may become a duty of yours in the future when you become married.
Yes, I'm comfortable with it when the foundation has been established. I understand, we're on terms of, hey, we're meeting each other's, like, what we want in the future. We're on the same page, but when you're a few months into it, you don't really know the other person.
Okay. And another thing that this may show up that might be that might seem like it. Some men are more affectionate than others. Some men like to be up under you and hug up with you. Some men are like that, so be aware of that. You could find a man who's masculine, leadership and everything. Heck, he could be intimidating, but he might be like a softie when you guys are alone, if that makes any sense.
Could this be a difference in, I don't know how long you've been married and how long it's been since you've been in the dating world. It's been a while for me, but I have definitely noticed a change in the younger generation in the dating scene. So maybe, are you describing I can't see your full name. Exhaustion? What is that?
Exhausted.
Could you be describing maybe just in general, like, men are more feminine now?
That could be the case as well. That's a good point.
I would say that men are more feminine, in my opinion.
Your mic is becoming muffled.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, but before you clear up, baby, Miss Kinsley. Hello, ma'am. Are you over 18? Earth to Kinsley. All right, we'll give her a moment. So, I think this boundary, after investigating it, it sounds reasonable to me. Now, what else about men, perhaps, what else about these type of men that you've been attracting is wrong? What else is wrong with them besides wanting to be coddled or wanting some type of mommy treatment? What other thing?
That's really just my biggest problem. I normally, besides, like, the being super feminine men, I don't really run into problems with like financial or like what people would call a provider.
Are you the type of person to take initiative
I let them
in
take
your
initiative.
relationship?
I feel like I'm very submissive when it comes to relationships.
So you don't take much initiative as far as trying to steer where things go, or trying to create a dynamic. You're not trying to do that. You're just allowing the man to do that.
I allowed the man to do that, and I kind of course, like watch and see where the boundaries need to be set. Let's say crossing boundaries. Then I take the initiative to be like, hey, I don't really feel comfortable with that, you know?
That's great. That's great. So it doesn't sound like you have much of a communication problem. You don't mind confronting things that you don't like as soon as possible, right?
100%, yes.
Then perhaps it's just your environment. Where are you meeting? Where did you meet your last dude? Red, thanks for the follow.
We met at a concert.
All right. What type of concert?
It was just like
Rock or rap?
rock.
What type of, well, I'm not sure. I don't know much about rock music because I'm wondering if it's going to be a conservative type crowd or is it going to be a liberal type crowd?
It's
Might
just
be.
like 80s rock.
I think you have a mixture in that.
So do you get out a lot as far as like going to fairs, conventions, or things of that nature?
I'm kind of an introvert, but I do get out sometimes, go to concerts. Depending on like, of course, the band. I go to the gym, like I stated.
Have you
I
ever met
get,
anyone in the gym?
no, I haven't.
You're not interested in meeting a man in the gym?
I mean, possibly, if it happens.
What I would say about that, if you're going to go that route, is to try not to be the woman that talks to every dude. Don't ever be that chick. But if you can be discreet about showing interest to someone you like, you really can't make much of a move. But you're going to need to do that very few and far between. Because your reputation as women, it precedes you more than you know. Men are watching you. So you don't want to be the type of chick that is showing interest too much to men. Because a man who might like you, he's looking at you more than you think. So just be careful with that. Does that make
I
sense?
say meet Jesus.
That makes sense, and I appreciate you guys for answering my questions.
I think you are incredibly intelligent and you sound like you are far more advanced than most women your age. And I think you have a really good head on your shoulders if everything that you've said here is legit and these are your goals and this is what you want to see and the picture of your grandparents it sounds beautiful. And what I would say is I think that you are primed. And honestly, I would hope you meet Jesus one day, very soon, because I really think that he can look out for you in that.
I appreciate you guys so much, and I'm gonna drop off of here because I do have to go to work. But I
All right,
hope that
exhausted.
y'all have a good night.
If you have any other questions or if you want to update, you're welcome back up. Or if you have any bone to pick with anyone on the panel, you're always welcome back up. But
Thank
thanks
you
for
so
coming
much.
up.
I'm gonna hop off
Kinsley.
too. It was
Red,
nice to
okay.
meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Red. Thanks for coming up. Thanks for your added advice as well.
Thanks for having me.
No
Take it
problem.
easy.
Kinsley. Or to Kinsley. Let's see. Kinsley, are you here? I'm gonna drop you in a second. Everyone here, can we get the likes up a bit more? Would you guys mind getting likes up to 15?
Hey James, now that we got a little time to talk, I
Yes,
guess.
pause.
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a bit
Outside of the background?
background noisy, but I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm walking on the street right now. I wanted to touch up on some points that were mentioned earlier about how feminism has been changing or transforming from an empowerment movement to a privilege movement, or just being misandric. I'm
Mm-hmm.
currently in Mexico,
Mm-hmm.
but I was raised over there in the U.S. And
Well,
right
Vaz,
now,
I really want to hear what you're saying, but I hear a lot of the background in the back, so it's drowning out your voice.
all right, hang on.
Okay.
All right, is this better?
Yeah, it's a bit better now.
And well, the point that I was trying to get to is that I'm stuck here in Mexico because of a custody battle.
Okay.
I'm a data analyst and computer science engineer, so I started looking into this shit. And I'm sorry, I started looking into this,
Mm-hmm.
and ever since 2021, worldwide, not just Mexico, but in the States, in Canada, in Germany, in Spain, Argentina, and not just within the continent, but worldwide, the government itself started pushing an agenda. And that agenda is not just to empower women, which I'm all for it, Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
Well, women like who was it? Red.
Uh-huh.
Women and it was somebody else, like 3 people.
Red.
Women are
Go ahead. Nomadic. Yeah.
women. They have a very important role in society. Government itself is the one that started pushing for the whole independent. Go out, get a job. It's more important than raising a family. But that changed. It took a very very necessary crime started increasing. Women percentages of women incarcerated increased by 30% in the first year.
Well, Voss, I think what you're
Yeah.
saying is really important. I'm very curious to know what you observe, especially being outside of the States. But why don't you come back up once you have once you can control the ambient noise in the back, because it's really distracting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry. All right, I'll come back at 8.
All right, Voz, yeah, come back up later on. I'll be here for a while. All right, man. All right, my friend. Let's see. Yeah, but that is interesting. I wonder what's going on with Voz over in Mexico, because if it's a custody battle, it sounds like a feminist woman. That sucks, man. It sucks to have to go through custody battles. And how do they do no-fault divorce in Mexico? Does anybody know? Let me see. Is there no-fault divorce in Mexico? Yes, no-fault divorce does exist in Mexico. Between 2008 and 2017, states across Mexico introduced a unilateral no-fault divorce known as divorcio in casado. The law allows one spouse to legally end a marriage in a family court without needing the other partner's consent and without proving fault like infidelity or abuse. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, papas. No, my data is from Mex, US, and Canada. Yeah, I wanna hear it, Papa's next time you come up. Let's see here. So, guys, would you guys mind getting these likes up to attract more dissenters? I want to hear some feminists. Take my kids, but when they turn 18, you'll never see them again, I promise. Irving? All right, Irving. Yeah, nice to meet you. My name is James. Well, while I have the time, guys, while you guys are here, I want to talk about something that I found interesting about some of the data I looked through of one of the feminists. They like to use this intimate partner violence survey very often, and I find the data pretty dubious because of the way they use the terms. I hear a lot of women. I hear a lot of women claim that women are more likely to experience violence or abuse or SA from a partner. Well, I think the reason why we kind of intuitively believe it is because, well, if you're at home alone, you're less likely to get beat upside the head or coerced because you're alone. You're alone. I think perhaps if you go outside, you're going to have some issues as far as getting protection. If men are likely going to be a deterrent from other criminals, but as long as you're in the home, you stay at home, or you stay around your girls, you're probably not going to be bothered by men. But I find it very interesting how they really mess up these data sets, and they kind of play very vague with the terminology so that they can use sweeping statements later on. And I'll explain to you. In the intimate partner violence survey that I've found cited very often is the way that they categorize sexual violence. So it's not just penetrative, RAPE, but it's sex through coercion. It could be unwanted touching. So unwanted touching is violence. And I'll explain in one way that I found very interesting. Let me just pull up my last thread I was looking at. So in the survey, they call domestic violence an umbrella term that they put under that umbrella, which would qualify as domestic violence, this: unwanted sexual experiences involving but not sexual penetration, such as being kissed in a sexual way or having sexual parts groped or grabbed. So, by this example, if you did not want, let's just say your guy that you're with, you guys start kissing, and he grabs your butt, and you push him away. That is considered violence. Here's another absurd way. Sexual coercion is another way. Unwanted sexual penetration that occurs after a person's pressured in a non-physical way. Sexual coercion refers to unwanted vaginal, oral, or sex after being pressured in a way that include being worn down by someone who repeatedly asked for sex or shared they were unhappy. Feeling pressured by being lied to or being told promises that were untrue, having an intimate partner, threats to end a relationship or spread rumors, and sexual pressure due to someone using their influence or authority. So, by this example, if you have sex with someone, let's just say they're the leader of the dance class, and let's just say you regretted it later, or maybe you thought they were being too forward, but you gave in, they would call this coercion. Another way they would call this coercion, let's just say you're in a relationship and you say to your boyfriend, hey, can we have sex? And he says no. And he's like, and then you say, what about now? He's like, I mean, I don't particularly want to. I'd rather go do some homework. But you know what? I'll take this L just to make my girlfriend happy or my wife happy. That is called sexual coercion by their definitions. So they not only do they use sexual violence as a broad term, but under the definition itself the definitions themselves are very unclear. They're not useful. They are contradictory. But these are the data sets they're using. These are the data sets they're using that's informing them to say, you know what? Yeah, I should choose the bear. I should choose the bear. Because based on this survey, I'm more likely to experience intimate partner violence by a rate of 1 out of 5. But the data itself is flawed. So the moral of the story, guys, is to just read their surveys, read the data that they have given. Wait, sorry, why are you anti-feminist? Well, for one, you guys are trying to change words so that SA means hey, or sexual violence means this. If I'm kissing a chick in a car and things are getting hot and heavy and I grab her butt and she grabs she pushes my arm away, that's sexual violence. That is sexual violence. That doesn't, not only is the term not useful, it's not helpful, and it's likely dangerous, because is that something you're willing to go to put somebody in jail over? Is that someone you're going to bring someone's brother to come beat you up over? Because you guys are always trying to change words so that it means something that is not conventionally understood. Making noise just for engagement. Yeah, no problem. Kamisha, thanks for asking questions. Did you use the safe word? Yeah, it's all this. If feminists had their way, you would probably need a certificate of training in order to have sex with another human being. Because they're currently trying to change the word of consent such that anyone could be implicated after the fact if it's not enthusiastic, or if a person looks back and says, you know what, I wasn't enthusiastic enough. They can call this coercion. They can say, oh wait, you know what, I actually didn't consent to that. It makes people avoid accountability, but that's just feminism at large. Feminism is a political ideology around using the government to force other people in the society to collectively allow the women to avoid accountability. Birth control, particularly abortions. The welfare state, particularly baby mama subsidy. What's another one? Trying to make it so women get mandated maternity leave. These are all ways that women can avoid accountability. If you don't allow them to live double lives and get the benefits of both without the cost of it, you are oppressing them. That is feminism. I've been arguing with these women and feminists, male feminists, which are even worse, for about, having them up on my panel for about 3 to 4 months now, and it's always the same thing. Olivia, thanks for the follow. It's wrong for a suitor to continue pursuing if the woman denies him, but then they get mad if he stops. Yeah, it's because to have an entire political ideology and a dating praxis around women who generally don't know what they want in the first place, and respond to different things that they say they don't. Crazy work. Skyla says, I'm a feminist because I believe men and women deserve equal rights. Well, Skyla, I've never been convinced of that. No one has been able to convince me that women deserve the same rights as men. But in our culture, we just live in a society where that axiom is granted and it's never questioned. But I think the further you look into it, if you look into it honestly, you'll be convinced that women don't deserve the same rights as men. Well, TJ, you'd be surprised. Just get with a woman that isn't weird about being touched. Well, Kira, here's the thing, Kira. We have a political ideology and an institutional way of educating women to make them feel weird about being touched. To say, oh, a man being forward or a bit asserting, this is assault. This is sexual violence. That is how they want it to be framed. So it's not just that men should find women who are going to be less caring about this. We also have to be concerned about the women who are being lied to using studies like the one I just cited that make the terms unclear on purpose to prove an agenda. How don't men and women deserve equal rights? All people deserve equal rights. Why? Why do all people deserve equal rights, Kyla? Could you answer that question? So I'll answer how they I'll answer how they don't. But let me see if you give me an answer in the back. How do women not deserve the same rights to men? Because we're not equal. That's how. Because we have different responsibilities, different capabilities, therefore different authority that comes with it. So what is your answer to me when I ask you, why do women deserve equal rights? Kira, I didn't say all women. I just said there's a growing amount of people who are going to be convinced as they get into more college debt and take more women's studies classes to be convinced that unwanted touching is violence. That's dangerous. I mean, I keep saying it, but until I'm blue in the face, I'm gonna keep showing you guys what happened. That you guys, everyone heard of the DoorDash lady? If anyone's heard of the DoorDash lady, let me get some likes real quick. Has anyone heard of the DoorDash lady? Hit the like button if you heard of the DoorDash lady. All right, so no one's heard of the DoorDash lady. Hey, may I know how I can call in? Yeah, Sheen. My TikTok is going to be in the link in my bio, I think. Let's see. Oh, okay, maybe it's just delayed. Okay. So for people who haven't heard, thanks for the likes, guys. For people who haven't heard of the DoorDash lady, this is a lady that was convinced that by her going to a man's address, and when he told her to leave the food on the door, the fact that his door swung open and she was able to see him on his back naked, sleep, she called that sexual assault. That is the most insane thing. Where do you think she got this information from? She got it from gender studies. She got it from TikTok. She got it from feminists espousing dumb principles online that don't make any sense. It would be in her best interest that the judge ruled in her favor that that indeed was some type of assault, being asleep on your back and not even being able to be conscious. But there were women who, in droves, who came to defend her. There are feminists who I've debated, who I spoke with online at the time, who were willing to bat for her. That is how far the terminology has gotten. Because liberals, Marxists, feminists, they're all really good at trying to change terms and get you to accept them before the debate starts. Mistia. Unwanted touching is a problem. The DoorDash lady broke into a guy's home. Yeah, and unwantingly, she was unwanted when she touched his door. She swung it open. I'm guessing she thought it was set up. Well, this is the thing, Kira. Feminism is currently pitting women against men to the point of crying wolf and delusions of grandeur at this point. If the person knows the attention is unwanted, it's harassment. I'm not sure if you know how flirting works and how cat and mouse works. It's not always the case. Sometimes people can feign that they don't want it. But then again, we can't talk about this type of stuff or else I'll get X'd out. Voice memo guy did nothing wrong. Well, to be fair, some feminists were on the right side of history, but there are a lot that weren't. Messio, what's going on?
Hi, I just came in and I got the tail end. What was that story? I really wanted to. You said some lady was Uber or something.
Yeah, so
Delivery.
there was this lady who was the entire scenario started out like this. There was a woman who posted a man in his home. He was asleep on a couch in the living room. She was delivering food to this house, and somehow the door was open. I'm not sure if she swung it open or if it was open. But inside the home, he's asleep on his back. I think his pants were down. I don't know if they were off or if they were just down. Perhaps he relieved himself and he went straight to sleep. However, this became kind of a overnight sensation because she was explaining how she was complaining that she was getting kicked off of the panel or off of the social media. TikTok was blocking that. Well, first is because it's a violation of privacy. And second, because it can be perceived as being obscene. You know, there was no blurring. It was just a man unedited with his cheeks out. I don't really think much was shown, but you could tell he's naked. So she was complaining somehow that this was some injustice, that she's trying to present evidence to the public. But in reality, that's not, even though she might say that, in reality what's going on is she's getting money for this, because this is a video that got hundreds of thousands of views and likes. But what has now transpired since that is, despite her complaining and being confused as to why TikTok, why she got fired from her job, door dashing, she's now facing charges in some type of either the state of New York, I think it's New York State, for that. But the aftermath of that was a lot of feminists saying, yeah, this is indeed assault, this is indeed coercion, etc. It came out the woodwork.
So did she win? Sorry, I did. That's the part. She took it to court. Is it or
So
somehow?
the owner ended up, I don't know if the owner ended up calling, I think the owner ended up pressing charges on her. It's either that or the state did. I'm not sure who, but I don't know if she was convicted yet. Someone in the chat is saying she was found guilty, but I'm not sure of that. Death Before Dishonor, thanks for the follow. What's feminist priming about violence statistics? Because they're changing the terminology. I find a lot when I try and get people to hold to their definitions, especially when we have these conversations, when they start saying, oh, this is semantic or whatever, I'm convinced now that they're trying to be sneaky and underhanded. Because if we don't understand the definitions, we can't move forward with any debate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But I thought you said for a moment like the judge sided with her. What was that on? Or...
Let me look at the most recent results here. Let's see. Let's see. She's going to be going to Oswego County jury trial on October 19. She faces felony charges of unlawful surveillance and dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image after allegedly recording an incapacitated half-naked customer and posting the video to TikTok.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Honestly, I hope she gets criminal time for this, because imagine being that guy, having to explain this to your boss, or perhaps a girlfriend you're with, or all she could have done is just said, she could have messaged him and said, hey, this is not cool what you did. I'm going to bring this to, she could have just, maybe she didn't have to talk to him. She could have just brought that to
Or Mike, I think.
She would have still got fired though. If she brought it to DoorDash, I think she would have still got fired because sending naked images, unwanted naked images to some other person, another entity, that in and of itself
But
is incriminating in a lot of states.
like at first, like just hearing this, I thought, okay, is this like a guy who purposely, like was exposing himself? But
He was
it looks
sleep
like something like he was like just said deliver the food, and
deliberately.
she would not have seen. I think she went in. You're saying like
Well, we don't know who
um
opened the door. At the time, I wasn't convinced of evidence on either side of whether she swung the door open or not.
okay.
Oh, you're talking about Lindsay Clancy. You're talking about that crazy chick who ended her kids, who sent her husband on an errand and then was able to get it done by the time he got back. Yeah, this type. I can't say what I want to say, but they should charge her with the full extent of the law.
This Lindsay Clancy, she unalived her kids or something like this.
Yeah, and her defense is that the doctors prescribed her too much. And I'm like, really?
Wait, the doctors prescribed too much of like is it some sort of
Psychotropic drugs.
but isn't that what happens at times? I mean, well, I mean, I don't know. But I've heard cases similar to that though, where people and they were successful. I mean, they did find that the person was not mentally all there.
I mean, if that's what they find, then I'll just have to submit to the ruling. But I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced because it's too deliberate. If we're talking about doing something, either fear or spur of the moment, or because you can't control your faculties, this is not something you do when it's premeditated. Seems to speak outside of that. If it's against your faculty, you're doing it when the husband's there. You're not trying to wait until he's gone. There's a level of intent there, I would argue, but
Oh yeah, you call it mens rea, for sure.
what did you say? You
Yeah.
call it? You call it what?
No, that would be. I said that's the definition of like well, or you would call it mens rea, right? The depraved mind.
Mens rea.
You actually were planning, like act reus, meaning okay, you did it, like, but you didn't mean it. But then mens rea means okay, you planned.
What language
out.
is that?
Legal terminology.
Oh, it's Latin?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
King Xenos, thanks for the heart. Appreciate it.
But yeah, like it's just. Oh, sorry.
Has Messia convinced you to end humanity yet? No. Memento. Also, she sent her husband out and Googled how long it took for him to go and get back. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. That's very unfortunate.
You guys are going through some tough times.
Well, these are the consequences of psychotropic drugs and female accountability being abandoned to its fullest extent. Now, in the feminist defense, it doesn't seem to me that that the feminists are really on her side. It seems to me at this point to be half and half.
Half and half on. Sorry.
I've seen more women. I've seen two. This is me personally. I've seen two women who I think are feminists on my side, and one who I don't follow, who I think is crazy, but she's a feminist on the other side. So I haven't really seen a lot of feminist support for that.
But in your, since you've been here, have you seen like, do you see more feminists, like women, when it comes to women, there's more feminists than not like non-feminists?
Yeah.
Is it?
I,
Okay. And
I
on
would
the
say,
men's,
but here's the thing though. I
Mhm.
probably have a bias because the people who are going to be selecting my platform, they're either the feminists who are curious or want to argue, but then it's probably going to be attracting some women who are relieved that I'm taking such a position and they're just supporting me. So it could probably skew my perspective.
Mm.
But I do
I'm
think
split.
feminism, what I will say though, is even amongst the women who are on my side, I've had to exercise some feminism out of some women who are on my side because a lot of women are feminists and they don't even know it by how they behave and what they and the type of positions
Yeah,
they support.
but that's something I noticed. Like, okay, so for example, you know the Strad wife thing? I've
Uh-huh.
listened, and I have yet to see a woman that isn't at her core, or like in some fashion, like North Americans I'm talking about, that isn't feminist. I mean, meaning like, checks the boxes that, what you said, that some of the things at some point. So it's just like, or, they would try to, for years. Like, do you know Lauren Southern?
Oh yeah, she's a quack. I think she was sleeping with Destiny. Okay,
What?
this is alleged. This is alleged. I don't want to put dirt on her
No, I
name.
don't want to go there either. Like, I don't know.
I think
I
she's a
don't know
quack.
them. But yeah, there was like that, and it's just like, okay, but do you know, like, it's somewhat like, okay, years ago I discovered all, like, I don't know if that time it wasn't the manosphere or anything. It was either you were MGTOW, Red Pill, like an MRAs. So those are like the people. I mean, Paul Elam, of course, you know him,
Yeah,
right?
that was the OG era. The OG internet manosphere era, red pill era, MRA era.
But then it's like, okay, but there was a guy also, but this guy, they completely banned him from all social media. He's the only person I know that's been deplatformed completely. His name was Stefan Molyneux.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider him red pill, but yeah, he was definitely he was definitely in the manosphere. He was a philosopher, so that just put him in the manosphere. But I actually learned a lot of my philosophical communications and debate tactics from Stefan. He's one of the atheists in my head that I respect the most.
Wait, was he? He was atheist?
Yeah,
But
he's
he
an
was a
atheist through and through.
libertarian.
Yeah,
He
definitely
was a
on.
libertarian.
Well, real quick, I think I'm getting some feedback from somebody. T
Yeah, I
South,
could see South. You're
South, what's going on? T South, what's your age?
What's going on, man? I'm 34.
Thanks for coming out. What brings you up today?
Yeah, because I just kind of heard you guys talking about MGTOW. And I kind of remember when I was younger, like around like my early 20s, I was really taking in that like red pill content.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I thought it was a good idea, but obviously now looking back, I just kind of laugh at it. But like, if you don't mind me asking, like, what are your views on MGTOW?
Men going their own way. It has a lot of variation of how people tend to move, but I think the people who are practicing it most seriously are men who have just decided they will no longer give women long-term relationships. They're no longer going to marry women. They just won't marry. That's how I've observed MGTOW to act. Some of the things they say about women, I think are true, but the prescriptions I think is not sound. Because if men are going away and not marrying, then where are the kids of the next generation? Where's the next men? Where are the next men going to be created?
Can I give a response to his question too? I think one of the underlying pinnings of like modern society, right, and this is worldwide, is that it's been something inbred in men, which is the most noble thing to do in your life is to earn enough resources in order to take care of a woman and children. And I think the underlying motivation in MGTOW, even if it's not acknowledged, is a breaking of that responsibility for men to say this idea that's just been inbred for generations, that your primary role is resource creation and protection of women and children, is no longer required of you. So MGTOW can just be, so feel free to go and earn as many resources as you want with no consideration for people, society, children, right? And you can use all of those resources on yourself because whatever implicit benefit you were getting for living that kind of life, right, is no longer gone in modern society. So you're no longer bound to that kind of principle or idea.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well. It's like a rejection of responsibilities, but it's not like you said, it has a reason behind it, which was if men are being taught that they're not useful in that way. And on top of that, if they're being taken advantage of when they do meet that calling, I think it's reasonable. I can understand the response.
Oh, well, yeah, thank you guys for that breakdown there. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
But I really,
secret. Go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
Mestia, go ahead.
I really like the you know the MGTOW, those guys. Like it was like more like focus on you.
I wonder why.
Sorry. I'm so
Yeah. Well, I mean,
wonder why.
MGTOW it honestly ties very well into a antinatalist viewpoint, right? Because a MGTOW guy would say, hey, there's really no benefit for you getting married and having children, or very little benefit. So focus your life on your own, whatever is your lusts and wants and needs, and don't worry about providing for other people. So like
No,
it honestly
okay.
leads to a very antinatalist kind of
No,
nihilistic
no. So
viewpoint.
so those guys, right? There were guys who were, but the thing is, deep down, you could see they wanted like a family. They wanted to. So at least they started it off there, but then they would segue into. I mean, I don't think like let's say 10, 15 years ago, the guys who joined, let's say, that movement, who were part of that, you know, I don't think today majority of them are just, you know, like single. I like to
No,
think that, you know,
Richard Cooper's one of them. Richard Cooper's a steadfast MGTOW guy. Who else is not? Donovan Sharp. He's not as MGTOW as he used to be because he's married now. Who else? Joker from Joker. I don't know. I think that's his YouTube name. He's MGTOW for sure. There's still MGTOW. It's just not as much of a popular movement as it used to be. Similar to Red Pill, it's not as popular as it used to be.
I was curious. I wanted to ask whether or not anyone else in here, if you guys have had a similar experience. So, I used to be very Red Pill and MGTOW, like maybe 10 or 15 years ago, or something like that. But I would, and for reference, I'm 42 at this point. I traveled the world quite a lot, and I had the strangest experience maybe about 7 or 8 years ago when I encountered a woman. I met her in LA, but she was from Korea. And suddenly, I found her to be, when I first met her, I first thought she was a sociopath because I couldn't imagine that there would be a woman that would behave this way or treat me the way that she did. But I found myself starting, through her treatment toward me, I found myself I felt new values start to just arise in me almost very naturally. Like all of the MGTOW stuff, all the Red Pill stuff, it didn't even apply to the relationship in any kind of way. And she was very kind to me, very loving to me, answering Kira. She was very respectful towards me. She wanted to introduce me to her family. She had very healthy habits. She wasn't toxic in the slightest.
At
She had a
first.
sense of she was never toxic, never she was just a wonderful person. And I thought she must be a liar. She must be, I grew up in LA, so I'm like, she must be a terrible person. But no, she was absolutely wonderful. And long story short, she made me turn into this type of person who I wanted to provide for her. She wanted me to be fair. She wanted to be fair with me. She didn't want to take advantage of me. And she made me want to become a kind of father figure. And she made me very naturally, without asking me, without pressuring me, she made me want to be a much better man. And she made me essentially, without any effort, suddenly now I want to have a family, and I want to be more of a father figure. And yeah, we're still together. We're married.
Oh,
And
I
we
thought
never are.
I thought you're priming some type of tragedy in the.
No, this is
Sorry.
like I said. No, I'm wondering if any of you guys have had a similar experience, because there is so much dating advice all over TikTok, all over YouTube, all over Instagram. But really, at the end of the day, I'm very shocked to say that it truly comes down to mate selection. And it's like, I mean, I found this person, and she's wonderful, and we never argue about anything. And even though we're dramatically different types of people, it's like it really just comes down to mate selection. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
I think one of the things, because I mean I'm in a very like similar relationship, right? So
yeah,
I understand the motivation that's driving things like Red Pill and MGTOW, right?
yeah,
Because I
same.
understand the modern culture, right, that has really focused on the satiating the self, right? That is the ultimate ideal of the modern culture, is that you yourself is the uplifted priority, and that any
Yeah,
experience and people and relationship, if it's not helping you to actualize yourself above all others, right, then it's somehow a detriment to you, and you should avoid it.
yeah,
Whereas
that's right.
previous to that would have been much more about, there's this motivation of self-sacrifice, and it was a really noble life for a man to self-sacrifice for his wife and children, and a woman to self-sacrifice for her husband and her children, and people to sacrifice for their church and their community. So there was always this idea that the whole was, right, added some sort of value to you intrinsically, even if it didn't benefit you like specifically as an individual.
Yeah,
And I think that most people live in modern cultures find there's very, very few people and options where they find that kind of exception like you found in that relationship. I had
yeah,
to leave the US culture to find somebody who had that kind of same ideal, right? And we are very well together. I would just say it's very rare. And I try not to like mock other people who don't have it, because it takes
yeah.
most people can go through dozens and dozens of relationships and never find somebody who still holds those ideals anymore.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. Like a lot of people, especially a lot of women, they make fun of, I don't know what they call them, but the guys who go overseas to look for wives or
Passport
whatever.
bros.
Passport bros.
Yeah,
Man.
passport bros. And it's like, I didn't even hear about this term until after I'd already married this girl. And granted, I met her in LA, but it's like, and to respond to Skids, no, she's not stroking my wallet. I'm not some exceptionally wealthy person. She herself, she prides herself on being able to, lend to the household where she can. And like I said, like she really is like an outlier of a type of person, and it
She
really
comes from
just
an honor
goes.
culture, though.
Yeah, she comes from an honor culture, and it's interesting because it makes me want to honor her more and honor, the relationship a lot more. And to have that, and I think a lot of men start out, I think it's kind of an instinct in men to want to do that, and I think that they end up falling on their face with a lot of like toxic Western women, and it drives them towards like MGTOW and red pill type things, because they realize, oh, this isn't available to me, and so it makes them resentful. But when you do find it to be reciprocated, it allows a man to really find kind of like a new wind within himself to want to provide it, and to really be
But
all
you
that
can see
more sacrificial.
secret, like a lot of modern men, right? Like especially in the US, not only are there not women who are looking for that, but it's actually been almost told to men that there's something shameful to want to be the provider and protector of a family. So
Yeah, that's
men
right.
have had a lot of feedback that maybe that inner desire that's been passed on to be that kind of person to go generate excess
Been
resources to take care of
demoralized.
others is some sort of controlling, toxic, right? It's a failing and a bad character trait to have within you. And the natural response to that is then to go, well, fuck it. I guess I just take care of myself then. That's what everybody
Yep.
wants. So
Yeah,
the
that's right.
MGTOW is kind of the, well, fuck it, right, response.
Just throw your
to
hands
that.
up. And real quick, Mesty, I wanted to answer Irving in the chat. So Vaz is saying, can someone explain he said real quick, someone please explain the context behind the red pill. From my understanding of how it came about was it actually came about from the pickup community. The pickup artistry community. I think it's even people like Roosh V or like Mystery or freaking even Rollo Tomasi at the time. Just forum type conversations around how women respond to things, and then it really becoming more of like a psychological or a psychology analysis or evolutionary psychology analysis of certain things. So it's just, I think it just became like a consortium of a group of men collecting how women respond to things, and then stories around that, and then a little bit of data and science. I think that's how it started. Does anybody have a different rendering of that?
Yeah, and the red pill comes from Matrix, obviously, right? Where, he's offered the red and the blue pill, and the blue pill means, hey, go along with living the lie. And when Neo takes the red pill in the movie, it means he'd rather see the world for the way it really is and not for the lie that people tell you. So that's the nature of why they call it red pill is, hey, if you want to know women's actual true nature, take the red pill. And you won't no longer believe the lie that people tell you of women's nature is, but you'll know how they really operate. Now, I'm not saying but that's the essential idea is, do you want to know the truth about women's nature? Take the red pill, or take the blue pill and just go on and keep believing the lie.
And blue pill tends to be a pejorative that people use towards other men who are either uninitiated into this type of thinking, or who refuse to acknowledge or see how women are, but still decide to. It will be kind of like Cypher, I think, in the Matrix.
Yes, they just go.
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead, Misty. Yes, sorry.
Oh, thank you so much. But I wanted to say, I found that there is, listening to that, the nature of women, there is inherently something toxic about that I see, which is they're talking about women, right? In general, this is the way they are. When you were this is the question I have. When you were growing up, did you not watch? I used to watch. There was a guy, a British guy named Desmond Morris, and he used to talk about it's the different genders, various things about and how the different sexes, how they communicate, all kinds, from the animal kingdom to between humans and all that, and even just picking up a science book. And even though human, it's a little bit more intricate than that. How do you miss that? And then you are suddenly oh my God, I needed this red pill, basically.
How?
Because the nature of women is different from an American woman is different from a woman that's in Iran. Inherently, of course, there is some things that are the same, and those things you would find in any sociological or any of those books if you bother to read. And it boggles me, oh, I'm gonna now, I know I can rest in peace because women, I know their nature, and they still don't know. And that's something I've noticed. Some guys and then go into relationship and then it fails. Did you really learn the nature of women, truly?
All right. Well, there's a lot of things in that you said, and I do. As much as I disagree with the red pill, I tend to want to defend them a lot because I think a lot of what they say is very true. If it did indeed come from pickup artistry, learning how women respond to certain behaviors or who tends to be more effective with women compared to others, this is very good knowledge to have because if you. It's not about the technique. I actually am a student of pickup artistry and of red pill, and I owe a lot of my success that I have with women because of how not the technique I practice, but who I've become with understanding certain parts of reality. Women are going to be a certain way, such that they will respond more favorably to men who are more charismatic. They will respond more favorably to men who are indifferent or who are not supplicated to them. These are good principles to know as a man because you tend to question yourself am I going to do this because of who I want to attract, or is this who I actually am? So it's not just about the technique. It's about who you become. And if pickup artistry is effective, then it shows that there is an element of red pill that is very much functional and it has a good part for society.
But
Is it mostly good? No. But then when you
but
say
growing up,
you grew up with a certain type of man who talks about the scientific aspects of men and women. That's not how Americans grew up. Americans grew up with the Disney Channel or Disney movies where there was Snow White, what else? The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, and all the princesses that come with those. Cinderella.
okay.
So we grew up with, we have a more romantic society where both men and women, as their children, they romanticize each other. And what happened from that is men are coming to realize how women behave in the club, or when they have alcohol in them, or when no one's watching. This is not a princess. There's no honor here. There's no. I thought if I acted a gentleman, I would get lady treatment. No, as a matter of fact, they tend to devour these type of men. Is that all women? No, but the women in the West, particularly in America, they definitely behave like this on a balanced probabilities. But it's not, the reason why I bring this up is because it's not that you should change for women. You should just understand this part about reality in order to protect yourself. Because what they're explaining is just, all they're doing is pointing to observations that make sense in reality. Other scripture could have said it, other old sayings, other traditions could have said it, but this is just coming back to acknowledging what has already been said in the past. It's more of a rediscovery as much as it, instead of it's being like a new thing, more of a
oh my God.
rediscovery.
I just had an aha moment. Like I really was right now. Like this is like a teachable moment. Like I learned something truly. I mean, because I was like, for the longest time, thank you so much. No, I get it now. Okay, I get it fully. Because the thing is like, and the question I was going to ask you was, oh, well, didn't their parents teach them? Didn't society? But you just explained it because the society was, that Disney, the romanticized version. And they grew up basically not knowing. Oh, okay. That really makes sense.
But women used to be like this. They're not like this anymore. That's the entire
and there's a
point.
romanticized view of women, right, where it almost lifts women up on a pedestal, right? So a lot of men are very surprised when they go, wait, women cheat too? And then actually now women 18 to 30 cheat more than men, right? But that's, if you go back inbred, it's like this idea of like, well, no, men are the ones who are they're the ones who are constantly driven by their sexual need and looking outside. And if a marriage fails, it's the man's fault always. Right. And there's some nature of going, oh, no, women are just as fallible as men, but in different ways. And it's kind of eye-opening to men who grew up in a culture or something that basically idolizes women. Right. And demeans men. And then now what can men do with it when they take the red pill? Right. I think a lot of times the way people look bad on the red pill is what men decide to do once they're enlightened. Do you use that enlightenment to then just feel resentful at women and then just, have sex with as many of them as you can and then toss them to the side? In other words, you have some enlightenment to the fallibility of women, so therefore you feel resentful and no remorse for what you do to them, right? Or do you go down other avenues of just understanding, like, how do you incorporate that kind of information into a healthy long-term relationship, right?
Yeah. No, but what do you mean
how it's
by
practiced
red pill,
is really how it's practiced is really the problem. That's what the red pill has. They made their own position wrong by how they practice it.
Yeah, but bro, I think that red pill, like, if you're a red pilled guy,
Cope, thanks for coming
following,
Go ahead.
following these kind of these manosphere kind of guys, like you're almost a victim to them in my kind of eyes, because when you're subscribing to these point of views, you're contributing to the beta bucks mentality. You know what I mean? What these red pill guys are promoting is the fact that you need to improve, you need to, become this alpha guy, you need to become a high value man.
You kind of do though.
Yeah, you kind of do.
But, bro, you have to understand.
Here's the thing.
So Cope, let Cope finish his point.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
What I'm saying here is that these guys, they're all promoting some shit. They're all promoting their courses. They're all promoting these guides on how to be an alpha man. If you are falling victim to these red pill manosphere kind of guys, you are not seeing the full picture of what's actually happening in the dating market.
Yeah, I agree.
Because what they're promoting is only it's only a facet of what is actually happening, right? Like, obviously promoting yourself and improving yourself is going to be a good thing, but the actual topic of what's happening here is you didn't need to go and do like 10 cosmetic surgeries and go to the gym every day.
All right, well, that's
and
black pill.
become,
That's
you know,
black
like,
pill. That's different.
Yeah, that's
That's
no,
black
but
pill.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, you go to Hamza, you go to all these manosphere guys. They're saying you got to make the most amount of money. Andrew Tate, like all these people, you're gonna say you got to make the most amount of money. You got to go to the gym. You got to be jacked. Like, what happened to just having a real relationship? You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, those
the
guys
thing
are
is
knowingly selling programs to like 16-year-olds and
But
17-year-olds.
that's what the red pill is, right?
No,
it's you have to
there
understand the
isn't a single
historicity of
definition,
it.
right? So it's there's
I
a
mean-
thousand different guys who, I mean, if you can point out the stats and say, hey, open your eyes to the reality of human nature, got it. And you're right, some of those people then use that in a very specific negative, right, toxic way that leads men to very unhealthy places. But I've also heard some really, honestly, quite sound people that go, hey, you know, throughout history, the bottom 40% of men never got to reproduce, right? So there's always been an idea, an inequality between the genders where men do need to be above average in order to be desired by women. So does that mean that you have to like take this like resentment idea? But like if you're a young man though, and you're like average, you say, yeah, you're gonna have to go build a competency, go get really good at something, right? Find something you're passionate about, get a mission, become physically fit, right?
Voss, thanks for
these are
sharing the
not
live.
No, that's
unhealthy
facts, bro.
traits
That's
to
facts.
pursue, right?
What I'm saying is that nowadays a lot of these guys they make the idea that this is like kind of a natural dating atmosphere. This is not the way that it should be. You know what I mean? You should not be having to do all these sort of things to
What's the way
become
it
the
should
top
be?
1% kind of guy.
What's the way it I mean, like, do you think a guy who's a 3 should
The way that it should
be a
be
3?
the way that it should
How
be
should
is
it
that
be?
the guy who's a 3 goes with the girl who's a 3, right?
But that's
Right
never
now
been the case.
what's happening is that the girl who's a 3 thinks that she should be going with the 7.
Yeah, but has the 3 ever had a 3?
right though.
The bottom
As is
40%
her
of
right.
men never
Is
reproduce.
it her right? Is it her right?
Yes. Just
Mm,
like for you, well, I mean, you could say and rant
I
and
don't
rave.
disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I think that is the way that women are wired, but I don't think that is beneficial to society.
yeah, they're
Because
becoming
in-
too hypergamous.
w-
Black
in
pill has a
history-
point.
Wait. Let me say something. In history, we had these social and economic, religious, and political pressures that kept hypergamy in check, right? Like in historical society, if you were a woman who was 25 years old, who wasn't married, who didn't have a husband, like 40, 50 years ago even, you would be looked at like, it would be like weird, right? So nowadays,
but-
when we're promoting this society where women have the freedom to cheat on their boyfriends and do whatever they want, completely disregarded.
No. But I don't agree with the cheating part. I don't think like that is
Okay,
you
but
know,
here's the
like,
thing.
but-
Here's the
but-
thing. If you were
Sorry.
with a boy and you
Yeah, but
found
we- okay,
someone,
no,
you
but
found
wait,
someone that
wait,
was more attractive, better,
But Cope, you're bouncing
you could
all
break
over the
up with
place.
him. You could break up with your boyfriend in today's society that you were with long term. You could break up with him immediately, and there would be no repercussions, right?
Yeah, and that's a good thing, though. That's a Cope. That's
No,
a good
it's
thing.
not.
Like, if a
It's
woman
not a good
doesn't want to
thing.
wait.
But this
Well,
is,
well,
it
wait,
really
wait,
depends
wait.
on
All
the
right,
let's see it.
let Messi.
Wait, I want to go. Wait, can I go? Like, okay, I want
Messi,
to
go
hear
ahead.
it. Like Cope. Sorry. So Cope, right? You kind of segued a little bit. You said like they used to check hypergamy, and that was a good thing. I don't think that was a good thing, right? Like if you're curbing like women's freedom, right? Because or even men's, right? I see that as a bad. Like
So
if
do you
you're,
think it's better
Let her
nowadays?
Let her land her point
where-
first. Hold on.
Wait. Do you think it's
Cope.
better?
Let him,
Let
let
him
him
in the middle.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, the guys.
Nowadays, when women can choose whoever they want and have the freedom to divorce their husband, break up with their boyfriend with no repercussions, do you think that's better?
110% better. Because the thing is, if a woman decides, okay, she's married, she doesn't want to be married to this man, or she has a boyfriend and she doesn't want to be with this boyfriend, right? It's her prerogative, right? And
So
you're
here's
saying
the
that
thing. Here's the thing.
what should happen in your world view?
Well, here's the thing. Women will decide they don't want to be with their boyfriend only because a hotter guy walks by them on the street. They will decide immediately that they will be attracted to this guy instead of their boyfriend.
That's not
And they
how
can-
actually female nature, like biological, like it just doesn't
That
work
is
like that.
that
but
is how female nature works. But I
It
don't
doesn't.
think that they should be allowed to do that in society.
So what do you think should happen? I just want to get to that part. What do you think should happen? Should they be forced and face harsh consequences if they are too hypergamous, or if they are?
I think
Yeah,
what
yeah,
we
they
need
should
what we
face
need is a
stonings.
return. What we need
Like
is
other
a
parts of
return
the
to the
world.
traditional.
Get the
I mean,
rocks.
that's
Oh my-
that
Get the
really
rocks.
is the radical.
Does shame
That is the
count as
radical
force,
result.
Nastia?
That's why that exists.
That actually,
because
even
that's
in those
female
places,
What
they
nature,
we
don't.
need to do,
Wait,
you know,
what we need to
kept
do
under
is
Real
Wait,
quick,
wait,
guys,
wait,
one at a
wait,
time.
guys,
Cope,
guys,
Cope, how
one
about
at a
this?
time.
Does this sound like a
Wait,
good
Cope,
answer,
wait.
Cope? Does this sound like a good answer? Just repeal no-fault divorce. That'll help. That will
I
help
don't think
curb.
that divorce is a
We'll-
bad
we'll-
thing. I don't think.
Hold on
that-
a second.
I
Hold on
don't
a
think-
second. Wait a minute. You just said you don't think it's good for women to have to end marriages without consequence. So I'm telling you, if we get rid of no-fault divorce, this will curb hypergamy. Will it not?
No fault divorce. What do you mean by that?
No-fault divorce was something that was implemented in our country, I think in the 60s or maybe 70s, where women don't need to have a reason to get divorced anymore. Before, they needed to prove some type of domestic violence situation or infidelity.
And it was both genders, right?
Both genders.
Yeah, yeah. Neither gender needs to.
Yeah,
prove
I think get rid of that. Get rid of that right away. Like, I don't have a problem with divorce if there's actually some problem in the relationship. Like, I don't think there's an issue if you divorce your husband if you're being domestically abused. Like,
Yeah, well, that would have been the case
I don't
back
have an issue
before
with that at all.
no-fault divorce.
What I do have an issue with is today's societal values, where it is just completely okay to divorce your husband or break up with your boyfriend and go cheat, like whatever. You know, these girls, you get hit up by a guy on Instagram nowadays, and you know, Chad from Miami who drives a Lamborghini hits up your local town girlfriend, right?
She's going
Like,
with the wind.
I don't think that it should be. I don't think that the women should have the ability to be able to break up with you right away and go with those kind of guys, right?
Well, that
ask,
is something
what is it?
we can't really I don't know how we can institutionally curb that. But here's how we can cope. Get rid of no-fault divorce so that women can't just divorce a man to go sleep with Fabio.
Well,
That's
you
the
have to
first
do
thing.
is-
Second thing is you get rid of you ban I don't know if I can say that word. You make
alimony and child support.
exactly. You get rid of alimony, child support, so that they can't have a incentive to leave their husband, and you get rid of you make abortions illegal.
But women who are still working a high-paying job can have the ability to divorce their husband.
Yeah, but you're
No, but if it's
limiting it.
illegal to have a no-fault divorce, if it's not, if your marriage can no
I
longer be,
agree with you. I agree with you.
if it can no longer be sanctioned for you to do that, then you can't do it. I mean,
But I just want
I think that right now
I
the women are being trained in a sort of environment where the promotion is just to be the most hypergamous that you can.
the only way that they're able to do that is because feminism was able to change the laws.
That's what I'm saying.
We
dude.
have to
I think
repeal
that we
those
should
and you're
laws.
paid to
we
do
should
it.
restore the
Right?
social.
You're
order.
incentivized as a woman in Western society to leave your husband. You get more
Exactly, man.
financial
Exactly.
resources from doing it. So
This is
remove those
what happens
incentives.
in Western society nowadays.
And
Women,
this is why, like,
they will be
as a-
hypergamous in their youth. They'll be hypergamous. They'll hook up with Chad. And they won't care that it's just a short-term relationship.
But
And then
so-
in their older age, they'll realize, oh, I can't actually be with this guy. So I'm gonna have to hook up with Oofy Doofy. I'm gonna have to go with
okay,
this guy
that's
that's a
Okay,
beta
wait.
bucks provider.
Yeah, because
okay.
it is
Can I
it
just-
is relatively Go ahead,
I mean,
Messia.
that's the facts.
Well, yeah,
that's the
it's
facts of
embarrassing
what
to
today's-
men to be that dude. A lot of men find this embarrassing.
Well, here's the thing. There's a million guys that are lining up to be that dude.
They just
There's
they would want
never
to do it
going-
quietly.
This is like part of the problem is that there's always another guy. There's even if you're a girl that's divorced, like had a kid with another guy, there's always gonna be that oofy doofy, guy that's gonna provide for you.
Well,
Like,
Kara
that's-
says,
that-
Kara says, yeah, both genders, but we are being critical of, or we're being critical of women here. Women are more responsible, Kira.
We are
Unfortunately,
being
they are
critical
the
of women here
gatekeepers
because women
right when
are the
it comes to
problem
this,
in this
so
situation.
They have a unique
okay.
responsibility.
Okay, so can I just so Secret was saying earlier something about he said stoning. We should stone them because they do that.
Disavow.
That's a complete joke, by the way. But
Okay,
the
it was a
reason,
joke.
reason
Okay.
why,
No,
the reason-
wait.
yeah,
I
of
just
course.
want wait.
I mean-
Secret. I want to correct you because you said they do that in other countries. They don't do that actually. They do
What
that
about
for like
Iran, huh?
adultery.
In
What
some
about Iraq?
places, in some
Just a
places,
second.
Let
Adultery.
Messia cross-examine
Just a
here.
second. My goodness. Okay, just guys, please. What I was saying was they have to they do that in some countries for found adultery. That's proven adultery, not for for leaving your husband. That doesn't happen.
But my point, but my point is that even for women who don't commit adultery to their husbands, Islam in general has an absolute kind of radical degree of control over female beauty and over women in general, because of the kind of impact that it has not only on culture but on men. Like that is the impact of female sexuality on men to such an extent to where you have to control it so dramatically that you cover the woman entirely outside of the eyes. It's like,
but that's okay. So you're missing parts of that. So what I have come to know is in those cultures, right? And I'm not too sure about Saudi Arabia, and Iran is drastically changing since they had the revolution about a year ago or so. Most of Muslim countries now, women are free either to wear or not wear that covering.
Okay, I don't know.
That's
I don't know
outside-
where you're
Just
getting
to-
these ideas from. I don't know where you're getting the ideas from. But there was no revolution in Iran in the last year.
No,
I
there
do
was
not,
a
I do
movement.
not know.
There
I
was
do
a
not know
movement.
what
There-
you're talking about.
Okay, so
or
do you
where
want me
you
to-
have
okay,
even
just a
got these ideas from? Because
Can I
in
just
these
say-
in
okay.
these Sharia
Oh my
law
God.
countries, in these countries, you are completely wrong. The women are oppressed in Sharia countries. Like I don't know what you're trying to advocate
Okay, so
for here.
do you
All right,
mind?
well,
Okay, do you
yeah,
want to
go
let
ahead.
me
Go
talk?
ahead,
Okay,
Estia.
so there was a movement. If you want to listen, Cope, right? It was called Women Freedom Life. I don't
Women
think you heard
Freedom
about
Life?
that. Yep.
Okay.
Go look it up. Women Life Freedom or something of that variation, but those 3 words were in it. And that was the movement. It started basically, it was a couple of years ago. There was a woman, and because of her headscarf, the police were talking to her, and then they took her to the station. She ended up passing away. And what happened was there was a mass protest saying basically this has gone too much. This the hijab law. By the way, I have been to Iran twice. So, Cope, you might want to hold your tongue. But there is from a part of it that's like the freedom aspect. I 100% agree that women there at that time, it was before the revolution. So, I mean, you had to wear the headscarf, no way around it. It was or else
Okay,
you
what's
get
the point you're making here?
The point I'm making is you said there was no revolution, there was, and now you have women walking around in the cities without head covering. So there is that.
It's just less enforced.
Okay, so what are you trying to say? That we should be like Sharia countries?
Well, I mean, isn't that what you were basically that's what you were after. You were saying we should prevent women from being
we should be like
Oh
Sharia
my
countries.
gosh,
You guys
Mestia.
are misunderstanding.
Come on, Mestia.
No, I mean,
I started this whole thing.
if
Can
you
I
want
bring it back?
if you want to tremble on on women's freedom,
No,
that's where you're
listen.
headed.
All right, well,
The
Messia,
point-
1 second before you start.
Okay.
Secret, 1 second. Secret.
Yeah.
Over. What is your age? Over.
Oh, I am 19.
All right, what brings you up today? Over.
Okay, so you guys were talking about Iran and like the girl at the very bottom is committing a slippery slope fallacy. She is saying that that we'll end up like Iran if we like enforce patriarchy, which I frankly disagree with. Like we have seen like the past 100 years that patriarchy could be enforced without without it slipping into an Iran.
Yeah, but basically, I mean, if you've seen all the patriarchy, it seems to go double down on women's freedom more than men's. Why is that?
That's
Can you
what
answer
the patriarchy is about.
that? Yeah, and I reject
Patriarchy
that.
is
So don't be
primarily about men
surprised.
controlling other men, right? In
No,
order to
it's
have
about
certain
actually
ideals.
double
How,
soul
how can you
controlling.
how can you argue
That's what he just
against
said.
the patriarchy? How can you
Because
argue
it doesn't
against the
benefit me.
patriarchy?
If something
of course it
doesn't
does.
benefit me, I shit on it. That's what I
Okay,
do.
okay.
Why
When
wouldn't a
in
patriarchy
history,
benefit you?
in history,
Hold on,
patriarchy
because
has created
This
all
man.
of society.
Cope, hold on a second. Cope, let's just let
patriarchy could be
let
So
him.
what? That doesn't mean you get
Hey.
to step on my neck.
Miss
Cope.
Tia,
Can I?
patriarchy could be
I gotta
a
bring
really
this home, you
strong man
guys.
saying, "Hey, in my tribe, we respect our women, and we don't we don't DV them. All right, we respect them. We
Yeah,
include
but
them.
also,
And
okay,
if that
sorry, but
strong man
Xenos,
can control the other men to say, yes, this is what we uphold to, the women benefit by that strong man implementing that patriarchy.
Bad.
I
And
agree with you.
Messia,
That's a beautiful.
before you
Wait, wait,
respond to
wait,
that, hold on, Messia.
wait, wait.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
Calero, thanks for the heart. Just where
I
is Met?
mean,
Well, let's
But
go
I
ahead.
agree with
Messia.
Xenos. I agree with Zeno. But the thing is, it's also like it's very, very nicely put, right? But that's not where it stops. It also is, and you've all the panel were agreeing on this. You know, they says no to AB, for example. So that's like not like it's like a no-brainer, right? Like that's not
No to
something
what?
no to
AB.
abortion,
Oh no
right?
I'm pro-abortion.
Oh my Cope, you're all over the place.
Guys,
You even this is the hardest I heard Messia laugh. What the hell is wrong with you?
Here's the
guys,
thing.
Miss Tia, you have 195 patriarchies that you can choose from around the world, right? All of them have different levels of which how they respect, right?
Yeah.
portray women. Is there a utopian version? Of course not, right? But there is
closest
not
is
one
where we
version
are.
of the patriarchy, right?
guys, this
Yeah,
conversation is spiraling
Just be
out of
communist,
control.
bro. Just be
Let me bring
communist.
this. Let me bring this home, you guys. So the whole reason that I even mentioned Islam at all is because we have a lot of red pill guys and we have a lot of MGTOW guys, and you have everybody complaining, a lot of men complaining in the manosphere about what to do in the world. People are talking about all of these things at the legislative level. They're talking about societal change at a scale that they're completely unprepared to do anything about. And people start to go down the line of thinking that does lead to something like what Islam would promote. And that's why I made the joke, because I find it ridiculous that we're over here trying to find solutions for us people in the West, for Americans. And
Yeah,
all you
Islam is not the way, bro.
Yeah,
Islam
exactly.
is not the
That's
way.
why it's a joke. But-
Like
and that's why-
if you guys think Sharia law is chill, like
That-
you're tripping.
there are some people who there are men in the manosphere who are going down that track.
I know, bro.
where
It's
they're thinking that
MGTOW
way.
guys.
Oh,
it's MGTOW
like
guys,
Sneeko
bro.
and freaking Tate, huh?
Yeah,
That is
precisely.
interesting, huh?
No, bro, that's what I'm trying to say. You guys,
so-
if you believe Sneeko and Tate and like
No.
all these other guys,
No,
like
but
you are
I'm
a
saying
victim
this
of
is-
the red pill, bro.
This
Like,
is where the manosphere. This is where it directs. However, I myself, as a purple pilled guy, I don't know if you've heard of this term.
Yeah, I heard
Um,
purple pill.
All you can
What
really
is that?
do.
purple
You
pill
just
sounds like
combine
coke,
red
bro.
and blue together.
Yeah.
Sounds
So
like coke.
The practice you combine together.
All right,
like-
what's a purple pill mean? Because I'm
So
curious.
let
here.
me. So I was talking earlier about how I encountered this wonderful woman. I got married to her, and I'm having a very wonderful time for like the past
So you're married. You're
7 or
married.
8 years. Yeah. And it caught me off guard because prior to this, in my 20s and 30s, I was a pickup artist, and I was also kind of a dating coach, and I also
From when?
traveled all
When
over
were
the
you
world.
born? 1990s.
I was born in the mid 80s. I'm 42.
All right, so bro, like it's a different scene now, bro. It's a different scene now.
As a guy who dated 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds in his early 30s, let me tell you, it's not that different. And my point is it's all about mate selection. As a guy who wants to be able to take control and take command over his life and over his future without relying on legislative change, societal change, or some other large sweeping,
Yeah,
modification
all
of
that shit's
culture.
coke.
all you can really do is improve yourself, choose a right mate, and then remember all of the things that you learned about Red Pill that are still true to be able to protect yourself in the event that Chad does somehow come in and seduce your wife, which is still possible, and you still
Okay,
have to keep
I
that
think
in
you're
mind.
getting it wrong here. What you gotta understand is that the women nowadays are not the same, bro. Chad will come in and seduce
Not
your
all
wife.
of
That's
them.
like
Like I
the
said,
point.
it's up
That's
to
what I'm
you.
Yeah,
going
this
off.
is
My
you're
point is,
black. Cope is black pilled. Secret. He's black
yeah,
pilled.
I mean, Cope, you have
Bro,
to
look at my
travel.
profile picture.
Cope, you have to travel the world, and you have to find the right one. Are there many? Not really,
Bro,
but that's up to
I've
you.
been around the world, dog.
Right. It's just
I've been around
nihilism.
the
It's just
world.
nihilism at this point. It's just complete
You know?
nihilism.
Okay.
It's
I'm just gonna tell you
super
guys.
black
I'm
pill
just gonna
Cope.
tell you guys. It's really hard to find a woman that I would actually want to date long term
All right.
nowadays.
What
as
is
a
your
20-year.
age?
It
How
is
old are
hard.
you?
22.
What is your what are your prospects? You got a job? You got your own spot?
I got my own house. I got my own job. Like,
So you don't live
here's
with
the
your
thing.
parents?
You're ready to
No,
go.
no.
All right. So
Yeah,
what's
you're set up,
stopping
dude.
you from
Go find
finding a
one.
chick and marrying her?
Nothing, bro. Nothing, bro. I'm on the dating market. Like, I go out. Like, I
So
go
are you
out on
just
a lot of
playing
dating-
reverse whack-a-mole with your wiener right now? This sounds like
No, what I'm like, dude. Like, I get laid. Like, that's not
exactly.
That's not
So
the issue.
you're being a degenerate at this point.
That's not the issue that I'm coming
That
on
is
here.
an issue. What do you mean? That's the reason why you
The
can't.
issue- the
That's the
issue
reason why
that
you
I'm saying
can't
is
connect
that-
with women because you're too suspicious of them because you think because you're getting a
Bro,
certain type of woman.
okay.
This is basically a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm
You're
seeing these
putting,
women.
you're putting words in my mouth right now.
I already know
Yeah,
you. I know you.
Okay,
No,
you're
continue.
saying that. You're
Continue.
saying that you
Continue.
don't know me at all. You don't even know what I
All
look
right.
like.
I
Bro,
asked you.
let me-
I asked you. Are you sleeping around? You just said you are.
Cope,
Right?
Yeah,
Cope,
yeah, obviously.
Do you
Okay.
use
So
dating
and
apps
there's
too?
no
Do you
reason
use
why
I
dating
do
you're
apps?
use
suspicious
dating
of
apps
women.
too.
That's your problem. You're not gonna find your wife
That's
on
my
a
problem.
fucking
Okay,
dating app.
tell me how am I gonna meet a girl when
Let me-
70% of people nowadays meet online?
Let me give you the prescription. What you do
Oh,
is you
just
find,
go out and touch grass.
Cope,
Just
are
go
you
out
want to
and meet
hear?
girls.
Do you want to hear the advice or like?
Dude,
Because this is
Bro, I have.
you're
like, this is-
becoming
I'm-
your avatar handle. You're becoming.
I'm giving you the prescription to win, dude. What you do is you go out, you focus on yourself, mind your business, go join, go whatever it is you like to do. If you like archery, go do that. If you
Yo.
like fucking reading books, join a book club. If you like yoga, do that. You like whatever, go and join clubs and find people that are not obsessed with dating, not on the dating market. Find people who are not active on these dating apps. And you choose a mate wisely. If you do want to go and fuck around and that's what you're focused on, stay in the dating apps. But if you want to finding a wife and finding a fuck are two radically different things. Like, you know, like, I mean, you could find a fucking in the next 2 hours and maybe even shorter. If you want to find a wife, you're gonna have to have a much different selection process. Very different. Like my wife, I made sure she wasn't on any dating apps. Like, you know, I wouldn't even, if I was looking for a wife, I wouldn't even go on a date with a girl. And I've never joined a dating app. It's like, it's a crazy idea to be on a dating app if you're looking for a wife.
Okay,
crazy.
do you know how fucking 80% of people nowadays meet?
Yeah, that's why I avoid the 80% of people because they're all crazy and retarded.
So you're just gonna immediately reduce your chances to only 20%.
Hold on
Absolutely.
a second. Hold on.
Absolutely.
Cope, where we can agree is that there's becoming an increasingly amount of immature women who are not ready to settle down or who have different ulterior motives. Is this true?
Yo,
But-
but
but-
host, how old are you?
I'm 33.
Yeah, so you guys, you're not tapped in on like what is actually going down right now.
If the principles
you
are the
guys-
same,
here's
if the
what you
principles
guys saying.
are the same, the
You're-
methodology won't matter. The time
No,
will
you
not
guys
matter.
you're preaching this idealistic kind of point of view.
What is your
where,
solution,
like,
Cope? What is your solution? Because all I hear
I
is
don't-
some
I-
pussy
here's the point,
ass
here's the point.
complaining. What
have
is
a
your
solution.
All right, then fuck
I don't
off.
have a solution.
Then we're not
Bro.
we're not interested in your complaining. It's like it's effeminate. Like if you're not going to be
Yeah.
a part of the solution or create them, then quit complaining. Men don't want to hear you bitch about
Yeah.
how hard it is. Like it's low key kind of gay at this point. Like
if
you want us to hold your hand. You want somebody to stroke your back about how the women you're having sex with you can't trust. Like
bro, that's not what I'm saying, dude. That's not what I'm saying. Like,
what if you have
everybody's
no
so-
solutions? You don't want to hear any of ours. Then why the fuck are you here?
I'm hearing your solutions, but I'm telling you that there's sometimes more to the problem than only it being our fault.
Please, okay,
Dude,
it's not
it's
irrelevant. It's
your
whose
reflection,
fault it
bro.
is. Okay, so then
It's your fault.
You know what I mean? Like
Take
you guys are
responsibility.
making
It's
out to
it's
me.
your fault.
Here's
It's
what
your
here's
own
what you
fault.
guys are saying. You're
Everything,
saying
everything,
I need to
everything,
improve. You know, I need
everything
to
is your
improve
fault,
myself.
bro.
I need to improve my social skills. I need to improve all this bullshit. What happened to the time where people just, you know, went on a date with each other, right?
it's
Like,
That's
gone.
gone.
It's gone.
That's gone.
It's gone, man. It's
that's
gone.
what I'm
And it's,
saying,
those are
dude. That's
good
what I'm
times.
saying, bro.
But
That's
that,
what I'm
but you're,
saying.
but nostalgia is not a prescription for the solution. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Bro,
Like,
the solution here's the thing. I don't need a prescription to this shit, bro. I'm not suffering in the dating market.
you are
What I'm
suffering.
saying is that
You are suffering. You just don't know it.
There's no women nowadays.
You're suffering
that
from delusions of grandeur. There's no women. This is false. This is a lie. What is
no,
your evidence
you
of
don't,
this?
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
There's no. What
There's
is your
no women-
evidence of this?
There's no women that'll actually understand like what's good.
Bro,
You know what I
Are
mean?
you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
No.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you're bottlenecked in
Dude,
that point. But
Go
even
join a church, bro. Go
I
join
mean,
a church and
here's the thing.
find
I wouldn't
one.
advise women to date men who are not Christians, who are Christians. So what I would recommend is, like, you're going to need to find more conservative women. You're going to have to stop fucking them. You're going to have to develop a level of abstinence so that you can actually trust someone and build an actual relationship.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're what's going on
But
is
you guys don't understand because
You
if
don't
I build a
understand.
relationship with the girl, if I build a relationship with her,
uh-huh.
it'll be the
Cool.
same thing when Chad comes along, dude.
Dude,
Cope,
this is
dude.
like a woman saying, if I don't mass a bunch of money like a goblin, then a man's just gonna beat me upside the head and use his money as a
No, but it's not
just the
same at all.
same feminine type thinking.
So-
like it's
No, but it's
scared.
not,
Here's
it's
the-
not
here's
the
the-
same at all.
Cool.
It
Here's the
is
big
because
thing.
your
First of
your
all,
fear is what's motivating your inability to change. That is the
Go.
same thing with
if
feminism.
you're
My
choosing,
fear
if
is
you're
motivating
selecting,
what?
Your
What
fear
exactly?
is
you're
motivating.
selecting a-
Secret, if I could, just real quick.
yeah, my bad.
Pope, if you want something, you have to be different. You asked us, why would we not go on dating apps? Because if 80% of the people are doing the same thing and they're getting the same result, it stands to reason that the people who are going to be most successful are going to be operating in the smaller percentage of the Pareto principle. That is a principle to explain that, of course, everybody on the society is going to be a fat fuck, but there's a select amount of people who go to the gym and they get the results of being in shape. Okay, if
That's
everybody,
why I use dating apps.
if everyone's using the dating apps, Secret's telling you don't use the dating apps. Why? Because at this point you have selection bias. It's becoming self-fulfilling because you're meeting the type of women who are proving you're suspicious of them. But it could also be there's another subset of women who don't do that, who don't act like that, but you don't want to be exposed to because you're not ready to. So what you want to keep doing is you want to keep playing reverse whack-a-mole with your wiener and keep having your delusions about women come true. Your suspicions be self-fulfilled. I'm explaining to you, hey, don't do that. Don't be like fucking clavicular. How about you say, I don't want to sleep anymore. I don't want to sleep with women anymore. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to find women who are going to find you distasteful. You say, I don't want to have sex. They're going to be like, ew, what's wrong with him? Okay, this is good. This is a good sign. This is a sign that you're repelling women who you would have attracted in the past that are self-fulfilling your ideas. This is the first thing. A second thing is be intentional with the woman you want. Explain to them that you want to marry them. You don't just want to treat them like a Kleenex. There's so many things you can do outside of being fucking black pilled. Don't tell me you've gotten some surgery yet.
Okay, no. So this
Just
is
answer that
funny.
last question. Have you gotten surgery?
That's
I
hilarious.
haven't got any surgery.
All right, please don't do that too. That's another piece of advice.
So, like, it's funny because everything that you're saying here is like an MTOW cope, right?
MGTOW cope?
Yeah, because okay, so you're saying, you just need to find the right one. You just need to, not go on these dating apps and select these girls that won't be like the rest.
Yeah, don't do
Right.
the path of least resistance. You have to actually, if you want something
Okay, but here's
hard,
the thing,
you have to
here's the
work.
thing.
If you want something that's worthy of of earning or valuing. You have to work for it. This is simple principle.
What you don't understand,
What I don't understand
is that
Okay.
these women, they all have the same mindset. They're all fucking wired the same.
100%.
So when you're talking about
100%.
these things that won't happen to you because you're pursuing this certain lifestyle, like
Wait a
that
minute.
is
Wait
not.
a minute. You're not 100% of the women are like what you're saying?
I believe that all women have the same nature.
100%. Okay, and what nature is this? What is this nature?
The nature is to be hypergamous, to always be,
How hypergamous are we talking about?
I'm talking about, girls when they're monkey branching. Every single girl, if you have a girlfriend, there's always going to be that.
There may be a possibility. I mean, I can
they're gonna
grant this.
swing to.
I can grant this. There may be a
Right?
possibility that the woman you're with that you love, as
there's
she wants
always gonna be-
to, as she becomes less emotionally involved with you, she might start looking out and planning her escape hatch with a man. That's possible.
So why would I cope with? Why would I cope with, doing all this bullshit, becoming this high value guy, working on my personality? Why would I do all that shit when the same thing is gonna happen to me in the end?
Well, because if you want a better life for yourself and a better life for society, then you would pick that. If you don't, and you just want to contribute to the things you're complaining about, then you can't. Then in reality, you're the biggest hypocrite. If you either you're going to do it
So
this
I
way,
should- I should-
you're going
so I
to do it.
should
You're going to
just-
do
I
it
should
our
just
way,
cope.
or you're going to be a hypocrite. You have no other option.
Well, so my one option is being a beta bucks, or my other option is
Creating
Okay.
a situation where you're going to make some other man a beta bucks. That's the other option, and that's why your position is morally unattainable. Because here's the worst part about people like you.
So
the worst
I'm
part
not-
about
I'm not
people
gonna
like
be
you, if
the
I could
beta
just
box.
just
That's
finish.
me, bro. That's me. I'm not
Right.
gonna be
So
that. That's
you don't
your
have
guys'
to
job.
be. Your delusion is making you think you're going to be that. What you're
My
actually doing right
delusion
now.
is making me think that.
Okay, so
Bro, you guys
there is
gotta
always
understand
here's
some
the
things
thing.
about
If
women's nature.
at this point, you're explaining that there's a possibility that a woman could do something mean to me. Therefore, I must eternally protect myself so that they'll never get close to me in that way. That is ultimate cope. But here's the worst part about it. You're going to be pissing in the dating pool, ruining other women's lives for the man that they're supposed to be with in the future. And you're okay with that. Because if you're not going to be the one who opens up and allows the natural process of fucking humanity, which is having kids and perpetuating the next generation, because you decided you don't want to do that, you have decided by default to have countless sterile relationships where women's get led on, or they lose, or they waste time with you, where they could have been spending it and making kids with somebody else. So you're
what
effectively
you're saying-
fucking the entire society up at large. Like,
What you're
congratulations.
saying right now is complete cope, because it will be happening.
Is it reality?
No
Is
matter
what I'm
what.
saying? No, that's not true.
Because here's the thing. These girls, they'll still go to Chad. I am not Chad. Like, these guys, they will be hitting up your girl. Like, they will be on Instagram DMing your girl.
It's not
And
100%.
you
It's
really-
not 100% of women. You have no evidence of that. This is just you being suspicious.
Bro, this is the
and looking
this
around
is the
your
nature. This is the nature of women, and this
Bro.
is why I think that red pill is such like a dangerous thing, because it teaches.
What's more
people-
dangerous than red? What's
it
more
teaches-
dangerous than
well,
red
it
pill?
teaches- red pill teaches
If-
people that it's your fault and you need to improve and you need to do these things, when the nature of the aspect is that these are the genetic codes that are written. These are the things
Yeah,
that
it's not determinism. Determinism. Don't bring in that stupid ass determinism shit.
When you
So
say, "Oh, I'll go to the gym. I'll improve my personality," that is
Cool.
not going
That's
to do
not-
shit, bro.
okay,
Because they're
that's-
attracted. They're attracted to your genetic
here's
profile.
here
They're
black pill,
attracted
black
to
pill,
your
red
face,
pill.
bro.
I'm not even red pill, and red pill's better than black pill because at least red pill people are gonna have more babies than you guys. You guys
Is
just
it-
like to fuck like bunny rabbits and sterile and have sterile
Okay, so
relationships.
here we go. Here we go
And-
with the personal insults,
No,
bro.
no,
Like I
this
said,
is
I
your
have
this
no
is
trouble-
this
I
is.
have no
you a
trouble
question,
getting
All right,
girls.
so
Like, if
let
we're
me
gonna-
just
if we're gonna
let
go
me
to that
complete
place
let me
where we're
complete
like-
this here. Is it true? Is it true that you don't want to get married to a woman because of your ideology?
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get
Okay.
married.
Is it true that you don't want to have kids with women because with your ideology?
No, I would have kids.
Oh, so you want to be a baby daddy. That's your contribution to society
No, no,
is
no, no.
bastard children.
I would do kids by artificial insemination.
Okay.
If that was.
What the hell, man? This is
Oh
super
my
gay.
God. He's too far gone.
So you want to have a child out of wedlock,
Miss Fabulous,
knowing
say
that
something.
children out of wedlock have worse outcomes.
Yeah.
That's the type
Not
of society.
necessarily.
And on top of that, you're going to teach them, hey, by the way, if it's your daughter, hey, you're just a cheater. And if it's a son, hey, yeah, so any woman you ever want, she's just going to cheat on you. So don't get with them.
Can we hear what Miss Fabulous
When did
has
I
to
when did I
contribute?
ever say that?
You just said that. They're going to be looking for Chad on Instagram. They're going to have him as a branch, as the monkey they are, right?
I would tell him what the truth is.
That's not the truth, though. But go ahead.
What is the truth then? What is the truth then?
Cope, I'll answer that, but let's have Miss Fabulous.
All right, I'm gonna be waiting on that.
Okay.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, ma'am?
Good. So listen.
Cope has triggered me. I'm not so happy, but go ahead.
Yeah. How old are you again?
I'm
What's his
33.
name? What is?
Cope, how old are you, sir?
The
He's 22.
I'm 22.
Okay. So number one, your perspective is a little bit different because you're still age does play a factor because you're young. Because a lot of times, and don't be offended. Just
I would
listen.
argue that it plays a factor.
Hold on,
Cope,
you don't know what I'm
gotta
gonna
let-
you don't know what I'm
Yeah,
gonna say.
that's-
That's number one.
Yeah, it's not that
So the
mature to
fact
not
that
let
you're
people talk.
right, right. The fact that you're so ready to give a response and not even listen. And when I say listen, you can listen with your ear, but you have to listen wholeheartedly with your ear, heart, and spirit. So that's number two. That's the more important part. And don't take any shade regarding that. Because, at one point in time, I was there as well. So it takes time to mature in that area. But what I'm saying is that all women, even though society could be bad, are really not the same. One of the reasons why I like this platform, I've listened to it a few times. I gave some commentary. I don't know if it was a week or so ago, but I don't remember. But the fact that I believe in women's rights wholeheartedly, 150%, but I don't believe in all this feminist bullshit. I think that is a lot of bullshit. Also, I believe in the Bible. Like, I'm not religious, but I do believe in the Bible and
Yo,
biblical
cut to the
principles.
chase here. What's your point?
You're not even listening. I'm trying to,
You're
give
just
you
like
some.
spouting bullshit. Like, what's your point here?
No, I'm really not. You're saying that because you really don't want to listen.
I'm listening to exactly everything that you
One of
said.
the things that I get from you is like, it's unfortunate, but you're kind of closed off.
All right, we'll
As,
try and so how about this? I think Isaac said in the chat was
What's your point here?
so Isaac says to be fair, you gotta tailor the message for him.
Like,
So try if you could, Fabulous. I'm here with you. I'm agreeing with you, but how about could you tailor the message to him? What would you say?
that maybe the point that all women are not the same. You could actually in life, as you go along in life, find someone that matches you. You know what I'm saying? That maybe there is one woman that she could actually get you because you might be on the same sort of wavelength. But you have to allow yourself to be open to that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he
I
doesn't.
mean,
He doesn't deserve that yet.
No. I agree with you.
No, he doesn't deserve that
agree
yet.
with you.
If he's
I
gonna
don't
be
think
the
you should-
type
I
of
don't think
dude
you should say-
to sling meat,
I don't think
he
you
doesn't
should say that
deserve
I
such
don't
a
deserve
chick.
that.
No, you don't. You don't deserve
You
it.
think I don't? You think I don't
No,
deserve
because you don't
that?
respect women. You're treating them like they are some type of You're treating women as if they're some type of object of your pleasure
So I never,
and nothing else.
I never
Wait,
said I
You're
was
robbing women of their
misogynist. I never
potential to
said
be
that
a
I
mother of
hated
your
women.
child.
No. Actually, can I just say, okay, Cope, and no one so far, everybody's crapping on you, okay? But I'm just gonna say it. What he was saying, and I'm listening carefully to what Cope is saying, and there is a kernel of truth, whether you guys like it or not, because I'm gonna assume he's in North America, and with the things he said, he's like afraid of ending up with. That is a reality that's very real. Now, if he goes, like, it's gonna be self-fulfilling. I'm gonna tell you honestly, because I've worked also in family court, and I would say, even if you have money, even if you self-improve, whatever, very high chance it's not gonna work out, right?
She
And
knows what's good.
Yeah, but
And
this
you're
is
gonna be-
this is
you're gonna-
because
you're- No.
she's just on your
Yeah,
side. She's
logic.
antinatal, and you just happen to be.
No, but
you're just a useful
No.
idiot at this point.
So as soon as
No, but
somebody that comes up that kind of like sides with me, you're just gonna dismiss them.
Yeah, you don't
immediately?
respect women. You don't.
Wait,
Fabulous
okay,
came
but
up
this-
and
I
you're
didn't-
you're
wait,
cursing at her. That's the first point. And the last
did he
and
curse?
on top of that, when it comes to
Okay, well, I think you're just throwing me into the villain category
no,
immediately.
your
Wait,
ideology
did he
is
actually
your
curse?
ideology is villainous,
Well, my ideology
and how you speak
is
to others
based off of
is
the
villainous,
truth
and how you
of what
treat
I've
other
seen.
women. Right. I mean, well, this is just how
Because
villains
here's
are
the thing.
created.
This
You
is
can cope
why
all you want.
You are falling into the red pill trap here.
I'm not
Because
red pill, man.
What my ideology is based off of the truth of what I've seen happening in this world.
It's myopic and it's subjective. Your own experience is what will dictate your absolute judgment of women.
This is,
But can I
that is the
say-
ultimate cope.
This is what the statistics show as well.
The statistics
so
show
I'll
that a
say-
woman will always cheat on you, or a woman will always betray you. What does the study
statistics show that 50% of marriages end in divorce nowadays.
More than
Okay, but
higher
that's
now.
not 100%, so that means not all,
So it
right?
means
So the
almost-
statistics,
almost all.
even if it
also-
was 80%,
but the-
that would not mean the 20% are the
But-
same way. You just don't know how to.
Sorry.
You don't.
Okay, but
you don't
you-
understand
Sorry,
simple
can I
logic.
just say, okay, guys,
you're
stop.
denying you're
Listen.
denying the fact of
You-
how women are and how they operate in society.
Listen,
This is
that
the
might be
problem that
true.
I have with red pill because
I'm not
they
red pill,
have
man.
this.
listen.
Yeah, but you're falling into this trap where you think that women are on this level of logical and
They don't have to be for what I'm saying to be true.
Okay,
But can I
listen.
just-
That might be. Hold on. Wait. That might be true to a degree, but the point also that you're missing is you have not experienced all of that. So, being that you have not experienced all of that, you can't really say 100% for sure. So, in life,
It's
you have to
anecdotal.
find. Hold on. You have to find out things for yourself when you have those experiences. You haven't had all those experiences, so you don't know 100%. Or you can try. You know what I'm saying? You can try and see. And also, the fact that you're still young, which is actually good, means that over time, you can grow and experience different things. It
Cope,
doesn't mean that you have
How
to.
tall are you, Cope? How tall are you?
Me?
No, he was asking
Cope.
Cody.
Yeah,
you.
how
Cope,
tall
how
am
tall are
I?
you? Yeah.
5'10".
Oof. Sorry, bro.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
we got
so
some more
there
black
you-
belts.
there
That's
you
literally
just-
above average
There you're
height,
just
bro.
you're proving my point. You're
But Cole,
proving
quit
my
being
point.
quit being a damn crybaby,
I'm
bro. Quit being a damn
joking, bro.
softy. Golly.
I mean, you guys, you just proved my
Ouch.
point by laughing at me there. Like,
Cole, we're men, man. Quit being like a. Why are you so soft, man? Why are you so soft, man?
I was actually
I just think it's funny that this guy asked me what my height is.
You
and
gotta
then
admit, it is
everybody's
kind of funny,
laughing when
right?
I say that.
It's because I asked you because I know you take the bait and you get salty about it. Like, dude, it's I mean the
But can I just say one? Okay, wait. I just want to say
I mean,
one
so
thing.
so if it,
Wait,
if
wait,
it
Cope.
matters-
Wait, just a second, Cope. I would say just one final thing. The only advice I would give is don't listen to anybody's advice ever. That's the worst thing you
I
could do.
only listen to
Oh my
what my
gosh,
brain
man.
says, man. Like I only base my
Exactly.
facts
Follow
off what
that.
I see.
Yeah, well then
Right?
suffer,
Follow
then
that.
suffer and die. Who cares then? Suffer and die.
Yeah, why
Yo,
not
so
take
why
good
why
Then
advice
are you
suffer
so
and
from
die.
bitter,
the
bro?
Feminist Dating
Why are you
Advice
so bitter?
channel?
I'm not bitter.
Why
I
not?
don't. This is what I do to conversations like people like you. You have,
Host, I need some advice.
Why?
Actually, I've
Why?
because you're not. Your generation's not gonna. My kids aren't gonna see your kids. I don't care about what you do in the here and now.
Host,
You're gonna
I
cease to
actually need some
exist. Who
advice.
cares?
I actually need some advice. And
Dude,
I'm
your prompt is anti-feminist dating advice.
Right.
Wait, can I ask him a
And
question?
you're a
'Cause I
threat.
actually
You're a
have-
threat. I would never steer a woman that I give advice to over people like you and people who think like you. You're a threat.
You know,
let's let
I
him
don't,
know. Genuine
I don't
question,
understand
Host.
why we're going to personal insults.
Oh,
here.
By the way,
because your ideology is such that it's not personal as what you think.
So
It's
why is it so aggravating to you?
I mean, I don't. It's not aggravating to me.
All I'm saying here is the social truths of the world.
No, it's
And
misinformation.
If you want to deny those, like, go ahead, bro.
All right.
But,
Well,
like,
your gospel of doomsday antinatalism. Congratulations. Who
that's
cares?
not what I said. That's not what I said.
Hold on
at
a second,
all.
Cope. Let's let some of the
Hold
new
on.
guests come up. I enjoy our back and forth, Cope. But 1 second. So, Peanuts.
How are you?
Doing all right. How's it going?
It's going good. I just had some questions, but I'll let you guys first of all get through your debate that you guys are having, or whatever it is. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Wayne, Illinois. What's going on?
So, I tend to think that if you're going to be opposed to feminism and meeting a father who might, not be, privy to the whole social situation, they've been married for 30 years, they don't really care what's going on in young men's lives, or they've been married for 15 years, however long, you're just, what I'm trying to say is, like, you can't really meet these fathers' expectations if you're saying certain taboos. Like, oh no, I don't believe in
What's taboo?
if you say something like, no, I don't believe in her working, I want her to be a stay-at-home mom, or something along those lines.
He'd be happy about that.
I don't
Like,
know.
wow, this guy really wants to take care of my daughter. He doesn't want her to work. How excellent. He's gonna take care of her. Amazing.
So I don't know if that's true. I think
What is your position?
Okay, let's talk
Wayne?
about the
I'm not-
mother-in-law.
I'm a bit confused. What's your position here?
yeah, my position is, like, how do you expect to meet the expectations of a father if they're going to be feminist? Then you're not going to fit in. If they're going to be anti-feminist, they're probably going to have some really high expectations.
Who would? The father?
Yeah.
Well, like Secret was saying, let's just say I influence someone to be more anti-feminist. That means they're going to be more masculine and they're going to be assuming more of a leadership position in their home, and they'll be a better fit because of that. And a father will see that. If he sees a man who wants to retire his wife and wants to work such that she can be a mother fully, like Secret said, a lot of fathers would find comfort in that.
Would you raise another woman's children like that?
I think
So, no,
I
I'm
personally
younger
wouldn't, but I could see a scenario where I would. Like, let's just say
You would raise another woman's children like that.
yeah, let's just say the woman's
Another man's child.
I can explain to you if you want to. Like, let's just say a woman is a widow and the child is young and impressionable, such that I can have some type of role that her husband just
That's
can't
valid.
do it.
That's
Like, I think
valid.
that would be a good. I think that would be a good.
What if the woman was
instance.
divorced from her husband?
I tend to not want to do stuff
Wait,
like
I
that.
don't understand how this relates to the question I asked.
But go ahead, Wayne. You had another question, or
No, I
does that
mean,
answer your
if-
question? The one I did before I answered Cope's.
So you said fathers are going to be okay with or promote, like, an anti-feminist position. I just don't know if that's true, because
It's a patriarchal
Why,
position.
as a man, would you not promote
Well, hold
an
on, Cope.
anti-feminist position?
Let Wayne. You gotta let Wayne do his thing.
yeah, because I tend to think that fathers might say, you can't tell my daughter how to dress. You can't tell my daughter she can't have a job. You can't tell my daughter this. You can't do this. You can't do that.
I think there are some men like that, but I wouldn't think that there are not
I
equally
think
as
you're
much
right.
men.
I guess. You know, I mean, for
So if
me,
you're a man not like that,
I'm not saying I'm a
what does
man
that
not.
mean?
All I'm saying is, if you look at how most women dress, if you look at how
Mm-hmm.
most women behave, I tend to think most fathers are
Would be
like,
that beta?
my daughter's an independent person. My daughter can do what she wants. My daughter, blah, blah, blah. And they don't necessarily
Oh,
promote an anti-feminist worldview for their daughters. I don't believe that's true.
I think it depends on the culture quite a bit.
well, here's the
It's
thing.
like,
Oh, Secret, go ahead.
I think this really depends on the culture. I don't know what culture you come from. I don't know what culture.
I'm an American. What are you talking about?
Okay, then like I said, I don't know what type of women or what type of people you're around, but America is full of a ton of different types of people. There are people who
What's
are
the
going to raise.
majority culture then? How about that? Instead
The
of telling me
majority
look for
culture
the
is
diamond
probably
in the
not,
rough,
hey, you better not tell my daughter that she can't have her
I
freaking
definitely
cleavage
think
busting
so.
out
If
of
you
her
look at
shirt.
the
And if this
divorce
is the
rates, there's
case, then I'll
50%
just
divorce
grant it.
rates.
I'll just grant it. If
I
there's a
promise
guy,
you that
if
there's
there's
at least
if
50%
there's a
women who
father
are,
such that he's that protective, such a beta man, if he exists, that
listen,
he's that protective over the woman,
Dude,
such
I
that he
think
has
you guys gotta.
influence. Cope, hold on.
there's
Such that,
50% of people who are divorced in this
real
country.
quick. If there's such a man that is going to bogard his daughter from having a good man, and if that has such an influence on the daughter that she wants to get along with that, then let her die
So
alone,
what are the
or
birth
let
rates
her
and
not
divorce
be
rates
with.
and all this stuff talking about then?
So
If
if
you
the
guys think that
fertility
America's
rate is
full of
going
good
to
women,
go ahead.
if it's full of good women, and
I didn't
so
say that. No one's
I'm
saying
just
that.
telling you, you're telling me that America is full of different cultures, full of different people. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
At least
This is what I'm
20%.
hearing from you. All I'm trying to say is, you're telling me that, you know, it's just like, oh, just go ahead and look and go out there and you'll find it. And I don't see that statistically. Statistically, I see divorce. I see single mothers. I see feminism. I see
But have you
that
looked at some other
Facts,
controls
bro.
that if
What?
if you control for religiosity and you actually control for the divorce
Okay, I'm
going
not
down?
the president.
Okay, it's the same
Right.
thing, bro. It's the
Interesting.
same
So
thing.
wait a
If
minute.
you
If you
look
look
at
at the
birth rates in the
data,
West,
if you look at the data as an aggregate, the divorce rate is pretty bad. But when you control for things like religiosity, it goes further down. So are you looking at the data? Do you really want to know what it says? Because by that metric, the
Exactly. So now we're
prescription would
talking about
be
Christian fathers. Do you not think that a Christian father has a really high standard for who their
yeah,
daughter's going
if
to marry?
he's Christian, he's going to promote modesty on a balance of probability, not Meg the
So now you're talking
Stallion
about
culture.
20%, talking about high value women. Their fathers probably tends to be that Christian people, especially the ones who go to college, tend to out earn the average population. Those people tend to be pretty well off financially. You're
and
going to
how
have to.
many guys are
Can I
getting
just
into
finish my
these
point? Damn, what the heck,
relationships?
man? Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Well, what was the point? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, he kind of piggybacked a little too soon, but how many guys are getting in these actually high tier relationships?
But high tier is starting
How
with
many
morals.
guys are
Cope.
meeting into these regular Christian relationships?
All right. Well, if you're not a Christian, then tough titty. I don't have any. It's going to be harder. It's the way it is. I don't really have a prescription for you.
Like he was getting like I don't remember your name, the host, but like
James.
honestly, you were getting ready to say high tier kind of gears towards morality.
Right. So,
If a
well,
person
hold on a second,
doesn't have
Fabulous. If I could just finish. Thank you for getting me there because that's where I was leading. We're talking about high tier, as Fabulous was explaining. I'm not talking about earnings or status or career prospects. I'm talking about character.
Yeah, I
And
tend to think that you can't divorce those qualities from person. So, for example, if you didn't go to college,
All right.
let me just please.
what, are you mad?
If
Cope,
you-
are you mad that he's not on your side anymore?
Well, no, I want to say something about what you just said.
Well, let Wayne talk because Wayne hasn't got a lot
Yeah,
of
Wayne
talking
can
time.
go for it.
Yeah, so if let's say you're a person who didn't attend college and you are like some mailman or some construction worker,
Janitor.
something like that. Or
What
you don't
about
have
him?
to be You don't have to be the exact, like, yeah, fine, you're an average person. Do you not deserve to have, statistically, like, a lifelong wife?
Do you not deserve it? If you can earn it.
So
What
when
someone
you think,
deserves is kind of difficult, like for
Let
me
me
to be
tell
the
you this.
arbiter
Let me
of.
tell. I think I get what he's saying here, Wayne. So
Cope, why
if
you what? Wayne, will
I
you
just
allow this? Will you allow this interjection from
I
Cope?
can think if he wants to tell me what he thinks I said, I can, yeah.
all right. So
Rolio, thanks for
let
the
me ask
follow.
this. Let me ask this.
One second,
If I'm
Cope, before you get on. Hey, I think we're having an interesting conversation here. What do you guys think? Could we get to 15K here? I'd appreciate it. I think this is a rather spirited conversation we're having. All right, Cope.
all right. So addressing your first point here, it's about the character and about the personality. So let's say this: a guy that's born 5'5" and ugly face. Can he work on his personality to get a high tier girl? Can he work?
Someone of moral character. Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can.
Yeah, so the fact is that that is not true. These people that are born
What do you mean?
completely
That's
ugly,
completely true.
What do you
if you're
mean? Are
born,
ugly
if
ugly
you're
men
born,
and ugly women not often tied up together?
okay,
Dude,
sorry guys, I gotta go here.
the recipe for success is
You
so
have to
simple.
go?
I really don't understand the confusion. Like the recipe for success is
All
very
right,
easy.
sorry.
It's
Like if
okay.
you're
All right, Cope.
I just thought that
Cope
somebody
is
was gonna piggyback.
super Cope, man. Cope is literally his namesake for sure.
I thought
like
somebody who was going to piggyback off my point might have
Oh, but
like
can
really
I
given
just
me
say
some legs to
the
stand
whole
on,
point?
but
Wait, the whole point of Cope was saying basically that
There's no
those
hope.
women,
There's no
ugly.
hope.
Wait,
Keep doing what I'm doing. You're just gonna
no,
get
no, ugly
divorced.
women, ugly
That was
women.
his.
No,
That was his prescription. It was just
oh
basically.
no, come on, don't leave like
no,
that,
wait.
Cope. Come on,
No,
dude.
but like ugly women are, you said, James, ugly women are like, and women, men, like not today. Women don't want, like, even if they're like three, I told you,
But
they
here's
don't
the
want the
thing.
three.
There's like. All right. There's a lot of online talk and internet talk, but there's also real talk that Secret was kind of getting at. Like, a lot of
Reality.
women are going to say they're not going to do X, but behind closed doors they will. So it's not as cut and,
Yeah,
or it's not as at face value as you think I'm saying. Like, right now, if you go to Walmart, you're going to find a couple. They both have both of their fat is hanging over their waists, like, and they're happy and they're together. It's probably because
Yep.
he's
How do you
he's
know
an
they're
honest
happy though?
man.
How do you know? How do you know
Well,
they're happy?
because they're not apart. I'm saying at least if you look at that, there's a level of cohesion in certain communities and cultures and walks of life you'll see. So I mean, they could be holding hands, and he might be doing dirty on her, or he might have just currently betrayed her. I'm just explaining that you see ahead of you, paired together, a lot of relationships that work,
It's very
and it's not as
generational. You can't
superficial
say that
as
for young people, bro.
how the Black Pill is describing it. It's like,
No, wait, it's different for young people, and I have to push or press you on this because
mhm.
you see that, they're hanging it off their belt. They got to be over 40. They have to be.
Okay, so yeah, I can agree with you when it comes to women at this age being hypergamous. I can agree with you.
Yeah, there's a
And
difference, right? Yeah.
even it's metastasized even into the Christian community, even into the
James,
Christian culture.
But
Well,
I
no,
want to
he's
say,
making
just
a good
James,
point.
it's a new type of hypergamy. Don't forget that. Before it was just simple guy brings in the money, the bacon, the home.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now it's even more complicated. The ground is shifting under you. So
Yeah, that's why I'm an
and that-
anti-feminist, because you find a woman who's less feminist, you're going to find a woman who's probably less hypergamous.
Dude, women.
Good
can
luck with
tell.
that. Good luck.
I have to press him on this one too, because women can really tell the kind of man politically, and they're gonna, shift their approach, kind
Mhm.
of like I'm
Tailor
telling you,
it
this
to
sounds-
a man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is true. But the thing is, that doesn't mean you can't. I'm not saying you shouldn't. If you have such a suspicion, I would never bar someone of trying to financially protect themselves or create
No.
contractual
Well,
agreements that would
that's not
give them a level of
necessarily.
insurance if things go wrong. But that
One quick
doesn't
thing that I
mean.
want to point out. I
So
want to
it
point
is
out something.
Well,
I
last
want to
thing I'll
point out
say
something.
before secret, that doesn't mean I'm going to fall onto the black pill
No,
road,
that's not
which
what I'm
is
saying at all. That's
so then.
so secret. Hold on to that secret, please. Hold on to that because I don't necessarily think I'm saying that women shouldn't have security in marriage because I tend to believe that a man can provide and protect and do all kinds of different roles, and that a woman is supposed to save herself. Was supposed to be rewarded to you
Mhm.
before marriage,
Mhm.
or sorry, after marriage instead of before marriage, because people are doing it before now instead of after. You're supposed to have that commitment, that reward, that sort of security, plus the man's needs are met
Mhm.
and the woman's needs are met in that union we call marriage. Nowadays, women tend to give everything away before you have the ring. There's nothing they can offer you today when it comes to children or intimacy or even cooperating like with your roommate and paying half of the bills. All that stuff you can do with a girlfriend.
All right. So what about a chick who has 2 bodies, and that was 2 years ago. She had one after high school and another in the beginning of college. She's 22 now. She's abstained for 2 years. She has a moral character that you approve of, as well as the political leanings. Is she not worthy of marriage?
Of course not. I mean, no, she is worthy. That is
Great.
a great.
She is.
All right.
That
So
is
then
of
this would
course,
be a
yes.
woman who is on a level of reformation that you think is good. So I'm explaining to you with
How
the type of
exactly
views
are
I'm
we
espousing.
confirming bodies?
So real quick, before you interject. So Wayne, I'm explaining to you scenarios where women can't even bounce out of that and snap out of that, the Kool-Aid they were drinking of the feminist sexual liberation or
Yeah, I
the
agree
hot
with
girl
you.
summer.
Actually,
So this would be someone who
actually-
would be of high moral character, even if she's had failings in her past, right?
of course, this
She
is
wouldn't
a
be as high
woman-
moral character than a woman who did it through and through and
This isn't
maintained
the
her
saint. It
virginity.
doesn't need to be a saint.
Right. So then I'm just explaining to you, we can come to a commonality for the type of women
A woman
that
like
would
that
would be
would
an
be a high
exception
value.
to what we should be suspicious of, right?
Sure.
We're
Yeah, I
looking
can
for
agree with
exceptional
that.
women, but they might have a big back. They might have
Oh,
they could be
that could be a better awesome. You know what? Hey, some people are into that. You know, I'm just
I'm just
all I'm trying to
explaining
say is-
the reason.
Yeah.
I'm just perhaps I'm just arguing with you because you're like a placeholder for Cope, but you probably don't have Cope's positions at this point.
Oh, okay.
So, let me
the quick
just
point-
introduce the next guest up, Miss. Believe it's
Joanna.
Joanna. Hello, ma'am. All right, what's your age, ma'am?
I'm 41.
Thanks for coming up. What brings you up today?
I just thought the title was interesting, but your conversations are more just totally different. I have a very particular point of view on this, but I just thought, everyone is on social media. We can all agree that this content is what we're seeing the most of, and it's one where it pretty much is dividing everyone. And we're at a point right now where our society is seeing, like they're saying, the loneliness epidemic. We're seeing all the men freaking out about women having too many rights now and everything. And everything seems to be about this content, yet no one really wants to talk about the middle ground between fully feminism and fully traditional. That is so
Yep.
easy to
That's
live.
right.
Literally, I've lived it. I grew up with immigrant parents that were here from 5 years old. They're US citizens now. They're traditional, fully traditional. But my dad raised me to be a little bit more independent. He didn't want me to be a slave to a man. Why? Because he loved me. So he showed me how to change oil on a car, how to change a tire, how to fix anything in the house that broke. I was in Taekwondo. I was on the wrestling team. I did boxing. You know what I mean? Like, I really didn't have a lot of feminine
Are you
things I
married?
did. I'm 20 years married.
Nice.
All right. Well,
okay.
you're
I
so.
have a
Do you have an equal
16-year-old.
partnership or what?
So my husband, when I met him, he cooked. He always had housekeepers. So
Is there equal? I mean, he can cook all he wants. Are you
So,
submitting
but you're
to
like
him?
a Generation X.
no, it's not
of
equal
it.
because I've made my businesses are multi-million dollar
You
businesses.
can make
so
more money.
I've made the
It's not
majority.
relevant. I'm asking
So
you, do you submit to him? Yes or no? Does he have more
No,
authority?
that
Okay. All
word
right. Well,
doesn't
then
exist in
this
our
can be
household.
you can have your emergent, you can have
But
that,
see,
and
what
it
you're
can
not
exist in a
understanding
vacuum. But let me
is
just
that you're
respond. Let
saying
me just
one
respond to a couple
extreme
of
and I'm
points
saying there's
here.
middle ground.
So when
There's
you came up
respect. How
here,
about
when
we
you
just
came
say
up here
respect
and you
instead
talked
of
about, I
submit?
find it interesting how there's a lot of things coming. There's a lot of things online about different positions, such as mine, where it's divisive. Well, the thing is, reality or truth itself is mutually exclusive. Truth divides from falsehood, and if people claim to have truth, regardless of where they're at, if they're serious about truth and its objectivity, then it will divide itself from falsehood. So when you talk about reconciling feminist positions, I take issue with all waves. All waves. So if just because you've come here and you're first or second generation, I mean, you're a newcomer at this point, and you don't
I'm a
particularly,
newcomer
perhaps you don't
because I was born and
understand.
raised here.
Well, you're second generation, are you not? Or, right?
My parents came at 5 years old, so they're practically Americans.
So you're second generation.
What memories do you have?
So you're
at 5
second
years old?
generation. I'm just
I-
explaining to
I
you.
am-
There's people here with a bit more tied to the land, one, and with a bit more historical understanding of what you're saying is such a good thing. But feminism has been exploitative from its
Can you
inception.
explain to me, because I'm a little bit confused as to what the difference is between second and what generation are you?
I don't know. My grandparents were slaves, so or my grandparents. So I've been here for, my generation's been here for a while. I'm just explaining that, like,
But they were slaves.
well, yeah. So the reason I'm
So
bringing that
how
up,
would you have a more American experience than I do if my family was never enslaved?
you're new here. You're newer here than I am. That's all I was
Why are
explaining.
you
TikTok?
offended?
But it's not. It
hold
doesn't.
on, hold
it's,
on, hold on.
In TikTok?
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on,
wait,
hold
guys,
on.
you're
But
avoiding
that's
the
not.
topic.
It's not
now.
relevant.
What,
It's like it's not really relevant. I could
Now
just
we're
drop
going on a
it.
whole different.
I could
really
just
is
drop
irrelevant.
it.
No, no.
Please.
Well, hold on,
One
Fabulous.
second.
Fabulous. I don't want things to get into a contention about. I don't
No,
want
no.
23andMe to be brought up. So let's just go back to the whole
I'm
point.
not a contentious type of person.
No.
but
But here's the
I
thing.
just
Here's the
wanted
thing.
to
When we
say-
have conversations, and when I'm having a disagreement with someone, I would rather the conversation not splinter into other places that are not relevant.
I think you just did that by talking about whose generation.
Yeah,
talking
so
about
I'll just
feminism, the
drop
race?
it for now
Yeah,
and
let's
just
just
stick
drop
with the
that.
point about feminism. Either feminism is right or is wrong. There is no in between. You cannot. I'm not going to reconcile at this point. They've had about 100 years to do so, and they've flipped the society upside down. Birth rates are at an all-time low. Feminism is at least 30 to 40% causing this. So I'm going to take issue with how they're treating men, how they're treating women. So I mean, if you want to have your equal partnerships, I think your position can be a nice exception to the rule, but it should not be the general rule.
I think leaning more towards making people more against feminism is going to take us backwards. You can't give someone rights and then take them away. So your family could agree with that. As far as slavery goes, you can't free people from some kind of slavery and then be like, no, never mind, you didn't do good. Let's put you back into the fields.
Yeah, we just did. 13 states, it's banned. So we just did.
What's banned?
ABs.
Abortion.
Abortions, you mean?
Yeah, those are rights that women got taken back from them. And that, one, there's not much they've done about it. And two, it just happened. So we can do
I'm
a
not-
lot. And all it takes
I'm
is
not directly
all it takes is
affected by
really
that, so I can't
51%.
say,
51%
but-
against 49. That's all it really takes. It's just a
I don't
majority
think
position.
controlling someone's
it's
body.
only wait until next voting though. Like it's only here for until next time though, James. Right? In your country.
Yeah, the term, not necessarily, because the Supreme Court ruling and getting justices in that lean towards a conservative position. The
They
Supreme
are
Courts
desperate to
don't
avoid
really.
your original point about feminism because now they want to talk about anything but, and it's crazy.
So what exactly about feminism? How far back? What points
you not-
are you against?
Hear what he just said this entire time.
Wayne's might, man.
Because voting, I don't know. What
No, he says
exactly?
you have the original kind of feminism, It's all bad. It's going to lead to what we have now. It's sort of the prerequisite. If that's what I understood, but I could
Yeah,
be
pretty
wrong.
much, Wayne.
Yeah, because I've never met a person that was against the core principles of feminism. I think that's pretty
Oh,
extremist.
It's
extreme.
extremism.
All
Okay.
right. How do you define extreme? Extremist.
When you're telling the opposite sex that they don't deserve to have the same rights that you have, I think that's pretty extreme.
Okay. Well, I think, let's see.
I don't
These
necessarily
groups
think
often
that
advocate for
we say
extreme
that.
measures, intolerance,
When
or
it comes to
yeah, I think it's an interesting way you're trying to frame it. But when
when
I'm
it comes
talking about
to
when I'm talking about feminism from the fourth wave and then going backwards and how they're all bankrupt at this point. I mean, you would just have
yeah, when
to
it comes to
you would
family
have to
values
defend,
versus
or you have to defend what I'm saying,
But
or you
even
have to
with
defend
giving
it.
women,
ma'am,
You
let
would have
me
to
let me
take a negative
right, there's
position,
still going to
or
be women who want to be traditional. It's just about giving women an option the same
ma'am,
way
do you
men
think
have
that
options.
family values are compatible with feminist values?
Yes, because there's lots of women that don't want to work. There's lots of women that don't want to be
No,
out
no,
in the
no.
world.
Those
They
are
want to have
traditional
a family.
values. No, so now
There
you're
are, I
talking about.
still know a lot of feminist women
Sorry,
that don't
excuse
care
me.
that I'm, working and also have a family, but they're only at home. And I
If
respect them
you
the same way they
yeah,
respect
but
me.
how you're defining feminism is not the way that most feminists would rally under the position. Feminism is not
if you
Feminism
necessarily.
is the
Hold on
right
a
to
second, ma'am.
choose.
Feminism is not about the right to choose. It's about the movement of
It's about a lot
equality.
of things.
It's the core principle is about the movement of equality of the sexes and the movement away from patriarchal systems. That is the core principle. A lot of the libertarian positions that feminists like to retreat, those are novel positions. That's not what's
It's
conventionally
only
understood.
against
Even when they do
patriarchal
that, wait,
because
no, because they flatten
the
femininity.
patriarchy
Femininity
doesn't
is
give you a
different.
choice. That's the only reason it's against it. If you
No,
created a
ma'am.
game, let's say you created a game, okay, a board game, and you decided not to include every single player, you only included yourself, you're always going to win the game. You're going to get
You're
tired of the
talking
game, but you're
about
going to keep
power and
playing
you're
it.
ignoring
If I could
certain
explain
things.
it,
Well, let
No,
Joanna
appreciate it.
let her illustrate
So
the
if
hypothetical.
now all the players in the game are telling you, "Hey, I'm crippled. You gotta give me something because I can't win this game. Hey, I'm black. I'm being enslaved. You gotta give me something. I can't win this game ever. You're the only winner. You gotta include everybody, so that everyone can actually play." At the end of the day, you gotta let people
This is a
play,
power
and there's still
analogy.
going to
Wait,
be
wait,
you're
Wayne.
still going to have your game. You're still going to have your advantage if you are someone of value.
Yeah, well, here's where
But
you're
if you're
incorrect.
telling a person in the game that they have no value, they only have one position they can play, that's
Why is
going
it a
to
conflict?
upset
All
a
right.
lot of
Well, I
people.
understand how you're trying to frame it, because if a person doesn't get a level of equal playing field, then they're going to feel like they're not being allowed to play. But what's
Why is it competitive, though?
what's equal and what's equitable is to be determined. And I don't have to grant these things just because you say they're good. You have to actually prove why it is. You have to give me evidence. What is your justification? Otherwise, it just becomes a religious dogma.
No,
So
and
if
it's
what
also
so
oppressively
hold on, Wayne.
competitive.
Hold on, Wayne.
Religion has nothing
Hold
to
on,
do
Wayne.
with it,
So
Evan.
yeah, well, feminists are pretty dogmatic at this point because they assume the thing that we should all strive towards, and they judge me against it because I don't grant it. I don't grant egalitarianism. I don't grant equality. Why should we be equal? Because at this point, men and women
We're
are not
not
equal.
we're
Here's
not
my
equal. That's why
position.
I'm saying you're still going
We're
to
not
win the
equal.
game.
We're not equal. So therefore, I should grant special privileges.
We're not equal. I never am ever going to admit that a woman can do what a man can do, and a man can never admit that he can't bring life and also give it food into this world, from
Yeah,
its own
I
body.
cannot incubate a
Obviously, you
woman. This
can
is correct.
argue that we both have different strengths, but
Mm.
you cannot put me in a position where I'm only doing that and I can't also help you and our family together have a better life for us.
Yeah, women
You
can
can't
help.
come home every day and complain about how you're not making enough in this economy and it's too hard and blah blah blah, and I got to be the caring wife and everything. I want to help my partner out. I want to say, babe, let me get in there. Let me get in the game, bro.
All right. Well,
Let me
here's where I
help
would not
you.
allow my wife to get in the game. If security, if security was in question and I was tasked to defend her because I'm more capable of doing that, I would not allow her to put herself in harm's way. and it's
And that's
it's
great. I love a man like that. I
oh
think
wait
it's a
wait wait.
very
Well, if that's the
respectful
case,
thing.
then
But
that
it
means
doesn't mean
that
that
means
because
I'm
you
more
made the decision, she
responsible.
has to do it.
Okay. Well, if she doesn't have to, in this scenario where I'm saying, don't get in the game, honey. There's men at the door who are 3 times your weight. Don't do it. Let me do it. If she's saying no, I want to do that, then she's not respecting my authority. So you're hinting at
But you're
what's
making
the
up a
elephant in the
scenario
room
where
here.
she's right away in danger, and
I'm
that's
only
not
I'm
reality.
only It's not reality.
We have to talk about
Are men really
realistic
are men in
situations.
reality more strong than women on average?
Of course.
Okay, so then that is a real hypothetical.
Yeah, but why would she be in front of 3 strong? Who would even
Well,
put
it
Do women
depends.
join the military?
We could have just been
You
leaving.
can't come up with scenario. Look, what if dinosaurs came back and ate you as soon as you walked out my door? That's ridiculous.
No. Don't try and make
You
this
can't
up.
just make up things to
He's not
serve
making
your
it up.
I'm
purpose.
making up the
valid.
fact
That was
that I'm
valid.
making up a fact that men are the ones who are the ones who are most likely to victimize a woman. Is that not fact?
Of course, history
Wow. So
proves that.
where are the dinosaurs in what I just said?
What I'm
Yeah,
saying
so
is she doesn't necessarily need to go into a boxing ring. What are you talking
If
about?
she
Why
doesn't
would
need
she
to
go
go into a
into
box,
somewhere?
if she doesn't need to
What
go
are
into
we
a boxing
talking
ring, then
about
she's
here?
not
I
expected to.
mean,
If she's not expected to, then she's not responsible. If she's not
she
responsible,
can
then
work from home.
right.
Everyone works
So
from home.
you're
Wait,
at
What
this
are
you
you
guys
point.
are
At this
talking
point,
past each other.
no,
Just a second.
this one
You
just
guys
keeps
are talking.
interjecting. So back to
Sorry.
your whole analogy when it comes to this equal playing field. The way that you guys
Okay.
do that is by using the state to get this equity that you want.
Yes.
You use
But
welfare.
no,
You use
it's not though.
Yeah, it
It's a
literally
double-edged
is.
sword.
It's
It
the only
is.
No,
way you can
because
get
it's a
what you want.
society. No, it's an agreement in society that I
Daddy,
think, and
Daddy
I get
state
that a
is
lot
gonna
of my.
protect you.
Wait, can I just say, Wayne? Just give me a second, please. So there has been, like in your society, an agreement, right? It wasn't just the state, right, saying, okay, yeah, it's in a way the state codified it and then made it so that it's something, for example, like it's illegal or legal or things like that. But at a societal level, like, and every society is like that, right? You could go back to when we decided, okay, murder is wrong, right? People come together and say, okay, this is where we're at. Just like the thing with the AB, right? People in that state level, they agree on something. It's not just the government, this boogeyman that's
All
just
right, Master, what's your point?
orbiting.
If we all, since
Well,
by your premise, if we all collectively get together, there's no gender to it. What is your point?
well, my point was, it's not this government that's just deciding.
Oh, it's society.
Basically, society. There's an agreement that happens
There's
there.
there's no agreement.
progress.
It's
But
not
can
as
I
much an
ask
agreement
you-
as you'd like. But real quick,
Have you had
Okay.
any of those?
So
have
all
you
men
had-
were
before
basically
anyone else
strong armed.
brings in, real quick, let me just introduce Augie.
Hello,
Augie.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not a troll. I genuinely have a question about this, and I'm 20 years old, but I'm just now joining your live, and I heard a little bit of what you said. But what is your point? Because I see your prompt says
What's your
anti-feminist
question,
dating
bro?
advice.
What is
What's
my
your
point?
question?
You asked me
Yeah.
what is anti-feminist
like
dating advice?
yeah.
Anti-feminist dating advice is advice that leads toward patriarchal norms. Masculine men, feminine women, women following, men leading, and I would start from that.
Okay, so you're saying like
Patriarchal
like
norms.
trad, like trad wife.
Traditional.
That's
Yeah.
okay. Okay, I get your point. Like, are you like helping people, or people coming in and like talking about this, or are people coming in and like you're debating on
It's both.
Right now, there's
feminism
3
not
women.
being something good?
So feminism, I often have to argue for my point of why feminism is bad, and feminists come up and they're welcome to, but it's either that or I give advice. Before you came up a couple hours ago, a woman was here asking for advice.
Okay.
I
And
did
why
too, by the way.
why
And
do you
kind of
think
helped me,
feminism
but-
is bad?
Feminism is bad because it's false. Equality is not a possibility because it's fundamentally contradictive, and all waves stem from that contradiction.
Can you further explain that? How it's not
Have
how
you
it's
ever
not
have you ever heard of
realistic
force
for that to
doctrine?
be. Yeah, I have. I'm familiar.
Then it you're familiar with, at least at this point, feminists can't contend with that argument. If men grant their rights, then they're perpetually appealing to this patriarchal structure.
Well, the
you
only
cannot,
reason
you
I
cannot
have
move away to that which you perpetually
Well,
appeal
they could
to.
say women have power over men.
They don't have power over men in this context. The collective.
Well, the
male
reason
force.
I have a slight
overthrow them
disagreement with it is just because the true root of feminism, not talking about today's society of feminism, because it's been completely removed from the original idea of what it was supposed to be. Now feminism is about women strictly having rights over men and being on an equal playing field as us and claiming this and
Wait
that.
a minute.
But the
privileges.
true point
What is so
of
wrong with-
feminism is
what is the
equal on all sides,
right,
meaning
egalitarianism, the promotion of egalitarianism amongst the sexes, equality, and the
Can
movement
I
away
ask,
from
what does that
patriarchal
mean
systems.
to you, James? So, James, what does that mean? Like equality, when you hear equality, what does it mean to you?
It means having a moral set of principles or political principles that move, whether it be civilly, as in civics, or culturally.
Yeah, I know, but like what?
To,
Like, wait,
to
wait.
flattening
what
the
is it-
hierarchies, where you have to remove hierarchies that are specifically gendered. Any hierarchy,
Okay,
you have to
like,
remove it.
Example,
Well,
like
you would
I
have
mean,
to remove. You would have to remove. How? You would have
No,
to.
I mean,
you
I'm
have to
asking
start
you in
with.
an
You would have to start with
egalitarian-
suffrage. You would have to start with suffrage.
so taking away their right to vote.
No, that's if a feminist looks in society and sees that she doesn't have the right to vote, she's going to want to flatten that hierarchy by saying, if men have this authority over me, then I want this to be equalized. I want,
And you see that as a wrong, right?
yeah, because it's not, it's false. It's false because I don't, first off, to be egalitarian,
Mm-hmm.
it means there's equal identity or equal authority or equal responsibility. These things are not true. And because they're not true,
Equal roles.
Wait, just a second. I will please. I want to go like back a little bit. Like, give me please with James. I just want to go back and forth on this just to understand better.
I just piggyback off of him sometimes. That's it. Sorry.
Thanks, appreciate it. So in a society, James, like today, for example, because with all the feminism that has happened, it says that men and women are equal. Like, for example, under the law, right? Like,
Mhm.
and they look at under. So, is that in your view? Is that wrong?
legal representation that gives a person a baseline level of dignity, that's to be determined in reality by who votes for it. And when we talk about equality, where you have to understand that I would argue it first comes from a Christian conception, especially how we apply it here in the West. Given that most of the founders were Christian, a lot of the people who pioneer and who move the Christian concept forward, or the American concept forward, were Christian. This is derived from Christian principles. So when I talk about egalitarianism, I will permit it such that it aligns with giving people dignity. So I would never say someone is not equal in dignity from me. For example, if someone is in need of food, I would give it to them because I believe if you're hungry, I should
But that's
feed
not
you.
what I'm talking
But that
about.
doesn't
but
mean
this
that
is
doesn't
not-
mean.
just a-
Sophisticated response.
just a-
Let him
just
answer.
a
But
sec-
the
wait,
but
just
the
a
reason why I'm
second.
bringing that up is because when you're asking about, do you think we should be equal? It depends on who you ask and who is coming into agreement. If I, being a Christian, might think you're worthy of dignity, that doesn't mean it's the same in the person that I'm agreeing with, who's a feminist who thinks they should be able to.
Yeah, exactly.
Be-
Jesus would.
So I have a
Sorry,
question,
just a second.
James.
Just a second. Wait. I just wait, please. Give
All right,
me 2
Misty.
minutes, please. One minute. One minute.
Misty,
Okay.
yeah.
So
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
okay. So please, okay, I appreciate it.
No
but
problem.
egalitarianism, okay, like, and I said, like, and I think you have issues with like you're like breaking it up into pieces, right? Like either you are for the women having like the full participation of society as they wish, or you don't. Like, I'm just not clear. So are you saying, okay, like for example, like you have a problem, you said, with egalitarianism?
It's
So
a
what does-
perversion of Christian ethics, is what he's trying
yeah, but
to
not
explain
everybody.
to
But
you.
yeah, but not everyone is
Thank you.
Christian though in this,
All right,
in the
well,
states. Like,
well, then-
and I
then-
understand like this.
Okay.
So, but if it's 2026, and if everyone isn't, it's not that it's homogenous, one religion, like everyone is on board with each other. Well, you're gonna have people who are gonna be pushing back on your beliefs, right? And you're existing today in a secular state. So how do you, like, I get your personal feelings. I
How
can't
do I
debate
what?
that. But like you said, I'm just trying to establish what things you want to see women, like today that they have like equality, that you want to see, you see as perversion, and you want it eroded.
Yeah, less governmental, less protections that allow women to avoid accountability. I've always been explaining that. Voting would be one.
Sorry?
Voting would be one,
Voting?
but it wouldn't be the first. I would go after
AB?
I would go after ABs. I would go after any type of DEI
Divorce
implementations. I mean, I would vote how I'm voting now. Trump got rid of DEI practices in the government. I support. Trump got a Supreme Court justice. That's two of them that are more conservative leaning. I would support. It would just be used in the state to promote morals instead of secularism.
Okay, and
More of a
and
Christian
basically,
paradigm than secularism.
but you realize that not like, I mean, if you're gonna by that same logic, right? Someone then could then turn around and then say take away from blacks also the right, this and that.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be me.
Would you be okay?
It wouldn't be
You-
it wouldn't be a Christian paradigm at that point. Because
Mhm,
I mean,
okay.
are you talking about like I mean, yeah, there's Klansmen that are Christians, but they're a minority position. They're fringe. What's your point?
So are you though? You're in the fringe minority as well.
I'm
because
not
the
in
thing
a
is,
fringe minority. A lot of people don't like ABs that are Christian. Hell, the debates are even bigger about ABs against or pro-life against
yeah,
pro-choice.
but that's one
These are-
issue. That's one issue. But
but
we're
it's
talking about
it's
the
on
women's
moral
issue.
principles. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Women on
mean,
their
you-
end view it as, like I just explained to you, women view it as them needing some type of equal
Well,
power
just think of
position.
The Handmaid's Tale.
Yes,
What I'm explaining to you,
Mhm.
I'm making an argument from dignity, not this perverse version of egalitarianism. I think the baby should have dignity. The woman
But
is
the
saying
women,
no.
what about the
like
women?
I
this.
need to be equal
Do
to
you
you.
let
I
children
need to
drive
be
too?
equally
You're
able to
taking the
define.
women's dignity. You're taking the
Do you let
women's
children
It
dignity away.
depends on who.
and
It
into it.
depends on how you define it. It depends on how you define it. Is it dignified for me to want to end the life that's innocent off of a whim? Some would say
James,
yes.
Master,
Can I
I'm just
ask
curious.
a
Do you
can I
think it's
ask a
okay for
very
children to drive cars?
Well, hey,
What's that have to-
let's not make this an
that's
AB.
that's
Let's not make
segueing.
this
That
an
you're
AB
segueing.
questionnaire. Joanna,
Okay, fine.
Joanna,
Do you
Yeah,
think it's
anyway.
okay for
hold on,
people
hold on,
who
Wayne.
drink to drive cars?
But could
Joanna,
I say
hold on a
something?
second.
I'm not
Or
saying
Wayne, one moment. Joanna had a question she wanted to ask, and then we'll let
So
Augie come up next.
so your type of woman is obviously going to be a traditional Christian woman, correct?
Or someone who aligns with traditional values. Yeah.
Okay. And have you not found that? How old are you, if I
Yeah,
could
I've
ask?
found that. I'm 33.
So why are you trying to convince everyone else to be anti-feminist if you've already found what you're looking
Because
for?
it's
You're
not about
acting as if
me. I have a
as if
duty
it
to I have a
affects
duty
you
to
personally, but
society.
you've actually found your person and
It
you didn't have
affects
an issue.
me.
So
It
why are you
affects
assuming, if I could just finish,
yeah,
why are
go
you
ahead.
assuming that you need to convince everyone else of something that's going to help them when you yourself didn't have an issue finding it? It's not an issue for you.
It's a righteous
Why are you?
cause.
It's a righteous cause to
Yeah.
convince. Let me tell you, I come from a very traditional home. My parents are Latinos, so maybe the society just has shown me very traditional Latinos. But I will tell you
Why do you
something.
say it
If
like
you're
that?
telling Latino men to be more anti-feminist, there's going to be more dead women in the streets. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
They're already
well,
very macho,
I'm not
very
sure. I'm not
anti-feminist.
sure what about my
I think
positions
you also have to think about
So what
what
about
your
my
position
positions
is
have
doing
given? All right. So one point at a time.
to men that are
Joanna, one point at a time,
already
pretty please.
misogynist and
So are we going
macho
to do
and
one
all
point
this.
at a
You're
time? Because if we're not,
creating.
you're just filibustering. Would you like to do one point at a time?
No, go ahead.
All right. So what about my position that I've espoused today made you feel physically threatened that to which if Mexican men did, they were going to end the lives of women? What about my
Because
position gave you that impression?
because men, misogynistic, macho men, already exist. That's not an issue. That's just automatically in a man somehow. Just like, some things are automatically in a woman somehow. And you're kind of you're almost like offended or triggered or I don't know, you feel threatened by the men that are enjoying these women that are more free. But you already found your type. You have to let them find their type. Why are you trying to convince them otherwise?
To have them avoid misogynists
But
like
if
you.
they're their types, you're not.
She's saying, why do you want your daughters to have a marriage instead of going from guy to guy?
Yeah, it's
what she's
interesting.
saying.
Like, just let
No,
anybody.
because these people are going to marry each other. That's just
Right,
the
so-
natural law.
It's interesting how if we live in a society, you're saying, why should I not just care about myself and not care about other people? Because if I care about myself, by an extension of that is I love others. If I want them to do better, I would have to first do better myself. Living by example so that I can set that for society to move forward in that way sounds to me to be the more moral position as opposed to what you're proposing. Perhaps
But
something you do.
because you-
1 second, perhaps something you do, which is just live in your own vacuum. So one is less selfish than the other. Yours being the more selfish.
I think yours is more selfish because I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm actually just
Right.
questioning it because
Right.
I've lived it and
Right.
I found out the other end of it. With my 41 years, I lived the first couple of years as a traditional wife that, as you would say, submit, I would say respects my husband. And I ended up with depression and a lot of other problems because that becomes repetitive and someone with an education becomes really bored of it and depressed. It just really messes you up. You become someone that isn't fully fulfilled. Your children grow up. Do you know what I mean? That's not something you can rely on for the rest of your life. You're not always going to have 5-year-olds, 10-year-olds running around. They're going to grow up and you're going to end up with the same person, but with less things to do and less things in common. If you grow with someone, you thank God you found someone that, you share values with. You can continue going to church with her. You're going to
All right, man.
evolve.
So
I don't
you're
know how
just so
long.
you're just bitter. Is that why you came up here? Because
Exactly.
you're bitter.
There's that
No,
woman
absolutely
love.
not.
All right. Well, then
because I
why?
respect
What is?
my
How is that
parents and I
relevant?
respect
Your
my
your
marriage. I'm
nasty
just
your
trying to let
nasty
you know.
experience you had with submitting to a man. How and you're bitter about it. How is
It
that relevant?
doesn't mean that anything. Why do you have to think that because something bad
You
happened,
just
I didn't
explained
overcome
something
it?
bad happened to me. So now
So I couldn't
I just
overcome it?
no.
According to you,
Your
that's the end of
anecdote.
me?
No, I'm explaining to you that your
How did I end
anecdotal
up here
expense, your
if I
anecdotal
didn't overcome it?
your
I'm trying to tell
anecdotes
you
does
my
not prove any
experience,
general
and it's the
statement.
experience of
Man,
majority
this is
of
crazy.
women.
Like
They
just
all end up
completely
that way. If you
emotional.
interview
Like
them at 40-some years old,
like just emotion. Like
they're going to tell you they're more miserable now. It's just a fact.
so.
But thankfully, I found
my
my type.
experience and my truth means that other women are going to have the same experience and the
Ladies,
same
if you
truth.
marry a man, you're gonna
It's
be
like,
so bored.
You
golly,
guys
man,
have
just
to become
complaining.
so whiny when a woman is speaking
Right,
normally.
you the one who just gave us a Hallmark
Did
sob
something hit a
story.
nerve and now you became a child?
I'm married and I'm so bored. I'm
All right,
so
just
bored.
tell us the story
You
one more
can't stay on
time.
the subject. You have to become a clown.
Joanna, tell us the story one more time. Let's hear it.
Can
When he
we
let me start working, when we became a team together, we became multimillionaires together. It wasn't working with just him working. Oh, okay. That's real mature.
Like your anecdotes, I didn't. You notice how in my arguments I not once brought up an anecdote. You notice that it doesn't move the conversation forward. At this point,
No,
we can
she's
reject
right.
it.
Listen, these women need to be aware.
Oh wait,
of
what does she
being
cry?
bored.
She look at this baby. Look at this big baby crying.
They
If
gotta
you're
be
gonna
afraid
bring
of
if you're
being
gonna bring
bored.
your anecdotes into question, don't get mad when people start ridiculing them because you brought up as proof to point your argument. If I can't attack it, this is what I'm explaining. This is what let me just rant for a second. For everybody who enjoys that, get the likes up because I think this was warranted. Here's the thing, guys. These feminists and these effing women who are so emotional, who can't just muster a little bit of ridicule, they get to set the tone of our political discussions. This is sick. I'm not going to allow some weak-minded pussies to control the argument because they have feelings. It's gay at this point. What do you want? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to have some Breyers ice cream and see like, you know what? you know, I agree with you. That bad experience you have, you know what? That's right. We should make political policies around your crybaby feelings. No, that's low-key kind of gay. It's childlike. I'm not going to let someone manipulate my emotions in this way. How about we just have grown-ass discussions, and if you're going to be an adult about bringing your experiences, and you need to be an adult by having pushback on it. This is why feminism is bad, because women always like to frame conversations. They like to redefine terms. They like to tone police the goddamn the goddamn discussion. Don't allow them to do that. This is not a safe space for you guys. Okay? So I'm going to, as a point of reference, I'm going to give Mestia. Mestia is a good sport. I'm not over here. If she's going to say misogynistic words, I'm going to give her the same treatment back. I thought she liked equality. Is that not equality? Golly.
But something, I mean, can I say something? I mean,
Before you
just
say that, could I go ahead and say something? I mean, you've been talking for a minute. I just want to make a couple of points.
No. Actually, we waited just a second because I.
Well, to be fair, ma'am, I did say Augie could go next. I did say.
Okay, yeah, okay, he can go then.
Okay, can I go ahead and go?
Augie, you're up. And
All
then
right,
Messi is next.
Okay, so where you left off last time, I pretty much, you guys got a, she had a rant, but we left off on me asking why do you think feminism is bad, and you gave me a couple of explanations, but just tell me this one more time. Why do you think it's bad, and just quickly summarize it, because I kind of forgot when you guys were speaking.
Where I've observed feminism, whether it be whatever wave you want to point out to, it's women trying to come up with cultural or political governmental devices to help them avoid accountability. And what this is they want the authority, but they don't want to be responsible for the consequences. They want everyone else to pay for that, whether it be ABs, whether it be welfare, whether it be maternity leave, whether it be how they want to frame definitions, whether it be body count. If you want to be free and sleep around with men, you should be free to experience the consequences of men not wanting to marry you. Women, a feminist will pout at this. She will catch fire at this because she doesn't like to be held responsible. She wants to make us all collectively responsible. She wants to shame other men to getting with women who've been used up more than they're comfortable with.
And it's also gender roles are called oppressive too. You have to include that.
Hold on a second. Do you think that's a bit generalized? Because from what I heard, you said you found your woman. She's not a insanely radical feminist, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Like you found. Don't you think that's a little bit generalized? Because in my personal opinion, I wouldn't say playing devil's advocate, but I don't think all women think like that. Once upon a time,
definitely not.
In a fairy tale, I found a woman that was more traditional, and she didn't have a body count at all. She was a virgin. But I don't think all women are like that in that aspect.
I would never say that. I
definitely do think.
I'm talking about feminists, Augie. I'm not talking about women. I would never.
When I was saying
insult a woman that way.
I don't think all feminists think like that, because I've met some feminists that actually believe in what the root of feminism was, which is equal rights and equal opportunities. But I know you were arguing about that.
So
what
they
I mean
default to
by
Christian
equal
ethics,
opportunities and equal benefits, meaning, say my wife
is Jesus a feminist?
Is working. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm not about to play semantics. I just want to say this one
That's
thing.
not a semantic question. Is Jesus a feminist?
No,
that's like a straw man. That's
well,
nothing to do with what I'm saying.
I don't think he's
James.
going there. I don't think Wayne. I don't think he's going there. So let's see where he's going.
Sorry.
So I'm not who you think I am, man. But say my wife is going to work, and this is kind of playing devil's advocate, because I'm curious as what you will say, because I've had a bunch of different answers in the past. So say my wife is at work, I'm at work, but I for sure can't leave, and let's say our grandmother gets sick, her grandmother specifically, and she has to take time off from work. Being in being in that situation, feminism is helping her be able to leave and have a equal opportunity. I may be wrong here, but I kind of forgot
equal opportunity.
the whole argument. I was going to say equal opportunity to possibly leave and sacrifice her job to go see her grandma dying or something versus being in a traditional space that kind of like sacrifices her career, if you see what I'm trying to say.
All right, well let's revisit the scenario. A woman is married to a man. They both work
Yes.
to keep the home afloat. Is this a scenario?
Yes.
Okay, and then the woman's, you said grandma or mother?
Grandmother.
The woman's grandmother is
It
going
could be grandma. It could be grandma. Or
Okay, the woman's grandma is going to be passing away, so she wants to go see him, but it's such that she would have to take enough amount of work that she's going to lose her job.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is the traditional values that you talk about dictates like sacrifices to her career, just in my opinion.
Yeah, but I can understand in some scenarios where that would be permissible, but that wouldn't be permissible at all. Like, let's just say the man could just hunker down, and he's probably going to have to work extra 5 to 10 hours a week to offset the costs. I think that would be something a man would do, but it would actually set them up later on for now on, perhaps they can lean on her. But another scenario where this wouldn't work out, or where they could lean on this man who's working extra hours. But one scenario where this wouldn't work out, and the feminists would outcry about it, is in the same scenario, the woman wants to leave, but there's going to be less food on the table. The kids are going to be in a calorie deficit for their weekly amount of food they're going to have. The man is within his right to say, look, I don't want our household to be in jeopardy. I don't want to have to get evicted. I don't want to have to perhaps get kicked out of our home because you're leaving because you want to go see your mother or your grandmother pass away. How about you just set up a Zoom call and reconcile, because your responsibility is to
What is the point of this?
I'm explaining to you in scenarios where this would not be okay, and a man would be in his right to assert some authority over it. But the feminists would say the woman shouldn't have any authority over her in a relationship. That has to be the feminist position if she promotes equality. If she's going to take a cafeteria approach where she's going to say, oh, well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Well, then she's not being a feminist. She's not being consistent. I'm explaining to you the virtues behind this egalitarianism that you're promoting. And it's not just legal, it's personal. It's not just political. Most feminists would argue this. They do not like they don't like to divorce the personal with the political. That's why they have a problem with cultural dynamics and sexual dynamics. That's why they have a problem with the nuclear family and the patriarchal structure. So if you were...
I definitely see what you're saying. Like that's why I touched on that in the beginning. Most definitely there are women who like conjugate to like this general idea that the man should have no power over her, or the women should be like the stronghold of the family, or like women have the right to be the breadwinner. I definitely see what you're saying.
Or emotional labor at this point. The emotional labor. New freaking terms.
I
Go ahead,
definitely
Augie.
see that.
What were you saying?
But I'm just saying this. I don't think all feminists are like that. I don't. I think
rewind the
most
clock
of them
50
are like
years.
that. But in my personal opinion, there are people, especially older people of the older generation, that grew up in this traditional lifestyle that you're promoting and talking about, being, you know, cooking, cleaning, doing the dishes, being just being a wife, like, you know, what the Bible promotes, or whatever. I think there's a different kind of feminism completely based off of what our society promotes now.
But feminism
Like,
is bad
everyone
from the
on
root.
TikTok,
and the women who were
everyone
feminists,
is
the
on
Christian.
TikTok now.
Here's the thing: Christianity is not compatible with feminism. It's never been compatible. It's usurping authority over the man. That's never been compatible with Christianity. So people
Well,
can
instead
be
of thinking
feminists
it
can
as-
be
as
deceived,
power
or
being-
Christians could be deceived in that way to be Christian despite their feminism, or vice versa. But they're just incorrect. They haven't studied the position enough.
But does the Bible explicitly state that feminism is bad?
No, but
Because-
but by principle it does. If the society is supposed to be ran patriarchal, if the religion is patriarchal, and the religious offices are patriarchal, it would stand to reason that all states and governmental systems that we've seen throughout all of biblical history have been patriarchal. It would stand to reason that we would have not just our observation of that, but other biblical principles about leadership and how it should be patriarchal. It would stand to reason that our government should be that way as well.
James, by
If
the
we're
way,
the most
also, I think
capable of King, I'm gonna let you, welcome back. I'm gonna let you
Sure,
finish,
go
but
ahead,
last
go
thing I'll say, we are the only ones who are capable of doing what the Bible requires of our government, which
It
is
was Mesta's
is
turn, by the way.
come again.
It was the Mesta's turn at the bottom, but
We are the only ones capable. If a government is the at its baseline, which is what Paul explains in Romans, which is a punisher to evil doers, we are the only ones capable of doing that collectively as men. Women are not capable of doing that. So
why do you say that?
That means that women can't enforce their rights. They cannot use force to change their state of affairs as a collective. They can only appeal to men.
Mestia?
Mestia.
Yes, what happened?
I apologize for calling you.
Well, I don't know if how do you say it? Is it Mestia or Mestia?
Mestia, yeah, you're saying
oh,
it
my
just
bad.
fine.
Mestia is. I've been wrong this whole time.
No, I didn't even realize. It's okay. I mean, it doesn't matter.
I just
sorry,
want to say one more thing, and then she can finish.
Well,
This is
T,
the last
I
thing.
think
It's not.
T, if you're sending me some hearts, I appreciate it, T. And some. And
It's
some
not.
roses.
It's not a filibuster or anything. But say what? Okay. What do you think about single moms who? And I know I'm sure you have a strong opinion on it. I've seen multiple guys like you, but just give me a fair, honest answer. You know, none of the like cheap shots. But what do you think about single mothers who? And this is a hypothetical, by the way. Single mothers who are forced to be put in a situation where they have to be the provider, essentially step up and do what a man's supposed to do, provide for the child, pay for the house, do the bills, go to work, come home, make food, do the dishes, and
Not
just
filibustering, by
the
the
whole
way.
9 yards. What do you think about women who are in that position?
I think they're
Are
doing.
they
I think they're doing.
invalidated?
No, I
or
think they're
do
doing
you
admirable
look at
work.
them as lesser kind.
No, I think they're
And
doing
you're just
admirable
saying,
work.
well-
Because here's the thing: it's better to it's better to perpetuate your own genes and take the responsibility of being moral and not ending the life of an innocent life. Even if
What are-
you're
what are
going
you
to
talking
have
about,
to,
abortion?
yeah, that's a more moral and honorable position than the ones who don't do that. So they get a
So you
baseline
don't.
level
So you
of
don't look at
respect to
women
me.
as lesser. So you don't look at women as
Well,
lesser.
they're
based
just
off
less.
Of your
They're just going to be less
anti-feminism.
desirable. That doesn't mean they're lesser humans, but they're just going to be less desirable on the dating market. That position, those two things can be true at the same
So
time.
would you? And I'm not being funny or joking here. Would you enjoy a society that had less women in it and it was more ruled by men?
Less women? No, I
Less
wouldn't.
women,
I would
yeah.
not enjoy such a society. That's called China.
Well, he
One
also
child
said
policy.
ruled by men. That's like two different questions. But sorry, never mind.
Yeah, there
I
would
hate
be
to-
there would
ruled
be
by
more
men,
women
meaning
and
in
men.
both ways, meaning in both ways. They structure society more. There's no women in the government. There's no women involved in politics. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
saying.
whole different
I just
question.
want to bump in, but Mystia's been waiting for like 5 minutes now, and this has been like 4 questions.
No, it's okay. I'm
No,
content.
Mystia's talked for a while, and we already talked about it. She said
hey,
she let me
Augie,
go. I mean,
Augie, all considered, she really did wait respectfully for you, and you asked like 4 random questions. So
okay, dude,
Mestia.
I don't know who you are, but we had a respectful conversation with James,
King
and
is-
I've been waiting for a while.
King-
I
I'm
mean,
showing
you
you
can
King
go
has
if you want
some-
you
to.
can respect women.
King has some social credit here.
You can go if you want to, man.
King
I mean,
has
it
some
doesn't
social
matter.
credit here. Hold on. Let me just order in the court. Mestia, did you want to mention anything?
Yeah, but it's like at this point, I'm like, oh my god, like I got lost. I'll be back to it. Like you can take Xenos. I think Xenos wanted to go say something,
What up, King?
but I'll jump in later.
All right. No, I think that when we talk about like rights versus responsibilities, right, I do think that the more that women have voted, right, and when you hear like a feminist perspective, it's natural, I think, for women to be more on the empathetic side, right? So they're more naturally more interested in rights. Men tend to be more on the justice side, so they're the ones who are more on responsibilities. So it's naturally a man's idea that is, hey, for men, if you want to be a part of adult society and you want to have a say in it, yeah, you have to commit to signing up for a draft, right? You get a right, you get a responsibility. For women, it's a lot more different because in that case, it's difficult to say, yeah, you want to have your own choice about having, Smex before marriage, right? You want reproductive freedom. Okay, but the responsibility of having consensual reproductive activities is if you get pregnant, then you bear the responsibility of bearing that child. So in other words, women like the idea of focusing on the right, but the responsibility sounds like oppression. Whereas men are more understanding that all rights come with responsibilities. And I see
And there's
Misty
more social cushions
That
too
is
for women.
That's what I wanted to actually come in on, because yesterday I happened to be on like a feminist a live, and it was about empathy. I still don't know what empathy is to this day.
It's just
Whatever.
it's just gay, ethereal, female talk.
You know what empathy is.
No,
You're a
it's just
woman.
it's just
No, I
it's just
don't.
this.
It's a
It's like
culture, but I get
it's
it.
just
I get
gay,
it. But
ethereal, female, feminist talk.
But here's the thing. So I went. So I told her, okay, in the comments basically, and I had to go up. I told her stop trying to like feminize men, right? Because she was trying to say, she said women are more empathetic, and that is so traits that men should take more of. And I said no, they do. First of all, I said everybody could have, like both men and women could have empathy. The degree of it is different. And I
But when it
said
comes to
also,
justice,
just a
when it comes
second,
to justice.
can you just a second, Wayne? I'm not interrupting you when you talk. So my point was, like I said, there is such a thing as toxic empathy, which isn't talked about at all, like which is prevalent, like especially when it comes to like your women basically, and they went ballistic on me and were saying, "Oh my God, you're so misogynistic, patriarch." Like I don't understand, like what is this like? And I kind of like, because I've been waiting the last couple of months between anti-feminists and feminists trying to understand, and I'm kind of, because I thought it was ridiculous when you said that they're like, someone here said it, that women are trying to up over the men, like they're not trying to be equal to them but rather go over them, and that's one of them basically. And it's like, it's so like, why do you like want to be like, and I see also on the other side as well, the anti-feminist, you're trying to both change each other, and like for what end though? Like that's what I'm trying to understand.
We're just going to use the state. This is how we've done it at this point. And that's how we're going to do it.
Because we're not the same. We're not equal. We never will be equal.
Yeah, anybody who can hold you accountable to a responsibility is over you, right? And if you only want rights and no responsibilities, which is, hey, let's have a bunch of entitlements but not have children, like let's have a bunch of free smecks, right? And then not want to raise the children if we get pregnant, right? Then there's no legal body to hold you responsible, right? And I think that's where women feel like we have to be over men, because otherwise men could hold us accountable and responsible, right, to our activities, whereas we only want the freedoms but not the
And
responsibilities.
that's where Daddy State comes in to save them and rescue them.
But then also, okay, so that I don't buy that, because the thing is, it's coming from men. Like, for example, if we take, for example, the AB issue, right? It's not just women alone saying, oh, you know what, let's just, this is like, basically like our right only, and we don't want any responsibility, because here it became a healthcare. That's what I hear them saying. So since it's become a healthcare, wait, just a second. So if they say it's a healthcare, if that is indeed the case, then do you want to remove a healthcare? And what
This
about
is just
like
this is
also,
just feminist. This is just female aggression.
but
It's just
wait,
female
can I say-
aggression.
but wait,
Changing terms,
but I-
manipulating the
but-
situation.
But if you want to hold, if you want to hold people responsible, right? There's a lot of people who are irresponsible in your society. Who is sleeping? There's someone snoring, by the way. I've been hearing this for a while now.
Wait, maybe just somebody has trouble breathing.
Miss Fabul, maybe?
Miss Fabulous, are
It's
you
not
awake,
Wayne.
ma'am? Hey, we have wooed her to sleep.
know,
You know what I
mute-
think?
you can mute her.
You know what I think did it? You know what I think did it? I think it's when I tore into Joanna. I think it's when
No, she
that was a good
passed. Maybe they
lullaby for
passed
her.
out. Maybe, no, they passed out. I think.
Lullaby.
Not,
Oh man.
wait, maybe they have like. I thought it was like
Mrs.
someone having
Fabulous, we're
issues.
gonna let you down, and when you wake up, we're here for you. All right, continue, Miss Tia.
Okay, so but there's a lot. What I was saying was, a lot of people need to be held accountable in your societies. they're not being so like the thing is like, okay, you want to hold feminists accountable, great, but you got to do it holistically, right? When you pick on them, right, like when you say,
How
okay,
do
you
we do
can't
it
have
holistically?
wait, just a second,
You just don't like the way we do it. What's
just
your
a second.
All right, Miss.
Can I just say,
Tia.
okay, when you say to her, like, okay, women, you can't have a B, that's fine. You also have to hold the fat guy also accountable and say, or the fat women, and say, hey, no healthcare for you too.
Look, here's the best
That's
part
what you have to
about.
do.
Here's the best part about.
No.
The best
Because
part about
that
it
is,
is we don't have to do. Here's the
No.
best part about my position. We don't have to appeal to women's sentimentalities. That's the best part.
How?
My
Like, you
wallet,
just
my
gonna brute force?
Because if I told
my
you
choice.
if right now 2 years or 5 years ago, like COVID, if we were telling you how we're going to try and get rid of ABs, you would say you need to couple it with something that makes women feel good about it. And I'm telling you, no, we're just going to get a Supreme Court justice in. We're just going to get Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett in. That's all we're going to do. And women can't do
And
jack
Miss-
shit about it.
Miss
we
Tia,
ain't gonna do
try
nothing of
being-
that. We ain't got to do
Miss
the
Tia, try being
holistic
an
stuff.
obese smoker with a pre-existing condition and going and getting health insurance. In other words, people are held accountable, right? So this idea that somehow that even in healthcare you're not accountable, yeah, no, you can still be held accountable. You might not even qualify to get healthcare, right?
Yeah, but
So-
you're also holding women who, like right now, yeah, like he said, the gentleman
Miss
James,
Tia,
like you know, but
If you
Like
make a consenting decision to engage in reproductive activities, first of all, how preventable is it from getting prego? Like
how preventable?
99.9, right? That's
yeah,
that's
but
even
they
you even
fail.
engaging in the
but it-
activity,
but in-
and
but
you have
in
the
any
choice to
event-
not engage in it at all. So how come when you have the freedom to engage in that activity and you could prevent it almost to the 100th percentile, right? Then when you actually
And
do
then
get
also
prego,
on top of that-
why
King-
do you have the right without that responsibility? to
Mestia,
actually
before
go
you
hold
answer that, King, do you mind handling the panel for a moment? Because I got to step away for a sec.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then can I piggyback off of that, because they talk about women's reproductive rights, but never talk about men's reproductive rights, because
they don't
What-
have anything.
okay, no, because you talk about legally enforcing something like child support, but you can't say a man has permission to veto AB or any of those kinds of decisions. So what you're essentially saying is men have zero control over their wallet, over their child's life, over anything. That's
Over
what
the
you're saying.
women's body, you mean? Because the thing is, this is an event that's happening on the
wait a
women's
second.
body. But I want to go back to what the King was like. I just want to answer
ahead,
that
Miss-
before we kind of
Yeah, go for
segue.
it.
So you were saying, if I just so I have it correctly, I don't. You were saying it's it's optional. You engage in this,
Yeah.
and sorry,
By the way,
I-
I'm only talking about consensual at this moment, right? So it means
Yeah,
that you're
yeah,
of
yeah.
the age and engaging in a consensual act. Yes.
And she conflated
Mhm.
a wallet
So-
and a life of the child as
just a second,
woman's
just a
body.
second. I want to. Okay, wait. So you were saying, please, like finish for me, like.
Yeah, and when a woman engages in a consensual act, right?
Uh-huh.
First of all, that getting the results. By the way, I'm not even think that we should make it separate, but you can make it almost to the 100th percentile to prevent yourself from getting pregnant. But if you don't take the precautions and you do get pregnant, why should you have the right to a AB when that's just not a responsibility that went along with the right to have engaged in the activity in the first place?
But that's not part of it. That's just something you made up on the spot, like saying that why are you not taking responsibility? Which okay,
Well-
it's fine. Wait, that why isn't she taking responsibility for something
responsibilities.
she engaged? Wait,
Yeah.
that she engaged in. First of all, that doesn't like every time someone engages in intercourse, it doesn't mean that they want to actually
It
get
implies
pregnant.
it does.
Just a
Every
second,
single time.
just a
But you
second.
know it
Wayne.
could be. You know it could be. Could happen.
It could be, right?
Mhm.
But the thing is, like, okay, so if like that, your issue is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the state paying, you're taking money from you and others to fund this, then ought we not also to then do away with other things as well, because this is entrenched into the healthcare where it is available. Correct me in your country. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, but before we even go to the healthcare, let's just stay on reproductive activities, because we have zero issue telling a man, if a man engages in voluntary consensual reproductive activities, and the woman gets pregnant and keeps the child, what does the state force that man to do?
If the woman wants to keep it.
Yes, if she,
And
she keeps the child, what does the state force the man to do?
So the child is there, then he has to pay child support.
That's right. And why do we say that? Because
Okay.
you involuntarily engaged in this, society deems that there's a responsibility that went with
Sorry,
that right.
involuntary?
You made a voluntary.
Did
Let
you
me
say-
land this point,
oh.
Ms. Dia, right? You made a voluntary choice to engage in reproductive activities, which doesn't always, but can and very likely can include the bringing about of a new person. Now there's a responsibility that goes along with having gotten someone pregnant. So you have to pay it. We have no issue taking away that man's bodily autonomy for the next 18 years to force him to pay 1/3 of his gross income for 18 years. And if he doesn't do it, we will actually incarcerate him for doing so.
The only debt in the world that you
zero
can be
issue
incarcerated
taking
for.
away that man's bodily autonomy. But in other words, as a responsibility that went with that right.
So what happens? So if that child, because the women, because there is a biological event that's happening inside the women, and then she decides, right? She makes the decision to keep or not to keep, where it's legally allowed, right? But the man, right? He has no say in those, whether to keep or not to keep. He has no say, right? But when when she does have the child, right? He has to pay for child support, correct?
Yeah,
He has
yeah,
to
because
so
that's
in that
that's
ca-
what society is to deem that as a responsibility that went along with that free choice of engaging in reproductive
So, but why
activity.
why did society decide that?
Because with this, we've always decided that rights and responsibilities go hand in hand.
No. Why did, in this case, to make the man pay, even when he doesn't want to, why did they force him? Why is that?
We deemed it was better for society, even if worse for the individual.
Okay.
Right? In other
fishing
words,
for a certain
There you
it is
go.
better for
Okay.
society that the child gets supported, right? And that there was a responsibility one with the right, even though it takes away bodily autonomy from the individual, it's better for society.
By the way, you're actually seeing the negative effects of it, because not every man actually pays for his child. And you're seeing in your society today the negative of it, because once upon a time in the past, it was such that 100% it fell on the man, right? And to an extent on the women, right? When that child came into this world, and there was heavy responsibility. But today, even for men, that's waning. And so what's happening is what do you have? A lot of, single parent home, and the state is stepping in.
Yeah, it's
right?
very
And then what's
difficult to
happening-
enforce.
So you have
and the more promiscuous we are, the more out of wedlock, births are happening. Yeah, it's very difficult
Yeah.
to enforce it, but we still try
So,
to.
but in that case, right, wouldn't it not be better, right, where you actually have in all of your all the states of your country, where you basically say, hey, let's just have A, B every corner. Wouldn't that be better, so that the man isn't, the plane is evened out?
Yeah, if you want to even out, then you would say that there are no responsibilities that go to any of the reproductive rights, which means men would not carry it. But I don't think that's better for society.
But no
I
children
think-
would be. That's
Miss
a
Steele, let
thing.
me land this point. I think society determined men, if you freely engage in reproductive activities, you now bear the responsibility that went with that right. And instead of saying, hey, women, you have the same responsibility, you're suggesting, well, let's just relieve men of that too. But that's
But they
typically
don't
where
have
women
to.
go, which is, let's keep the right and just remove our responsibilities. And I'm saying the more we divorce responsibilities from rights, the more our society tumbles into decay. Right. And that's actually where we need to go backwards, is to say all of your rights that you have and the rights that I have all come with responsibilities. And women, if you want to engage in reproductive activities, which, by the way, it's called a reproductive activity, and it ends up in reproduction, right? The responsibility is you engaged in it freely, consensually. It's now your responsibility. Men, you
No,
engage
but
in
that
it,
would
it's
be-
also your
but-
responsibility,
Mhm.
right?
But that's a
better
draconian
for
take.
society to say your bodily
No.
autonomy is less valuable than society's value.
No, but you're a pro-natalist. So the thing is, what I'm suggesting is that you actually take away, you even out the plane by having, say, okay, the women you have, you're free to get the AB, and the man, he can really like abort financially.
Yeah,
That would
but I
actually
think
that would
they're-
work better because when the men, there's the threat of men financially aborting, then what do you think is going to happen? Do you think women are going to be more selective, less selective?
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, I
but
think-
if we're just trying to, if we're being, well, sorry, King.
No, jump back in.
Well, no,
Because
you
it seems
said
like
both.
I'm not interested in like if it's if a life is a life, I'm abolitionist
but-
at this point. I don't care what
Well,
happens.
King said both are bad.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't see the thing is like, but I get that you
It's
see
not what's
life.
better. It's both are bad. He's saying
Yeah.
neither are better. He's saying they're both
Yeah, I'm
bad.
saying
Yeah,
men
but
you
that's-
don't
she's-
get out of your
your bad is
responsibility.
my-
Women,
like-
you don't get out of your responsibility.
Papa said, how is that
No.
draconian, Mestia? And I do find that interesting, Mestia, because you're saying it's draconian to
Yes,
what?
draconian, because the men and women's responsibilities are not the same. So in this case, you're saying,
Right.
women, you must go through with this pregnancies, hell, high rise, whatever. Like you have to
Yep.
go through with
But
it.
you're saying
right?
men need to
That's
pay
your
for
position. Just a second. I didn't say that. Just a second. So I'm saying no. I'm saying that's like it's draconian because you're forcing the women and
Nobody
the men,
forced
by the
you to
way.
engage in consensual sex.
Yeah, if
Yeah, but
if draconian
thing
is laws that are punishments that are extremely harsh or cruel, is reality cruel? Is like cause and
actually-
effect cruel?
No, but
Nature.
yeah, but the thing
understand.
is, but if you were not there and with your
Right,
laws, and I decided to get rid of it, who would be crying over it? No one, right? So the thing is, there is the problem of you being present, crying about
Couldn't you say
someone
that
having
about
an AB.
A being a young
right?
child, a 2-year-old? Like,
It's not the same thing, and that's
Why?
just like you're taking.
but that's,
okay.
They're dependent,
but
aren't they?
you're arguing
Dependent.
with
If you're
people who
not
don't take
around,
your
Mestia,
people don't take your
why-
moral position,
It's
Mestia.
just yeah, but the thing is, the
why are you
morality.
forcing someone
Everybody
to care
just-
for the next 16 years to raise that child if they decide they don't want to?
Yeah, that's against their bodily
they,
autonomy.
they can in that situation we have something for it. They can give that child up. You see,
Well,
that's the
if they-
difference
if
when
they
the child
felt,
is
you
here.
can do the same
when
thing.
just a second.
At
can't-
at
Swayze-
birth,
the
you
whole
can
point
give
is
yourself
Swayze,
that.
thanks for the
women,
follow.
I get it. You're not too fan of like the women's like bodies and what they go through and appreciating that. But what I'm saying is that woman doesn't want to go through the
She
medical
shouldn't have had
event. That
sex. She should have.
Yeah, well,
It is 100% preventable. You can either not do it or you can prevent it. I have zero empathy or pity, Mestia, for a woman who engages in unprotected consensual sex and then guess what? Gets pregnant. It's the exact biological reaction for the activity. And that woman crying about, hey, I didn't take precautions and I engaged in it. And
So
now
many
the
ways.
very natural biological consequence happened. But why should you force me to do it? I'm like, you're the one who
Yeah.
made all these decisions up to this point. Right? It is
Yeah,
now
but
your
y-
responsibility. I have no more empathy and pity left for you that you want to schmurder your
Yeah,
baby.
you can
so
at
that
least you
don't
can at
have
least
to
do
have a
the
stretch
plan
mark.
B.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the only thing, okay, so there's only you crying after her, right? The thing, what I'm saying is that life that's inside of her, she doesn't see any value in it, right?
So therefore, it doesn't have any
It's
value.
not
should've
just
prevented
them
it.
crying. They all cry. They all cry.
Yeah, but-
I promise you that.
Who
They all
cries?
cry.
And you know
Well-
what? Society's
I
even
don't think
taken your
so.
responsibility of having to raise it. You know that you can give that baby at birth, no questions, no asks, and have zero liability, responsibility, or cost to raise it after that.
But I
Society's
don't want to
taken
have
so much
King. I don't
it's-
want to have
away from
stretch marks.
But
Yes.
but the thing is, like, you're not appreciating what actually pregnancy entails on and the toll it takes on the women's body, and that is
I
like
just
it's
have the
troubling.
equal appreciation,
fucking
responsibility, and right. You
I
have,
don't think the life
Mestia, this
of
is your female
inside is
nature of
trumps.
only having empathy and no
Okay,
justice.
don't get personal, kid. Okay, just
Exactly.
No, but I'm
That's
saying
so
this
true.
is a natural female ingrained where you are constantly worried about the empathy for the
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah,
but
it
It's
when-
not
sounds a little
empathy for the
toxic.
woman.
Why don't
I'm
you
just
hold
saying,
that
no.
woman
Bestia
accountable?
I'm
sounds a
saying-
little
just a second,
toxic
kid.
here. Bestia
No,
sounds
no,
like
no.
some toxic
No.
empathy.
Yes.
No, it's a okay, so it's a subjective morality we're dealing with here. Because I
Mestia,
don't see.
why
Wait,
don't
just a
you
second.
have
Can you
justice
not
related
talk
to
over
a
me?
woman?
Just a second.
This is so true.
My goodness. So I don't see any value in that fetus. You do, right? And that's
No,
the difference.
Why don't
where
you see
we
value in holding somebody accountable to a decision that they made? Right?
Because they don't have justice,
Take away
man.
But
your
we have to
feelings
do,
about
yeah,
the
but
baby
then we
away.
have,
Oh my
yeah, but
God.
we have to do that across the board. Was what I'm saying,
we don't.
right?
Well,
Like so.
Wait,
in
what?
Do you
all
believe
the-
in prisons?
No,
Do you think
Wait,
that should be
hold
abolished?
on.
We already
No.
did.
Mestia, hold on a second. Mestia,
Yeah.
if the man has to pay, then the woman has to give birth.
It's uneven. Oh, no, that's not a fair thing, because the thing is, like, the one is more costlier, right? You paying
So
something
nature's
out
not
of your
fair.
exactly. That's
So
nature's
therefore,
not fair.
so therefore, if I don't reconcile it,
It's
so
like-
therefore, if
it's
I
just
don't
like-
reconcile it, it's not fair.
So
And
it's
also,
like me
men
saying,
have
wait,
to
it's like me
defend the
saying because
country
you're
if there's a
strong.
war, Mestia, and you
So
don't have
I'm
to.
just
Mestia,
saying.
hold on.
So
Mestia, it's like you
James-
saying, hold on,
just-
King, hold on. Mestia, you're saying, it's like if you saying what?
So it's like me saying, like, because you're a man, you're stronger than me. That is unfair inherently. So we ought to, like, even that playing out. How do we do that? Do we
Well,
give you drugs to lessen your, like? Do you see what I'm
Yeah,
going?
well,
like,
yeah, then we
and
just
it's
don't.
not
This is
fair.
Do
why
I have to be
Is
short?
Right. So this is why we don't. This is why we don't formulate a society on equity. We don't do that because what you're trying to ask for is equity. It's not actually
If I'm
equality.
taller than you,
But
should I be
Mestia-
shortened?
But
Mestia, wait.
Wait,
This is
let her answer this
100%
quickly.
preventable.
Let
Mestia,
her answer
why
this
is your
quickly.
empathy not mixed with justice? For the woman
yeah,
who
but I am
didn't
with the guy
engage in...
as well.
Mestia, let me land my point, right? For a woman who didn't prevent, which is 100% preventable, why do you only have empathy for her and zero justice? Because shouldn't you also look at her and say, woman,
Yes.
you engaged in consensual activities that you know creates babies, right? You knew that this was a result and you could have 100% prevented it, but you didn't.
So
why
what
doesn't
I
she
said
now bear a
just a sec-
cost to that decision to not do
What
it?
I'm saying is,
Also-
like, in that event, wait, no one should, like, even the man, right? I said even the playing out, right?
No, so you want
What
to
I
even the
suggested
playing
just
field
as-
out?
Hold
Why
on,
have
Answer her
just-
question
Wayne. You
quickly.
got to let Mestia finish. She has a minority position.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry, but I have a quick question after she lands your plane.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm not sure where the conversation is going with King and Mestia, but you're gonna have to let it play out a little bit. She got the minority
Okay.
position.
All right.
Appreciate it. Okay, thanks. Thank you. So I was saying, right, it's better in your society that you have, like, where the men can financially abort and the women can, have an abortion. It should be readily available at all points.
And I
right?
don't
How,
think...
just
Okay,
control
go ahead.
yourself.
I
just
thought
a
you were,
second.
I thought you were
I'm
done,
not-
Mestia.
I will let you. I will say I will land. Okay. I know you're passionate about
I'm ready.
this.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Just a second. So I'm saying basically even out because it's kind of lopsided, like you said. A man, he's forced to pay, and I get that, right? And it's not fair. However, right? It ought not be because then the man is forced to pay. Then we ought to also force the woman to go through this medical event in her, which is her body, basically. I don't see that, like, it's just not compare. Like, no, I'm not saying even the plane, like, that's what I would suggest. The best
Even the plane,
option.
but give women the advantage. For God's
How are you
sake.
giving them advantage?
Well, here's the
man
advantage,
can financially abort.
Mistia, there's a biological difference. One, right, when we say that, hey, men, the draft could happen at any time, right? And if we have to defend our country, only men get drafted. And that makes sense. I don't look at it and go, hey, you know what? Out of fairness, we should also draft women who are less capable and may be a liability on the battlefield, right? I look at that and say, it is a biological responsibility, men, that you are more capable at engaging in defense should our country need it, right? And it's that's just part of your biological nature. It's a responsibility that went along with that lottery birth. And by the way, women, you're the only one who can do reproduction. You're the only one who can carry a child. Right. So if you get preggo, there's no way that a man can also get preggo and carry that. It's a biological responsibility of being born a female, right? That you carry the risks and the burden, right, of having a child to birth. But woman, you have 100% protective authority to prevent that from happening. And if you didn't engage in that, I'm sorry, I have zero empathy or pity. Right. That is, you knew that was the biological reality and responsibility if it happened. And now there's another life that shouldn't have to bear the cost of you not having made the logical, right, and moral decision to have prevented it if you didn't want it.
So did the man, though. Like, you're taking the responsibility. Like, it's ironic. Like,
I
it's
never
weird.
took away the responsibility of the man to have
because
to
you
pay for
said
it.
you put it on the women. But in
No,
any
by
event,
nature,
that's
Women have
fine.
more
You said-
authority in this regard. They get to
Yeah, but
choose. We don't
they
live in a
both-
grape culture. Women have the authority to choose whoever they want.
Yeah, so it's like a 50-50. It's like
No,
a
women have more
consensual.
authority still. They still,
How
even
do
if,
they?
because women dictate women dictate who gets to have their genes. It's not men.
Yeah, so when she sleeps with a guy, so that is basically,
She's deciding
them
who she
agreeing.
wants to
Yeah,
have. Do you
They
understand
both,
that
it's a
women control?
mutual,
No, it's not.
it's a mutual
Bec-
consent.
It's
Okay.
not, because if men have to initiate, because they have to win the request of the woman.
So they request from the women.
It's
The women
I understand
consent.
that I understand that there's a level of consent that's equal on both, but it's actually still more on women, because women can choose whatever man she wants.
So who's
She
responsible
decides.
for the child? James, who's responsible for the child? Like in any couple get together, they get the woman gets pregnant.
Well,
Is it
biologically, the woman.
50-50 or like
No,
100%
biologically,
of
the
the
woman's
women?
more responsible.
I'm
Is that not
asking
true?
you if that
This is
no, no, no.
we're talking
I'm
about outside of social construction. Outside of
no,
social
no, no. I'm
construction,
asking you, like, okay, who's responsible for the child? Like, I mean,
as a society,
You mean
once
or
it's
like in
born?
reality, or like
no, I'm saying like a couple, whatever, married or whatever you want to say, they have a child. Is the child
Biologically,
50-50 between them? Like
I don't
biologically, we
understand,
know
like
that.
descriptively, or
Yeah,
prescriptively.
are they okay? Are they both parent to the child?
They're both parents to the child.
Okay, then so look, I
So
mean, I'm
what?
just no, because your point was like it's 100% on the women.
No, that's not my
I'm just
point. I'm
trying
just
to.
explaining to you the woman has more authority to choose what is the next set of genes that'll get to survive to the next generation. That is a female pick. It's not a male pick, because we don't
Which is
live in
why
grape
only half of
cultures.
males have ever reproduced, and 90% of females have.
Because we don't live
Right?
in a grape culture, women effectively choose the next generation of men and women. It's not men.
Yeah, they consent
Men have
to
a
it.
cooperative part, but women have more authority in this regard.
So yeah, they could say no to the guy, and then
At any
that would
point.
be it.
At any point. And the woman will not be able to. And we have societal institutions that revolve around her ability to choose.
And she could say no to every guy. She could choose to remain single and childless her whole life.
She could say
Right?
no mid intercourse, and there could be a case for the guy to go to jail, even if she said yes at a point. So I'm
What?
explaining to you, when if
Wait,
there was
okay.
evidence for it, there
Yeah,
could be
yeah,
a case. If she can make the case that she has been RIPE, there can be vast consequences for that
yeah,
man.
but then that would be great.
I'm explaining to you a
That's
society that we set up to protect women's ability to consent to things, thus giving her even more authority that I'm explaining to you. So therefore, if she
it's
has more
always
authority,
believe all
she's
women.
more
It's never
responsible.
innocent until proven
If she
guilty.
has more
she's
authority,
more
she's more
responsible.
responsible
Okay.
for the actions.
You mean the action, her actions? Sure, yeah, I agree. But the result is equal for both. They're
You
both
talk about financial once the child is born.
I mean, they're both.
But you know,
Yeah,
biologically, you just made the case that it's not equal until then, which we understand because only women can.
yeah, they can
Right,
bear.
can
It's the burden of
the
that's
burden of the
biological reality.
reproduction growth. Yeah, for 9 months,
Yeah, it's on
it is
them.
on the women. Yep. Which is why evolutionarily it makes sense that women were very, very picky, right?
No, they just didn't have the pill for that time. They didn't have any other means.
Yeah,
so
then we wouldn't have a
that was-
society. We wouldn't be here in 2026 if women could choose, because they can't
Yeah.
choose for they can't choose anything. They can't
No,
even.
would never be
it's
They
not
can't
that they
even.
can't
antenatalist
choose.
'cause you
It's just they
wouldn't
don't
exist
want.
today
And I
So
think
this
you're
is
having.
actually
Wait, I think
See,
you're
I
having an
need
issue
to
with
address.
women's
Birth rates
choice.
are.
Like,
Yeah, because I
Actually,
do have a
because they don't
position with how
want.
women are choosing, because there's no society that is going to exist at this point if
Yeah,
women
but
continue
that's
to
like
choose this way.
that's because from a male perspective, I can understand it's like something that
Actually,
it doesn't benefit you. So that of course
It
you're gonna
doesn't
rail
benefit
against
you.
it.
It doesn't benefit women either. They just
Yeah.
don't know it yet. They're too
no,
busy
this is something I
living
actually
their
need
best
I'm
to
life
gonna
now.
pass
address
away. I
because
could I'm headed for the wall. That's the reality I
so
actually live in. So
And that's what happens when you have only rights and no responsibilities. It leads to narcissism.
Entitlement.
Right? Because everything is about your comfort, all right? It's about your experience, your desires. You want to engage in every reproductive activity. You don't want any of the responsibilities that could happen from it. You don't care about the next generation. You only want all of the benefits of society for your own experience.
just like
Right?
any
And
other
then
human.
to turn off the
No.
lights at the end and say everything was just for me.
Yeah, if
and
it
Yeah,
came,
also I
think
need to
it's
address this
if it
because in
came,
ancient times,
go ahead,
women,
Wayne. Go
when
ahead.
they
Go ahead,
wait,
Wayne.
I
You're
have
up,
to
Wayne.
address something.
Yeah, you're up,
Yeah,
Wayne.
thank you. In ancient times, this is why monogamy was an institution invented by men, especially fatherly orientated men, because there was times, especially when times were tough, where women would abandon their offspring. And this is tough to hear about, but it's true. Monogamy, lifelong, legal enforced marriage is an institution created by fathers who want a society, who want civilization, and women are naturally, prone to certain behaviors that are not
Yeah.
conducive to civilization. That's my point.
Yeah, that's basically the vision of men. I would agree
No,
with you.
you're
Men have
espousing
a
you're proving his point right now. I don't care if it does. If anything that I don't like is not fair,
yeah, but you're
I'm not
yeah,
doing
but
it.
I'm not a man. But James, I'm just trying. Like, okay, I'm a woman, and I've said this to you in previously. You have a certain set of interests. I have a certain set of interests. They clash. Like, what part of that did you
Well,
not?
we're either
like,
going to do this the easy way or we're going to do this the hard way. Tom,
Oh.
you ever watch the Boondocks? Oh no, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you're
actually.
talking about. Yeah.
little bit like, but
Well, that was
But
a
I mean,
bad.
but
That's
the-
a completely bad analogy.
But it's the toxic empathy, right? Which is any society which becomes too empathetic will never maintain its borders and not reproduce, right? In other words, if
Yeah,
you
totally
cannot
different.
hold people accountable to responsibilities, right, then by nature your society will collapse and you'll cease to exist. So any long-lasting society that reproduces and wants to continue for the long term has to have a balance that's primarily justice and then as empathetic as it can allows to the point where it doesn't actually eat itself.
But then what happens when you are producing basically suboptimal offsprings who are actually, because you see them in your society now, they, I mean, when you have suboptimal offspring and who are not then reproducing for whatever reason because they're genetically
What color? What
dead
color are
end
they? What
or
color are
whatever.
they? Suboptimal people. What are you getting at, Mistia?
Are you talking about, is there a master optimal? Like,
yeah, basically what I'm saying is like, okay, so you have like this a lot of suboptimal offspring. So then what happens to, like, to begin with?
All right, I
Missy,
totally
I'm
framed it.
learning
I
where-
totally
I can
poisoned the
figure out where
well.
you're from
I
now.
totally
Okay.
poisoned the well.
Das Leben bringt was Freude, es wissen alle Leute, dass man ein schönes Schätzelein muss dir.
Yeah, okay. So
Really?
the thing is like, but here's the thing. So when you have that, like, then what? Like, I
What
mean,
do you mean?
you
This
already,
is-
you're
That's
dead
all you
end,
got.
is what I'm
That's
saying.
all you got,
No,
Mistia.
but what I'm saying is, just a second.
So it's better off
but
for
I'm-
nobody to have any kids because a kid might be suboptimal.
No, you can have them. I'm saying you're already having them, and you're producing suboptimal
yeah, you
offspring,
Americans
which
are
are
doing
just dead end. So, like, what is the point? Like, you're gonna be replaced by others no matter what. Whether
Oh
you
man,
stop
this is super
reproducing.
cope.
Mistia,
Mistia, this
you're
is
not going to
cope.
be
I
replaced.
don't,
You're not- you're
I
not
don't know. I feel
reproducing.
like there should be some people who have to take an IQ test before they have children.
Yes,
No,
100%.
I don't believe that at all. This is crazy.
I actually, but I believe in
What is this? Some
actually
type of
IQ
mother
tests.
alien Star Trek? You got to have a certificate to reproduce crazy work. We're not doing that over
Yeah, they
Peace
used to do
amongst
that
rogues.
actually.
here. Well,
They did actually do
Yes,
that.
mein Führer.
No, they did not.
Let-
There's no fucking way they did
let's
that. I was
introduce the,
just
the
No, they
next
didn't.
coming
They
guest real
didn't.
quick.
They were
Hold on,
imbeciles,
guys.
like
Hold on, guys.
imbeciles.
Guys,
Wait.
Wait. Please. What's your age?
I'm 18.
Thanks for coming up, ma'am.
All right.
I'm 26. Sorry.
What brings you up today? Please.
Well, I'm a feminist, of course.
Shout out to you. Oh, I mean,
would like to
I say that
talk based on my
sarcastically,
morals.
but great. Let's hear that. But 1 second, ma'am. Only Fenrir.
Yes, sir.
You're not a feminist.
I am not a feminist.
All right. What's your age?
26.
Thanks for coming up. Please, you had some questions you wanted to ask.
Yeah. First and foremost, I would consider myself a TERF, a trans exclusionary
Nice.
feminist. I do not fight for trans women. I only fight
Nice.
for biological women because I care more about women in Muslim countries that have to cover themselves, and they're
Okay.
getting abused and all this other stuff.
Mhm.
I also do not support corn. I think it's a terrible thing.
Nice.
Nice. Two
Nice.
W's.
It affects everyone. It affects people. Unfortunately, it had affected me, and thankfully, I'm off of it for
Good.
2 years. Been free from it.
Praise the Lord.
Amazing thing that happened, and yeah, I feel like based on my morals, women should fight for more women, actual women, than for men that think they are women. Because we already have all these things that are going on, and it just seems to me that it's very disrespectful when a trans person say they're more attacked when, we all know that 1 in every 5 women typically gets harmed in a particular way from other groups of people.
Uh oh. All right. Well, I understand your turf, and I'm glad we have a level of allyship there. We can an enemy of my enemy can be a friend for sure. However, what brings you up here? You see the prompt. This ain't a safe space for feminists. What brings you up here?
I just want to know why you're not a feminist.
Well, let's take it towards dating. Let me see. Do you guys want me to make the first wave argument in the chat? Put a 1. If you want me to make just a dating, make it towards the prompt, put a 2. Oh man, see, I know they want me to bring up the damn. Here we go. You guys want me to explain why women shouldn't have rights or voter suffrage, all that? All right. Well,
you shouldn't have left it for a vote.
Yeah, that's fair. Feminism, I oppose always, particularly the first, because it's where they all root from. Now I take a position not just because of how it's practically turned out, women becoming a unified voter bloc and basically voting in Marxist policies and open borders. It's mostly because I take a principle stance against suffrage, which is a philosophical one, a logical one. When it comes to feminism, the way that they get rights is by men, because men control the monopoly of force as a collective. So when I talk about force, I'm talking about the military, policing. It's how we have rights. Do you agree? Do you agree that how we have rights is by force, please?
I mean, yeah.
Well, can I address you by some other name, because it's a bit distracting? Can I
Yeah, of course.
My name is James.
You could call me Nima.
Nima, thank you. Nice to meet you. So when it comes to this mechanism, this is how I would define a patriarchy. A patriarchy is a society that we can acknowledge throughout all of culture, where male power comes from the top down, men being at above a higher authority than the women in their society. And the way this is expressed is through the power dynamic of force. Only a collection of men at this point are capable of protecting, enforcing, actually proving a right, because it's the police who you call when your rights are infringed. A judgment might have a female person slamming the gavel, but the billy clubs that the cops are holding are the ones who are really going to enforce it. Those are collectively men. I'm speaking of a exclusive male collective capability of enforcing. Now, the reason why I'm harping so much on this is because when you define feminism, let's see if you and I can agree on this term. Feminism is really trying to have equality amongst the sexes, right?
Yes.
But it's also trying to move away from structures that are not egalitarianism. The patriarchy being the quintessential objection to feminists, because it stands in the way of the hierarchy, or of the egalitarianism they're trying to have. What do you think?
Well, from my belief, I think that a woman should be allowed to do what she wants to do, but also I don't think that we should make fun of what a woman chooses to do, whether she wants to be a home worker, she wants to work in like an office, whatever. That's just my main
Yeah,
belief.
but you would be kind of a choice feminist. But this is an offshoot of the general held principle that most feminists rally around. A choice feminist, gender feminist, turf feminist or not, they still have a held creed of promoting egalitarianism and the movement away from patriarchy, because patriarchy stand directly in the way of hierarchies they're trying to flatten that are gendered. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, do you
but
agree with
wouldn't
that? Do you agree with that
rights be given
definition?
to them based off like what patriarchy is itself?
Well,
Like,
that is
for
a good question to
example,
ask. But go ahead,
um,
continue.
For example, when we think about how a woman is soft and she's kind and all those things, those gender roles that is given to them, right? Let's say a woman is a tomboy and she's not those things. I feel like feminism itself allows people to understand that a woman could be anything and still be categorized as a woman, right?
Well, as a turf, you would have to disagree with that to an extent, right?
Oh no, because
Is a
mainly
woman-
when someone is trans, they put gender roles as a woman only being feminine itself.
All right, well, let me just step back for a sec, because what a woman should be able to do, that's above the principles or the society or the mechanisms. It's above those things. We had to talk about what keeps those things going, what sustains those things. Because without the sustainable fundamentals, there cannot be a system. I'm talking about the root or the foundation of the house you're talking about. You're at like floor number 3, talking about women can do things in superficial society. I'm saying without the foundation, the force, if you pull that away, the entire building falls. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to this force. Do you agree that the definition that feminism is about equality and moving away from patriarchy?
I would have to say yes.
Okay, so that's what ultimately seals the feminist fate. Because if she's trying to move away from patriarchy and trying to get to egalitarianism, she cannot appeal to the patriarchal system. If she does this, this becomes a contradiction. But that is the way feminism has gotten all of its rights. That is the way feminism has gotten Roe v. Wade. That is the way feminism has gotten whatever law you can think of. It has been enforced by a collection of men. This is the patriarchy. This makes the contradiction from the first wave.
I have another question, sorry. Do you think to an extent that a woman should actually be able to have that right to work and to do all those things way before she's married and possibly even after she's married?
Yeah, it's similar to how women were already doing this before suffrage. I wouldn't
paid,
bar.
like, in, like, the same
this
job,
would be
setting aside-
meritocratic. I would promote a meritocratic system, but that would align with my principles of equal dignity, not equity or egalitarianism. It would just be dignity.
Well, what's the difference to that?
One,
Where does that come from?
in my system, I pair responsibility with authority. If you want to be free to work and perhaps have less eggs than when you want to settle down, you should be free to experience the consequence that men are not going to find you as attractive because they want women who are younger or who have less baggage or less bodies. This would be a meritocratic approach. But a feminist would say that's toxic. I'm toxic for saying these type of things because these are patriarchal norms. Patriarchal norms tend to be more free, but they just, as King was explaining, you have freedoms, you have rights, but there's responsibilities that come with it that you also have to submit to as well.
Do you think a woman's value comes by her age or comes by her body count?
As a human being,
Yes.
generally everybody's value is consistent unless you're a person who ends life of others. Then you forfeit that right or that ability. For example, someone comes into my home, they forfeited their right to live. Someone who ends innocent life, they forfeited their life. So outside of those contexts, yeah, everyone generally has similar value.
All right.
But women women who do certain things in the market are less valuable than women who don't. It's just that's just how men think about it. And there's a biological reason for that. It's not like a social construction as much as a lot of feminists like to say.
Sorry, what was that you said? I missed. Women who?
Men judge these type of behaviors from women, like having a high body count, because it's a biological incentive as to why they do it. It's not because somebody taught them that they should be suspicious of this. These are inherent traits that men have.
Well, based on what you're saying, I could understand that you're coming off as a very good person. So I'm going to ask another question, if that's fine with you.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on the type of men or guys that fundamentally believe that marriage itself is cope, it's terrible, it's destructive,
I have a certain
and
someone whose
dating
name
is
I have a certain
bad.
someone whose name Cope right now who's trying to get back on the
Oh,
panel.
yeah.
Bring
I
him
just
back
want to know
up.
your opinion on that. Like,
I
one is
think
marriage cope
here's
and
here's
love
the
is
thing.
cope. And
There's black pill,
By the way,
right?
James loves a black pill. If you know
Black pill, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're describing? Is it Mina or Nima?
I think, yeah, Nima is
Nima.
Nima. I think I've heard
Black
about
pill,
black
right?
pill before, but I don't really go into chronically online stuff. Sorry.
So black pill is someone, or those type of ideas tend to come from people who are black pilled, who think that the marriage institutions are corrupt because women have become a certain way. Is that the question you're asking? What's my opinion of that?
Yes.
I think it's unfruitful. Some of their objections or grievances may have merit, but the thing is, the solutions they're prescribing are antinatal. And if I want my children to have friends on the playground, and if I want me to have a home healthcare doctor or a doctor in general in the future, it's in our best interest to make sure that society at least reproduces itself. Because if we don't, there's not going to be any rights for any of us to benefit from. What do you think about that? Nima?
James, when do you think we're gonna get Sharia? By the way, when is Sharia coming?
It's going to come, I would think it's probably going to come,
Oh shit!
it's going to come to the UK before it comes here. Well, that's my
Yeah.
guess.
Nastia, don't you understand that that's a consequence? Don't you understand that Sharia is going to be a consequence of toxic empathy, right?
Yeah, because the more dominant
know what?
the more dominant male society is just going to take over.
Okay, okay, I will say something. Okay, so I listened to Jordan Peterson a couple of years ago, and he was saying, guys, did you notice how the feminists never like rage against the those like the Middle Eastern guys, or like those who are brutal, like and he's like, maybe there is something in them that deeply wants to be brutal.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I don't.
You know why that's funny? Because you agree and you know it's true.
I don't know about that. Like,
The shoe fits, Cole.
I know-
You can watch.
but
The shoe
granted,
fits
like,
because
Oh,
women
sorry,
desire
no,
men who are like lions. They desire
yes, who are in
anti-civilization. No, let me
No,
explain it to you this way. Let me explain it to you like this. Men built civilization. Men built monogamy. Men built these institutions that have stability and are boring to you. They don't have excitement. Or, let's just actually give you some credit and say that nowadays the liberal system gives the wrong guys too much freedom. You don't have the correct guys having the freedom and the being a badass, so to speak. You have regular low status men who have certain freedoms that they shouldn't have, I suppose. So I don't know.
Hey,
And then
Cole.
you guys fall
welcome
for
back.
Yeah, but the thing is you guys fall for those cues. You think it's signaling strength and excitement and unpredictability, but what really you're just going for terrible people. to be
well, I
honest.
do think that's an
Terrible
interesting
people,
point because
that's an interest.
someone
Sorry.
a way back said women basically, in rejection of monogamy, they're basically inviting polygamy, because that's what's going on when you think about it. A lot of the
isn't
men.
that your society? Yeah.
No, I wouldn't promote a polygamous society. That wouldn't
But it
be.
is right now. That-
Well,
whether you like
why
it or
is
not.
that? Why is that? In rejection of monogamy, women basically have de facto polygamy, where the men,
But they're
a certain
not
type of man
rejecting. It's just
is sharing the women, and the women are becoming, basically, they're getting on like a carousel of trauma to be sexually
I'll tell
liberated.
you what. I'll tell you what.
wait. James,
60%,
I want to ask you. Wait,
60%
I
of
want to
women are
ask
in a
you.
relationship right now.
60%.
Sure,
of
yeah.
women aren't.
Okay,
What does that
sure.
mean?
But James, I want to ask you, James. So because if what was that? What I didn't catch. I didn't. catch.
He
Anyway.
was just saying rightfully from 18 to 29, twice as many as women are in relationships
Okay,
as men.
so I wanted to ask
Yeesh.
James, like, I wanted to ask you, like, you said, like, basically they're jumping from one trauma to another, right? Basically. So why is it that, like, if the women in your society, they're experiencing trauma from the choice that they make, why are they not saying, okay, this is
Because they're
causing me
dumb.
harm?
They're dumb.
I don't-
Women are not
I
good.
think
They don't know
you
how
need
to
to
pick.
Women want to be
They don't know how to pick
assaulted.
Okay,
And then-
Essentially.
time out.
Well,
Time out.
bro.
Wait,
No, but wait.
wait. Wait, that's not what I'm saying. Women are just not good at. They're just not good at making life decisions. They're not dumb.
No, they
but they're
want
just
to
not
cause
good.
trouble.
They're not
But
good
what-
at making
okay,
life
so- but-
decisions
but-
sometimes.
Miss
I don't know why this
directly
is.
But James, I want wait.
It's our last conversation, Miss
She's
Tia, which
saying
is
why they
women
have
like
so many
respons-
fantasy
they like
novels
rights
about
with
being
no
rabbits.
responsibilities.
Wait, just a second. Okay, so you have like in your society, like there are children that are born, boys and girls. So you're telling me the men can make the choices, the good decisions, but the women aren't. Why are you doing a piss poor job of raising women, girls who turn into women who are making bad decisions?
Remember,
That's my question.
Feminism is what she's
remember,
saying.
I'm not.
Just
Wait
a
a
second.
minute. I'm not. Okay,
If girls
so
like
you have to
bikers and
understand.
bad
Just a second, Wayne. Just a second. I
You
want to hear.
remember, we're talking about responsibility here in our society by the women's voting. She voted in a system where she's going to be able to have more authority. So I'm not equally responsible. Men are not collectively responsible for her actions.
Yeah, but I'm saying the fathers who
I don't
raised
grant
that
your
girl.
presumption of equality here.
No. You don't get to weasel out of this. I'm saying
I do
the
get
girl,
the weasel
the
out of it
parents.
because I raised a
No.
woman. Here's how I raised a woman. Let's just say I raised a woman, and she's a woman now. She's 18. She moves out. She has her own apartment. I can't hold her by the ear to come back home. Right. That's the first thing. Second
Yeah,
thing.
but you would have raised her right.
Didn't you
So-
just
so she
make?
can make-
Miss Tia, are you
Ma'am.
making the argument for us going back 100 years,
May-
right?
may
Where
I
men
No.
actually
say
did have this
something, please?
authority, and we did raise our daughters, and we still had the authority about who they married.
No,
So
you can
I
still
think
no,
you're making the
no,
case rightfully that was
no.
a better model. Because in the
I'm not
model where
saying-
we've given you all of the freedom and
You're being
opportunities,
emotional.
you
Oh
don't
my
take
God.
accountability for your own choices, Miss Tia. You
You're
don't want
being
any of the
emotional.
responsibility.
King, you're
Okay,
such
so
King. You're
no.
such an
And Miss
emotional
Tia,
man.
you
Just
love
holding
it
women
when young
accountable.
I know,
women
he's
just
so
spend
emotional,
15
like,
years in highly sexual short-term
He is being
relationships
childish right now.
and then taking zero accountability or responsibility for the
Oh
relationship
my God.
trauma that they
You're
do. So
Okay, so what I'm saying, okay, so James, so I was saying, if indeed, like the woman has a parents, right?
Uh-huh.
She should be like up to the age of 18, right? She's with her parents, mom
Uh-huh.
and dad. What I'm saying is your society is doing a piss poor job, right? So that these women, they have no clue. And you said it earlier, they're basically
So we
raised
don't
by
control
Disney.
women. We
Hold on,
give
hold
them
on.
freedom
No,
Hold on,
to
Messi.
authority.
All right,
No,
let
just a
Messi
second.
talk.
It goes to just a
No,
second.
we hear what you're
I-
saying.
No,
You're saying
just
we do a
shut
piss poor
up.
job because women aren't controlled.
Yeah, but
They
just
aren't
control.
controlled.
See, this is another example. Low impulse control. This is your boys basically, and emotional like, just anyway. But what I'm saying is
Miss Tia, calm down.
basically.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not like you. But anyway, so what I'm saying is like if you do a good job, right, of like raising your boys and girls, right, and basically they're not raised by Disney, like you said earlier, then you would have a society where they would perhaps maybe make a better choices. No,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would.
James?
Yes,
Yeah,
they
if
would.
we have
They would.
less feminism.
We have two generations of feminism, like indoctrinated women who have been following the feminist ideology, who have just been raised through degeneracy and just bullshit rhetoric.
Yeah. So if
So
we
why
had
are
a
you
society
the-
that was different than that, like the one I'm proposing, yeah, it would be different. What was your?
Yeah,
what
but
you
you,
ask?
but you keep breeding this. Then you keep bringing more children into this society that you call degenerate. Like it's just
No,
it seems
we have-
hypocritical.
it's
No,
because
Miss
it's
Tia's
the
only
whole.
fix for anything is just stop reproducing.
Yeah, it's
No,
like.
so-
Yeah, because
So why
you're
not just
complaining
end
too
it?
much.
Broken,
So
you
why
don't
not just
fix
push
it,
the
you
button, the
just
big
end
button?
everything.
Stop reproducing. Let
complaining.
India reproduce
Take your ball
there.
and go home. Take your
You
ball and go home if
Americans
you
need
don't
to
like
let
the rules.
India reproduce there.
Yeah, I know
it's-
India's gonna
Like,
take.
what the fuck is you? Like, what are you on? You Americans need to start letting us Indians come there and reproduce. Like,
Hey,
what
well,
the-
I'm
Just
there's-
stop.
You're just not genetically fit for that. Like just you're
Oh,
not
yeah,
gonna.
yeah.
You're
Miss
dead.
Tia,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be the more
You're
emotional
Brahma.
response
No, you're not
to say,
Brahma. Shut up.
if
You didn't care if
society's
you're
not
Brahma.
perfect, I'm not
Shit.
going to
Wait,
reproduce?
I have a question
That
for
would be the
James.
You
most
guys literally-
emotional
All right,
response
well, let-
you could have.
Okay, just a
Like,
Okay, well,
second.
if we could
Someone
let
has a
if we could let
question.
the lady feminist she had a question.
In a percentage for you, James, are there like how much traditional men do you think actually exist in America?
I think
by
probably 30 to 40%, and another 20 to 30% is dormant.
Well,
So a majority of men.
I heard by your standard that men would particularly like younger women who are virgins and all those things, and
Just less
body
bodies, at
count
least.
matters and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
I just find it weird in a way that typically those type of men would have a higher body count,
Mm-hmm.
and would want a woman with a lower body count. And whenever I would say I wouldn't want a man with a high body count, I would get attacked for it. What is your personal opinion? Do you think that
I
it's
think
different
if
for men and women, or
I think if women want a man who has a high body count, I think it's generally a good thing to do. I think
yeah,
at a high body count
I'm
at certain levels, I think it affects men and women differently. But if women are going to hold that thing, I think that would be a general good thing. If women were to say, you know what, from now on, ladies, our 4B movement is if you have too many bodies for me, I don't want to marry you. I think could be a good societal prescription.
Yeah, could
But
you
the thing
imagine
is,
women save
the thing
themselves
is,
for
I
marriage?
have
the
zero
reason why,
bodies, right? Sorry,
well,
James.
W.
And this
yeah, awesome.
dude, he had like 20, and
Oof.
it was a crazy turn off for me, and I was really
Uh-huh.
disgusted because I was telling him I wanted to date to marry because that's like one of my main
Good.
mottos.
W.
That's
And
good.
he
W,
was
yeah.
like, "Why don't you just do it now and then I marry you later?"
Sounds like a
Do you
feminist.
think I'm that fucking stupid? Like, I'm sorry for
Well,
cursing, but like,
So have you done it
what?
before in the first place? Because what he's trying to say is, why am I different from the other guys that you have?
No, she said she has zero. She has
Okay, I
zero
thought she
BC.
said she had a few. Sorry.
No,
all
no.
right. So,
No, I have zero bodies.
Nima, thanks for the let him cook. So let me just say something to you. Do you hold this position because it's is it out of spite, or are these your true conviction?
This is a true conviction.
You want a
Like,
virgin man, or does his virginity matter to you?
he doesn't have to be a virgin, but I don't want him to have a very high body count. I don't know why people are not afraid of,
Why is
STDs
that?
anymore.
Why is that? Why doesn't he need to be a virgin?
Well, I understand that typically people my age, they go around and they do stuff like they learn that if they don't do it, they're not manly enough, or they have no beat bitches or some stuff like that.
Okay.
So I would understand why a man would want to do stuff with another woman, but to have so much, it's just for me, I feel like you would have like no impulse control,
Mhm.
and you would want to put in every single person.
Yeah, I think that's
And
a good. I think that's generally a good suspicion to have about anybody who's promiscuous. So I don't think we're in disagreement there. What I will just say is that it tends to be that women. Don't you think women judge less though about a man's body count than the other way around?
I feel like women think that body count doesn't matter, but as someone that literally had seen single mothers in my high school, I care about that. I care about that because
Well, you just
Yeah.
you just were wise and learned from the mistake of others as opposed to learning it the hard way yourself, right?
yeah, and I mean my mother raised me to not do that. Like
Mhm.
she's
That's
totally with marriage, and that's what I've been
W,
doing.
by the way.
Just
Yeah,
Hey, if
super
I could make,
dope.
if I could respond one thing for Nima, just as my fatherly thing, I think one of the greatest harms to women was giving away the power to say, men, if you really want to be connected to me, you need to wait, right? Holding out, and just like you've done, right? I think that women being promiscuous, right, and not forcing men to commit has been one of the most destructive things for women. So you choosing to do that, I think, is huge W, right? I'd say that any man who doesn't agree to wait, right, he's not worth your salt, right? And you
Right.
shouldn't allow it. And
Yeah.
as a father, that's exactly what I told my daughter, and she found a really good man doing that. So congrats to you making it this far. Encourage you to continue that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wayne,
thank you.
Wayne, thanks for the follow. I mean, welcome back up, Wayne.
all right.
So did you have any other contentions at all, Miss Nima?
Yeah, I mainly expected that you guys would be like trollers and would just like call me a B word and just be disrespectful, but
Jeez.
like hearing what you guys have to say, I would kind of understand that yeah, some things need to stay in place based on like how society was brought.
Yeah.
But
Generally, yeah. I like things to go back.
from morals to morals, I do believe that, there should still like be a law set in place to just protect women at least.
Well,
and not, like-
protecting women is things that our
Yeah.
society did before suffrage, right? It was just in the ways that women felt that it was oppressive.
Yeah,
but-
yeah. And typically in like a more of a, I would have to say, humanity type of aspect, not a Muslim type of aspect, because I don't really.
Well, I would just
I'm
argue
gonna
what I'm
say this,
promoting to
don't-
be patriarchal norms. That's why I have this live here, because what I want to come about in society, it is an obstacle to feminism. It would be a reversion back to what the feminists would say is a reversion. It would be digress or regressing back. I don't like the progress that's going on right now that feminism has done. I want to turn back the clock as far as before Seneca falls. That's the life I would like to, or the society I think would be better.
Yeah.
James, I have a question.
Zion
Sorry.
Zadok, thanks for the follow. Yeah, go ahead, Miss Tia.
I have a question for you. Oh, she's talking.
Yeah,
to us, so
another
I'll wait.
question, Nima?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask one more. I've always saw this argument about like, do you think it's okay for like an 18-year-old to be with a 30-year-old or like?
Yeah, I think it's okay. Generally, I think it's weird, a little bit peculiar, but like it depends on the circumstance.
Like a woman wanting to be with an older man for like security.
Yeah, and a man wants to be with a younger woman because she's fertile and youthful. Yeah, I don't generally have a problem with that. What do you think?
I feel like it's based on his character. I mean, I feel like I'm attracted to older guys, but
Is it because
maybe
you're
there's
attracted
something-
to men who are more established and responsible and know who they are? Right? Because a lot of times those traits don't exhibit in men until they get to like 25 to 30.
Yeah.
Well, people typically, I wouldn't like try to talk about this. They would call me an old soul, and I feel like I'm more connected to a lot of more mature people because I matured a lot more faster than all the people around my similar age. So when I try to date men that were like in my same age group, which obviously was the last guy that I talk about, Tony Bodies, I don't have a sort of connection. That's why I feel like I would want to go after an older guy.
Well, the thing about patriarchal norms is we don't really shy away, or we don't really we acknowledge this to be a reality. Women tend to like men with resources, status, or competence. And this increases with age. Men tend to like women who have cues of fertility and youth, and that is reversely proportional to age. So the younger she is usually the more attractive. So
Yeah.
obviously
And-
there's a floor to that, but
So my son is 21, right? And what I advise him is not to focus on dating at this stage at 21, but focus on himself becoming established. So he's working really hard to build his career, get competent at it, get a direction and a focus, right? So that when he gets to his mid-20s, he could be in a position to take care of a wife and children. So a lot of times if you're talking to men who are 19 to 22 and you're not attracted to them, probably they haven't had enough years to establish themselves. And if you're actually interested in marrying for like marriage and a family, you might look at those guys and go, well, they're not capable of doing that at this point. So it's not an attractive thing for you, right? So they probably just need a few more years under their belt.
But here's another thing to add to that, Nima. Don't discount men with good morals who might just have a car and maybe they have a roommate, or they might have a roommate but not a car. Don't discount the men who are of your age, who are of high moral character, because those are the men who you can trust that will be able to provide and be able to step into their role as a mature, and they're going to be even more indebted to you and more loyal to you because you stuck with them.
Well, by your standard, how would I know that a guy is actually I would say provider or traditional that doesn't lie about being that, because like some guys do lie about being traditional, then they go and like party 5 times a day or whatever.
The more you hold out on sex until marriage, the higher you are going to be convinced of those traits you're trying to get. If he's the
Does
guy
he
that
care about your
continued
family?
it,
Yeah.
you bring him to your family, you let them inspect. You also see how he takes initiative and providing for your environment, providing for the situation, solving problems that you have. These would be
What's the
good
relationship
traits.
he has with his family? Does he take care of his mom? Right? Does he have is he caring when it comes to your family? Right? Do you have any men that you trust in your life that would vet him? Because men are really good at vetting other men. Like my daughter, when she was your age, she was asking me to vet men, and there were several who I helped vet out of the process because I was like, no, these dudes are not good. So, but yeah, I don't know your situation if you have men that you trust.
Yeah.
All right. So
Oh,
then
thank
here's the
you.
question I'm gonna ask you.
Yes.
You find this provider. He's a masculine dude. You're convinced he's honorable. He's a gentleman. He's not trying to peek under the curtains. He's respecting your wishes to abstain. Are you going to submit to this man?
Well, it depends on how long he takes to engage with me, or like.
He wants to
a
marry you.
couple
It's been a
years.
year and a half. You guys are good together. Are you going to submit to this man?
If I trust him.
You already trust him.
I guess I would, but in the category of like. Yeah, I feel like I would.
All right. Well, the good thing is that you might be able to find this thing. The bad thing is that you're going to have to drop this feminism, because I personally would not steer men your way, because what feminism does to women is it basically tricks them into thinking that they're at equal authority with men. It also teaches them that a baby is just a clump of cells. I think that's a very, very scary thing to think about your own children. Can you understand why I wouldn't? Because here's another reason why. That I always tell everyone here who's listened. If a feminist doesn't want a kid and you want a kid, you're not gonna have the kid. If the feminist doesn't want the kid and you do, you're not gonna have the kid.
I mean, yeah, I would understand that. When I really got into it, I was taught a lot about it, I guess, online, fortunately. Kind of caused me to hate men a little bit, but I realized that doing that is just, like I said again, cope. But
Yeah,
I don't really know how to
sorry.
let go of something that I feel like would help not only me but other people.
You're going to need, if you're looking for a man who's showing traditional roles, then you're going to need to rise to the occasion, or else you're exploiting him. Because what you're doing is you're not actually holding up your end of the reciprocal bargain. Men don't want protectors. That's why they're being protectors. They want women who are going to submit. They want ladies. They want a compliment to their gentlemanness. They want someone who's going to follow. A man who's a leader is not looking for a woman to lead. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, what do you think I should follow that could be similar to a belief in feminism, but like not fully that?
Well, we would have to
Like,
flesh
believing that
out some
women
of
should be
your.
protected.
We would have to flesh out some of your ideas, because I think at you sound a bit more impressionable, and you sound a bit more open.
Yeah, I don't actually hear
Yeah.
the tone or views of a feminist, to tell you the truth. Like, I think there might be something with the label that you like, but I think a lot of the views you've expressed actually would, a lot of feminists, if they heard you just say those views, they'd say you're absolutely not a feminist. So you sound pretty moderate, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that's what I am. Yeah.
But you focus more on choice feminism, but it sounds to me that you could probably adopt meritocratic or capitalist notions about how you want society to organize. You can still get what you're wanting. For example, me and Miss Thea were having an argument, and King, the last time we were on, about how about this? Do you lean more to the left or to the right?
I would consider myself a centralist, like right in the middle, but
Centrist?
as of now, I think I lean more right, because when I was in the left, I was a little crazy, stuff like that. Was always angry at anything, and then I got kicked out of the left.
By who?
Yeah.
Other
Apparently.
leftists?
Yeah, I was
Right,
canceled.
right.
I could tell by your
this
tone
is
that
like
they would
my
kick
alt,
you
but
out.
I was canceled.
Yeah.
So kicked out of it, and yeah, that's just.
By the way, you know who kicks people out are cults, by the way, right?
Yeah.
That's how cults protect their views, is that anybody who questions or disagrees or have issues, right? If they kick you out of the club for questioning or having different perspectives, that's how you know it's a cult.
The reason why I was kicked out was because I said I didn't want to date a bi guy. I only wanted
Oh,
to
right.
straight-
I just heard
straight
a
man.
big black chick on here talking about if you don't date bi men, then you're like some type of bigot or something.
Yeah,
and I was
that's
like,
so weird.
I was like, this is
what?
crazy. This is crazy.
That's
There,
a preference. How you gonna?
but here's the thing, Nima. This is if you take feminism to its logical end, and if they're serious about feminism, they have to take these positions because it's logically consistent. Egalitarianism, not just in politics, but in culture, you have to flatten all hierarchies. If there are hierarchies around sexual preference, you must flatten it. If there's hierarchies around sexual choice, you have to flatten it. Otherwise, it has to be perceived as oppression or internalized misogyny because ultimately feminism is a Marxist ideology at its root. So this is why it operates this way. It's a critique of all things hierarchical, even if they make sense and if they're beneficial to society. They don't care. But I know that's a bit verbose, but what I would argue for you, ma'am, is you should just probably revisit here sometimes and pick anybody's brain on the panel, or even if you have disagreements. If you're still trying to figure out your position, it's totally fine. This isn't really a safe space. We're going to joke at you sometimes if you joke at us. So
Yeah.
I gotta say though, at 18, I'm impressed. I thought I was ready for you to come out with like all kinds of like, you know, tropes and stuff. But honestly, you've sounded really balanced to me. You've got some good morals behind you. Your mom must have done a pretty good job. The way that you're holding the line with men, right? Honestly, I just walk away impressed. Like, yeah, we might not land on the same places with everything, but I think you seem to have a good head in how you're approaching building out your values and beliefs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Savannah, thanks for the follow. I want to point out something in the chat. Sauda says, lead your children, not a woman. Sauda says, she's not a child. Yeah, but this is you're not understanding the position, but you're also demonizing. This is how feminists operate. They like to pathologize the so-called choice that they say they promote. Because in reality, they don't actually like women choosing this. They try and demean women who want to do this. They try and ridicule women who want to do this. Hell, they ridicule the men, as King was, I think it was you, King, was explaining, like men who have these fatherly traits, they ridicule this because ultimately they're insecure about it, and they realize that if my position was a majority position, you know, just having nuclear families, we would be the most in protection to a lot of the trans stuff that's going on, a lot of the woke stuff that's going on. It would really insulate the society, but they view us as a threat, and that's why I hold the banner as an anti-feminist so proudly, because I know it's a threat, and I'm happy it is. I hope they're scared. I know I'm ranting about your position, Nima, but I do feel strongly about this. So did you have anything else you wanted to say? Because I'm about to close.
No, I'm good. I'm just actually like thankful that no one here was like, I guess, being disrespectful, and I really thought about it. And yeah, I guess I do have more values leaning towards traditionalism than like feminism and stuff like that. But
Here's what will drive you away from them. Start standing strong to what you believe is right. Here's how you're going to get even further from them. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, because I've argued with feminists for at least 2-3 years now. So just stick to your guns. You're welcome up here anytime. This isn't really like, it does get rowdy here sometimes, but
all
right. Thanks for coming up.
Thank
Nima.
you.
So, Mestia, I know you're the last minority position.
Mistia, you lost one.
Mistia.
Sorry.
You're closing. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I mean it's okay. Yeah, I was gonna. Oh my god, I kind of swallowed whatever it was. But you're calling it for the night, I guess, because there's something. What was it? There was a question I wanted to ask you. Oh yes, now I remember. Okay, so the question I want to, because you said debating against like feminists for the last 3 years.
Two and a half, yeah.
Sure, and you have like a strong position that you know, you have convictions on, like, and I wanted to ask basically, what is the difference between you and a person like, let's say, like a Taliban or someone who has like Sharia believer like that, or a Muslim?
What's the difference?
What's the difference? Yeah, between, aside from, you know, you have two different religions, but I mean, ideology wise, what's the difference?
I haven't really looked at the Quran in that way to really show the differences or highlight the differences. I would just say perhaps
it says the same thing as you say, like basically men have authorities over women.
Well, I would just say
think.
we give women, the difference between me and them is we give women more rights in most of our societies.
Yeah, but no, I don't care about your society. Because you have your own ideology
women
that's
didn't have
different
to
from
wear,
your society.
before suffrage, women did not have to wear burqas or hijabs. So, and they didn't
I
have
mean,
to.
well,
they don't have to have a witness to their sexual assault by having another man. Those are not characteristics of my society. So,
and we allowed women to have enjoy SMEX, right? And didn't do anything against them to any operations against women to prevent them from being able to enjoy SMEX.
But I mean, James, like your views, I mean, they're quite strong, right? Like, I mean, would you say they're in some way, do they ever intersect with those people?
yeah, they do.
And I mean, well, that's like a.
But it's only by like it's just some people who are wrong can be right sometimes. They can be in agreement with observing reality how I do.
Okay, I mean, like Hitler was right, like sometimes.
Yeah, he
could
was.
have been right.
Sometimes.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, yeah, anybody could be right. They say a broken clock is right two
times a day. That is correct. That's correct. That is a perfect proverb.
Yeah.
What kind of
Well,
dog
that's
you got?
interesting. Yeah. Sorry,
What kind of dog you got?
I don't. Dog, me.
Somebody's got a dog. Somebody's dog is panting in the damn mic. I could have swore I heard somebody going in the background.
I thought I heard a tapping.
Oh, maybe it's tapping or scraping of something.
No, that's just me.
Oh, Bonds, I
that's
hear you
just
tap or something.
Oh,
Maybe you're
okay.
typing.
No.
Or somebody's drawing.
Yeah, or erasing something or something.
Vaz, are you an artist?
Oh yeah, wait. That is like,
not
yeah,
me, though.
that's me. Like I'm actually like a doodling.
Oh, okay, I got you. No problem.
Doodling away.
Hey,
and
can
it's
I
like
make one last
scratching.
point before I have to go?
Yeah, can
Right. You're right. And maybe a topic for the future, but I noticed two entirely different paths that led to almost the same place between Cope and Mestia. So it's really how
Antinatalism and black pill?
antinatalist and black pill both kind of end up at a very similar worldview. So
Wait, who?
Mestia, I saw you were kind of dogging him in the comments, and I was like, Mestia,
Wait, who,
he's
who?
kind of
Wait.
your ideal man. I mean, like.
Okay, sorry,
I know.
you're not okay.
I thought it
I
was
didn't
only one that-
understand.
Yeah, Cope.
So, and I'm going to land
I
my
missed it.
plane there, Mestia. So you and Cope are the same, but
I didn't even
maybe
hear
we'll-
what he said. So James, what did he say? Because I
Black
didn't
pill
hear.
ideology, antinatal ideology. Black pill is antinatal and nihilistic. So is antinatalism.
Yeah, but who he was talking about
Cope.
someone.
Cope.
You remember the guy up there who was ranting for hours?
And you're like, wait a minute, James.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out because he supports
No.
my position.
No, because
Yeah.
because you were forcing him into something like
'Cause
he
he's a
was
punk.
ambivalent. He said ambivalent. He's
What's
a kid.
ambivalent mean? Ambivalent.
He was ambivalent. Like he was not sure. He's not like he doesn't have any conviction in what he.
Yeah, he does.
He wasn't
just-
serious about.
He's ambivalent. Well,
He's in America. He's in America. Come on.
I
Like,
was
he's
just saying,
still a
like,
kid.
he wasn't mature, but
guys-
he's that's unfortunate for his age.
But-
He's in his 20s.
Yeah, but
Mestia, he,
yeah,
was
but
he was a young disciple of yours or something like that. So
I'm like, no, but then I was like, don't do it. He's like, but this is another thing, James, I wanted to say to you. So it was really like the guy came across, like at first I was, okay, he's maybe red pill, he's maybe on the conservative side. Then you asked him about the abortion part. And I just, oh my God. And he's like, yeah, I'm for abortion. I just was like,
Yeah, that's where I was like, man, this freaking dude. crazy.
He's too far gone. He's
No,
too far gone.
well, hopefully not, but hopefully, well, I'm pretty sure he'll come back up. We do tend to have repeat offenders. But Papas, I know you're up. I know you finally got some ambient noise to a agreeable level. But what we'll do next time, I'm gonna give you the floor a bit more. All right, Papas, Irvin.
Oh, that's totally on me, James. I was out on the street taking a walk with my kiddo.
Yeah, nice, man.
So
Yeah, well, you're
Alright.
welcome back up anytime. Next time, for sure. All right.
all right. Thanks, man.
All right, no problem. So I'm gonna drop the panel, guys. You guys have a good rest of your night.
All right, see ya.
Late. So, guys, I appreciate all the likes for today. I appreciate the sharing of the live. So, these are my convictions. I always say this. This is not rage bait. Hell, I could do this. I could do this for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more hours. I've done 11 hours, and the only thing that stopped me was the fact that I got suspended right then and there on that live. I am a machine when it comes to this stuff because these are actually my convictions. But I appreciate you guys coming on, and in reality, your support is really what's going to help drive the channel. But here's another piece of advice I'll give you guys. Don't let women try and use your emotions to try and control the argument. If whoever was here whoever was here when you guys heard the discussion between me and Joanna, this is a sequence of events that happened. Joanna came in hot. I challenged her on her position. She sat back for a little bit. She read the room, and then she started calling me a misogynist and being passive aggressive. Men like you, etc., etc. So then she brings up her anecdotal experience about how it was traumatic or whatever. So I started making fun of her about that. Then she gets upset at me saying, "This is totally immature. I can't believe you would do such a thing." Basically trying to draw on the heartstrings of everybody on the panel. I found that very curious because how are you going to lay the charge of slander against me, saying that I hate women? But then when I start to pick on you, you want to cry foul. This is how a lot of feminists are. This is the thing about feminism that I want you guys to understand. It aligns perfectly with how women act and how they aggress. Women love to destroy reputation. They love to spread rumors. They love to slander. Why? Because they can't fight. They generally cannot show physical aggression, so they like to do it verbally. This is how they show aggression. Don't allow, or you need to really recognize how this is done. So, at that, almost got to 30, yeah, for sure. Almost. So do men, and they can, quote unquote, fight. I mean, and on a balance of probabilities, they can fight more than women. But understand this. Feminism is a political ideology of slander, reputation destruction, because that's how they enforce their ideology. You have a little dick, you're insecure, you this and that, you're a narcissist. This is how they show their aggression. And if they have their way, the more institutions they have, the more they start to remove people, right? They don't outright do it. They don't grab you by the neck and kick you out. They just slowly, passive aggressively try and eliminate you. This is how feminism operates because it is a female ideology. It operates as a mechanism, how they are at their nature. So, anyways, I thought that was a nice little nugget to point out. Does it mean then that they have more power than men? They have more power than they have throughout all of history, such that men allowed it. I guess that might answer your question. Plus, it's the government agenda. Yeah, they're just, what's going on is they're in alignment with a certain group of men who want to control everything. That's all that's going on. They're just being used by those men. Because if men wanted to fund whatever ideology or political group, they could do it, and women wouldn't have any recourse outside of appealing to another set of men. So on that note, guys, I thank you for coming up. I'll see you guys on Saturday, if not earlier. Who knows? I might stream on Friday, but Just hit me with a follow if you want to be notified next time, and watch out for the clips or the lives. Peace. I'll read. I'll let Mestia's last thing air out. It seems they have power over society today. All right, Wayne. Thanks for coming up. Peace. All right, on the YouTube side, remember, I will honor all questions. I failed a little bit. German or outdoor, I didn't catch your question exactly when you said it, but I couldn't ask that question anyways because the lady who I have on the panel, she likes to keep that information private. But the motto still remains. Anyone who wants to ask a question, I will allow it to derail the panel. So I'll catch you guys next time. Oof. I got a lot of shares today. 26 shares.